This Riviera Beach City Council meeting to order. The time is now 6:11 p.m. Madam Clerk?
Mayor Ronnie Felder.
Here.
Chairperson Douglas Lawson.
Here.
Chair Pro Tem Shirley Lanier.
Here.
Councilperson Trodrick McCoy.
Here.
Councilperson Kashambra Miller Anderson.
Present.
Councilperson Julia Botel.
Here.
Jonathan Evans, City Manager.
Present.
Tawana Smith, Interim City Clerk, is present. Don Nguyen, City Attorney.
Here.
You have a quorum, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'd like to have a moment of silence for our fallen firefighter, Mr. Mark Reuter, and have our Pledge of Allegiance, if we can all stand, led by Mr. Samuel Richards. He's an honor roll student here from Riviera Beach Prep, and he is here to speak and give us our Pledge of Allegiance. Welcome, Mr. Richards.
I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may all be seated.
Thank you, Mr. Richards. Do we have any additions, deletions, or substitution?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'll ask that the clerk read those into the record.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Clerk.
Mr. Chair, we would like to ask that item 11B as in boy be moved to consent. That's Resolution 65-23. It's a replat of a property. And then also delete item 11J as in Jack. That's the E-road map item. Those would be the two.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any other additions, deletions, substitutions?
Chair,
Councilwoman Lanier?
I'd like to visit 11, excuse me, 11J, excuse me, at least under discussion.
We can leave it on the item where, on the agenda where it's placed, if you don't want to delete it.
Yes.
Okay.
As a discussion item. Colleagues, any other comments, additions, deletions, substitutions?
Mr. Chair, can
Councilwoman Miller Anderson?
you just repeat what she said?
Yes.
Madam Clerk?
Item 11B as in boy, that's Resolution 65-23. It's a replat of a property. We're just asking to be able to move that to consent. So it would be an addition to consent.
And the other one?
Just
No.
moving it to consent.
Yes, no ma'am, that's
And
it.
11J will be a discussion item.
Yes.
All right.
Disclosures?
Mr. Chair,
Councilwoman Botel?
yes, I had a meeting with representatives from the racetrack gas station. It's on the agenda. And
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any other disclosures?
Yes, same thing for the property off of Military and Beeline.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I did meet with representatives for that same property with the gas station, and I also met with representatives from E-Road Maps.
Oh, Mr. Chair, I've also had conversations with representatives from E-Road Map.
Thank you, Councilwoman Botel. Can I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
Motion to
With-
approve the agenda.
With necessary changes?
Motion to approve the agenda with the changes.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Yes. Councilperson Botel,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Lanier,
Yes.
Chairperson Lawson.
Yes.
That vote passes, Mr. Chair, and 11J will remain on the agenda, and 11B will be moved to consent.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All matters listed under this item are considered to be routine with action taken in one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless the council purpose so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the general order of business and considered in its normal sequence of the agenda. Do you have anyone who wants to pull an item from the consent agenda?
Yes.
Councilman?
3H, Resolution 5923.
And we'll move that to the first item after consent.
Well, Mr. Chair, let's take it when we take the urban farm discussion.
3H Urban Farm. So we want to move that to before or after?
We can do it after.
After? So that will be 11K.
Well,
We're going to place it after the urban farm, which is 11J, so we'll make it 11K.
yes, sir.
Colleagues, are we okay with that? Thank you. Any other items to be pulled? Can I have a motion to
Mr. Chair.
adopt?
We do have public comment cards on a consent
Thank you, ma'am.
item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Motion to adopt the consent agenda.
With
Second.
necessary changes?
Second.
Thank you. Public comment, please.
Miss Cindy March. So it would be on item 3A as an apple.
Good afternoon, Ms. March.
Good evening. Give me a second, please. Okay. When I picked up this agenda on yesterday, I had time to look at it about the three settlements. Two settlements for 150,000, one settlement for 100,000. Two of them was pertaining to Officer Tabitha Smith. I don't care how much money you give this family, it will not bring their loved ones back to earth. And that's why we have to be very careful who's over what department, what kind of police chief, what kind of investigation we doing, and what kind of police officer we have on our team. It's very important to acknowledge the people who have moved up on the ladder and give them recognition to have a position here in a city where we love to work, live, and play. So we don't have this kind of careless mistakes from a police officer that has been on the force for many, many years, has been reprimanded several times, and still have a position. But then we overlook Interim Chief Lewis, we overlook an experienced Mr. Walker. It's not fair. We got to show better leadership with our own employees who's embedded in the city of Revere Beach. So we won't make these kind of mistakes and losing our loved ones because you're being too aggressive. It's not fair to the family members. And really, this is a measly amount of money to award this family with. We shouldn't even be having this on the agenda to vote. You should just cut a check. You should just cut a check, and I know that's not the protocol, but enough is enough. This is where the taxpayers spend their money, and I don't even understand why you all got insurance, how you all get insurance with all these lawsuits you got going on. You all have a good day.
Thank you for comments, Ms. March.
That's the end of public comment.
Thank you. Comes from the board. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Botel,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Lanier,
Yes.
Chairperson Lawson.
Yes.
Consent agenda passes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're going to go into awards and presentations, item number 6A.
Item number 6A is recognition of our outgoing chairperson, Kashambra Miller Anderson, and I believe Mr. Evans or Ms. Jacobs has the presentation.
Madam Chair, members of the board, one of the,
Mr. Evans?
oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Gosh.
Appreciate you.
Mr. Chair,
Thank you.
my apologies, my apologies. I'll be practicing that.
Practice.
Mr. Chair, members
you,
of the
sir.
board, one of the hallmarks of our government is the transition of leadership. And certainly, we want to take this moment to recognize Councilperson Miller Anderson for her role as chair. And certainly, we've all appreciated her steadfast leadership during some challenging time for the agency, both through COVID and as we continue to still come out of COVID. She's been resolute in her position and her commitment to the agency, and she's always been one that staff and I know the board and the community can seek for leadership and guidance and a calming voice amidst some of the challenges that we have. So at this time, we would like to recognize her service by presenting her with her name placard, and then also the gavel that she was able to utilize during her term as chair. So Madam Chair, we appreciate your service, and Mr. Chair, we appreciate you stepping up and assuming these roles and responsibilities, and looking forward to your leadership and recognizing those that have served in those chair capacities. At this time, the Assistant City Manager, along with Director Sermons, will facilitate the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Thank you, Mrs. Miller Anderson, for your services to the city. We certainly appreciate you.
Thank you so much.
It's okay, you guys can lift up the,
You can break in.
the rope.
No more phone calls.
Mr. Chair, may I say something?
Of course, ma'am. Go ahead, madam. Ms. Miller Anderson.
Well, first of all, we will have a very peaceful transfer of the gavel. So I appreciate each and every one of you. Being the chair, as you have come to know, is not always the most easiest thing to do, but I appreciate the opportunity. I do not look forward to having it at any other point in time while I'm here, so I'm happy that it's over. I really am, and just want to say thank you. And there have been some very difficult times that we've gone through, as Mr. Evans said, and, it's not always easy. So thank you all so much, and I appreciate it.
Colleagues? Well, on behalf of me as the new chair, and thank you for your support and laying the foundation for what's been done for the city. I've watched you as the chair multiple times, and you've done a phenomenal job with respect, decorum, and the leadership that the city truly needs. So we just thank you.
Thank you so much, and I look forward to serving under you.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam Clerk, item 6B.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. 6B is the selection of the Riviera Beach Community Redevelopment Agency Chair and Chair Pro Tem. Your bylaws for the redevelopment agency, Article 2, Title Officers, Section 4 and 5, requires you to appoint a chair and a chairperson annually. So tonight, you'll pick someone to serve the 2023-2024 term.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Nominations are now open for the board.
Mr. Chair,
Councilwoman Botel.
lest I be accused of shouting this out, let me place your name in nomination for Chair of the Riviera Beach Community Redevelopment Agency.
I didn't hear, I'm sorry.
Mr. Lawson,
Mr. Lawson?
yes.
Any other nominations? Madam Clerk.
Mr. Chair, we'll close the floor.
Thank you.
So we're voting to make Mr. Lawson the chairperson for the redevelopment agency for 2023-2024. That's going to be Councilperson Botel,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy.
So do we make a motion or no?
She nominated him on the floor. We closed the floor.
Right, but you have to take official action by a motion. You just don't take a vote.
Can we have a motion from the floor, please?
So I move that we select Douglas Lawson for chair of the Riviera Beach CRA.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Botel,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Lanier,
Yes.
Chairperson Lawson.
Yes.
That vote passes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Next, you will open the floor for Chair Pro Tem for the CRA Board.
Nominations are open.
Mr. Chair,
Councilwoman Botel.
I don't know whether to nominate or make a motion. Are we nominating and then?
Just
we're gonna-
nominating now.
Thank you. I'd like to nominate Member Lanier.
Thank you. Any other nominations? Nominations are now closed. Can we have a motion, please? Do
I'll make
So
a
moved.
motion.
we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Botel,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Lanier,
Yes.
Chairperson Lawson.
Yes,
That vote passes, Mr. Chair.
thank you. Item 6C.
6C is your selection of chairperson to serve on the city's audit committee. Currently, Ms. Lanier serves.
Mr. Chair,
Councilwoman Botel.
I'd like to nominate Councilwoman Lanier to serve again.
Any more nominations?
I'd like to nominate Councilman McCoy to serve.
Any more? So we'll close the floor, Mr. Chair. And first, someone can make a motion to appoint Ms. Lanier, and we'll vote on that.
Make a motion to appoint Ms. Lanier.
Second.
Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Botel,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy,
No.
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Chairperson Lawson.
No.
That vote passes, Mr. Chair, with Mr. McCoy and Chairperson Lawson dissenting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome.
Moving on to ordinance on second final reading, ordinance number 8A.
Ordinance on second reading, ordinance number 4228, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, amending Chapter 26 of the city's Code of Ordinance entitled Minority Employment and Affordability Housing Opportunity Plan by adding the IHC-PUD and providing a mechanism for a height bonus by updating definitions and clarifying the purpose of the Housing Trust Fund, by providing a mechanism for post-construction conversion of resort hotel units to year-round residential units, by increasing the per unit in lieu of contribution rates, by updating language in sections 26-3 through 26-9 as amended in the ordinance, providing for severability and conflict, providing for codification, and providing for an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Do we have a second?
We do have public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards are now closed.
Thank you. Mr.
Motion
Evans?
to approve ordinance number 4228.
Councilman McCoy made the motion, and Councilman Miller in a second.
Prematurely.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair, at this time, I would like the Director of Development Services, Mr. Clarence Sermons, to make this presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Manager.
Go
Good
ahead, Mr.
evening,
Simmons.
Mr.
Good evening.
Chair.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of council, Honorable Mayor, and Madam Attorney. Again, this item is in regards to amending the MIHOP ordinance of the city based on prior discussions and workshops. There have been no changes to this item since first reading, and staff does recommend approval.
Public comment?
Yes, Mr. Fane Lozman.
Welcome, Mr. Lozman. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thane Lozman. I missed the first reading of this ordinance, but there's something rotten about this whole process, and I'm going to tell you why. Because if you built a condominium, condominiums have to be so many square feet and so many units density-wise. Coming in and trying to use, I guess the abbreviation MIHOP, what you're trying to do is you're trying to basically cheat the system. You're letting smaller units, which is going to give you more density than you would if you'd built it from a condo to begin with. So basically, the Emirate was an economic failure. So how can he salvage that into something that he can make money on? If he wants to convert it into basically a condominium, then he should go in there and tear out some interior walls and have it RM20. He shouldn't get a bonus in density because it affects a lot of things. It affects, there's more traffic going down that road with year-round residents than if it was, the prior thing. Why does he get more density than he would have gotten if it was a condo to begin with? Okay, that's the problem I have. If you want to turn it into a condo, you make it the minimum of what a condo should be. You don't get to get more density than you should have otherwise hiding behind MIHOP. Now, I know about Botel, and I know what went on in 2015 with the Emirate. Okay, but the point is, did anybody in law enforcement care about the corruption on the Emirate to begin with? Probably not. So that's kind of a dead issue. But you yourself, you can say, no, you want to make that into a condo, you're going to have to meet the requirements of the density. And we're not going to give you more density than the condo next to you. More density means more units that they would have been entitled to if they had built it as a condo to begin with. So yes, I would tell you to reject that. You want to convert to a condo, knock down some interior walls, make them into regular condo units, and we'll do it that way. We're not going to slide through this MIHOP just to do the Emirate guy a favor. And remember, with the Emirate guy who came in, and this is a matter of public record, and said it's going to cost like 40 some odd million dollars to build the building, and Lady March Goldwire figured it was going to be a couple $100 million. So he was going to defraud the taxpayers of the real permit fee for what the Emirate cost. And when she went and shut him down,
Mr. Lozman, we want to stay on topic, germane to the subject.
this project here only is relevant to the Emirate. This is what this was built for. That's the only resort hotel that's going to be participating in MIHOP. There is no other resort hotel. This is about the Emirate trying to slide through and become a condominium. And what I'm saying is this guy is the dirtiest trickster, because he went to the state attorney and got Lady March Goldwire arrested and tortured her for a year and a half over the Emirate. Now he's trying to slide in here and say, well, it wasn't going to be a condominium from the beginning, but now we're going to make it one. I'm telling you, I would reject that, make him go and knock the walls out and convert them into individual condo units, but we're not going to let him slide through the MIHOP process.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Lozman. Any comments from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman Botel?
Thank you. Mr. Sermons, does this MIHOP apply in any way to the Emirate?
I haven't looked at that project. It has not been brought to my attention as being interested in this, so we have not studied whether it's viable to be able to take advantage of the conversion.
Right. I didn't
So
think
to my
so.
knowledge, it
Has
is not,
nothing basically to do with the Emirate. Okay, that's what, as far as we know. Yeah.
to my knowledge, no.
Thank you. So good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any other comments from the board? Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Botel,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Lanier,
Yes.
Chair Lawson.
Yes.
That vote passes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Item 9A?
Item 9A is ordinance on first reading. Ordinance number 4229, an ordinance of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving a request from the Riviera Beach Community Redevelopment Agency, CRA, and the Riviera Beach Community Development Corporation, CDC, requesting the abandonment of an existing 15-foot by 75-foot alleyway, approximately +/- 1,125 square feet in area, that bisects the properties located at 130 West 11th Street and 120 West 11th Street in Riviera Beach, Florida, Attachment A, and providing for an effective date for other purposes. Mr. Chair, we do not have any public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards are now closed.
Thank you, Madam
Motion to
Clerk.
approve ordinance number 4229.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair, and members of the board, if I can have the Director of Development Services, Mr. Clarence Sermons, to make this presentation.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The project before you, you are familiar with because it has become before the CRA board regarding the Villa La'ans project. The staff presentation will give an overview of all of the components of the project, but as you just heard into the record, the only item before you for a vote today is the ordinance associated with the abandonment of this project.
Mr. Chair,
Councilman?
so if I can interrupt, in respect of time, I mean, I don't understand why we need to go through all the elements. Can we speak to just the ordinance on abandonment? I mean, I don't want to go through a whole site plan and a replat if we're going to have to come back and hear that again on second reading. So let's just stick to what is in the title ordinance. That's what I would like. And I don't want to belabor, the other business that we have on the agenda item.
Thank you for your point. Colleagues?
That's fine.
I'd be in agreement if we can just get to the ordinance so we can get to that part, and when we present the other item, that we can present that to the board.
Understood.
Go ahead.
So the header has been read into the record already, so I will skip to the location of the project, which is indicated by the red shape on the screen before you. The property subject to the abandonment is circumscribed in the red rectangle right now. The location is at 130 West 11th Street and 120 West 11th Street and 1101 Avenue E. And the parcel control numbers associated with this request are listed on the screen before you. The properties are currently vacant. The zoning is downtown general, and the future land use is downtown mixed use. So again, there are three components, but focusing on just the abandonment. The request is for a existing 15-foot by 75-foot alleyway, approximately 1,125 square feet in area that bisects the properties located at 130 West 11th Street and 120 West 11th Street. The area in question that is a part of the alley within the lots proposed for redevelopment are again highlighted with the red rectangle. This is the portion of land being requested for abandonment by the body today. After the abandonment, this would be the configuration of the properties once it is properly replatted. Staff has reviewed the project against the Land Development Code and regulations. It is consistent with the comprehensive plan, zoning, levels of service, compatibility, and the remaining items are not applicable to an abandonment. This item has been reviewed by the CRA board, and it was deemed to be consistent with the goals and objectives of the adopted Riviera Beach Community Redevelopment Plan. And the required privilege fee according to section 29-66 of the Land Development Code has been remitted to the city for the abandonment. Staff has received no feedback for or against this project, and staff recommends approval of this application. And that would conclude the staff presentation for this item. The applicant is present and ready and willing to present as well.
Thank you, Ms. Sermon. Any comments from the board? Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Lanier?
Yes.
Chairperson Lawson?
Yes.
That vote passes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We're going to move on to our regular agenda. Agenda item 11A.
Yes, 11A, resolution number 62-23, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving site plan application SP-20-23 and special exception application SE-20-02 from Point West Riviera Beach Inc. to construct a gas station consisting of a 5,411 square feet convenience store and outdoor seating area with 22 fuel pumps on 2.8 acre parcel of land located on the northwest corner of the intersection of Beeline Highway and North Military Trail, identified by parcel control numbers 5642, 42, 25, 41, 000-0060 and 56-42-42-25-41-00-0050, having commercial COM future land use designation and general commercial GC zoning designation, providing for conditions of approval and providing for an effective date. Mr. Chair, we do have public comment cards on this item, and the acceptance of public comment cards are now closed.
Motion to approve resolution number 62-23.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, if I can have the Director of Development Services, Mr. Clarence Servants, to make this presentation.
Go ahead, Mr. Sermons. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will proceed with the staff presentation, and the applicant is here and prepared to present afterwards as well. So before you is a map of the city limits of our city. Indicated in red is the location for the proposed development. The view in the image on the screen now shows a closer depiction of where the property is located in the boundaries of the proposed development area. The image on the screen now is looking south on North Military Trail. To the right, you can see the subject property. The image before you now shows the property head-on looking from North Military Trail. The applicant is requesting approval to construct a filling station or gas station consisting of a 5,411 square foot convenience store and outdoor seating area with 22 fuel pumps on 2 parcels of land totaling 2.8 acres. The existing conditions are vacant. The lot size is approximately 2.8 acres. Current zoning is commercial general. The future land use is commercial, and the project is subject to the Triangle Commerce Center master plan. Before you on the screen is the proposed site plan for the project. As you can see in the center is the convenience store with just more than 5,000 square feet of space. The fuel pumps to the right for cars and vehicles, and to the left, the fuel canopy for diesel and large trucks. Before you now is the proposed landscape plan for the project. And before you now is the existing master plan for the Triangle Commerce Center. The box to the bottom left of the screen shows the allowed uses that are approved and contemplated for each parcel in this master development. This proposal encompasses parcels 5 and 6, which currently have allowed uses for medical offices and retail. This next slide shows the proposed amendment to the existing master plan of the Triangle Commerce Center. In this proposed amendment, they would be combining lots 5 and 6 to create the space for the proposed gas station and fueling station. Before you now are the proposed project elevations, north, south, east, and west. Staff has conducted an extensive review of this application as well. According to section 31-57 of the city zoning code, the purpose of a site plan review shall be to ascertain if the proposed new development is in conformity with the comprehensive plan, is not detrimental to the neighboring land use, that an efficient pedestrian and vehicular traffic system, including proper means of ingress and egress to the streets, is provided for, and that the proposed project shall be a viable addition to the community. In addition to the parameters of review for site plan, gas stations are also subject to special exception reviews. In the Land Development Code, a special exception is defined as follows. A use, structure, or PUD that would not be appropriate generally or without restriction throughout a particular zoning district, but would if controlled as to number, area, location, or relocation to neighborhood be appropriate. This definition of special exception indicates that this class of land uses should be regulated as to the number in a given area, or the use could have a negative impact. So this is the criteria that staff looked at this application. Additionally, the approved master plan for this property includes a specific list of uses for each parcel. These uses were deemed desirable to create a medical center to complement the adjacent Veterans Affairs Hospital. This application requests that the city amend the list of allowed uses in the medical center triangle master plan to allow another gas station. The image before you shows the area in question. The blue boxes show existing gas stations at the intersection of Military Trail and West Blue Heron Boulevard. As you can see, 3 of the 4 hard corner intersection points have gas stations on them already. The applicant is proposing a 4th gas station less than 1,000 feet away at the North Military Trail section that you see circled in red. There's been an extensive review by city staff, and the proposed project is now ready for city council's consideration and action. We find that the project has met the majority of the areas of review, except for zoning and compatibility, whereas the master plan approved for these parcels does not allow the use of gas stations. Staff recommends that City Council deny this application based on the following findings of fact. One, the proposal is inconsistent with the intent of the Triangle Commerce Master Plan. Two, the proposal would create an overconcentration of fueling stations in the area. And three, there are no special exception conditions or manners in which the applicant can develop the site that would address the resulting overconcentration of gas stations or lack of compatibility with the existing master plan for these parcels if the project was approved. That is the conclusion of the staff presentation, and the applicant is here as well to present.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman McCoy.
So before we move on, I want to get some clarifying questions. And
Go
I
ahead,
don't want
Councilman.
to deviate too much from what we've typically done, but Mr. Sermons, a few slides back, I think you referenced, and it went pretty quickly, something that's not in the title header. You said this application seeks to amend the master plan for this Triangle Commerce Center.
That's correct.
So how is that application granted? Is it done by way of the approval, or is this done at the staff level? Because amending the master plan is separate from what we have here. And I want to make sure I understand. Can we go back two more slides? Okay, wait, forward one.
Oh, you said forward one?
Right here. So right there, the last one. This application requests that the city amends the list of allowed uses in the medical center Triangle Master Plan. So that's not what's here in the resolution title. So if this is done at staff level, that's one thing, but I hope what we're being asked to approve is just simply the site plan and the special exception, not approving any amendments to this master plan, because the master plan is technically not even a part of the backup documentation.
The master plan is what is being proposed to be amended. So SP 20-23 is an amendment to the existing site plan that applies to this property. And they are requesting that we amend the segment that is subject to parcels 5 and 6 to allow a gas station. So the request is to amend the existing master plan.
Right, but if the master plan was adopted on its own resolution and stands on its own, independent from any site plan, why wouldn't it be a separate vote taken to amend that master plan instead of, I guess, what we're assuming is going to happen if this is approved, then it's an automatic amendment?
No, the proposed master plan changes are in the backup. So if you vote to approve this item, you are effectively changing the entire master plan of the Triangle Commerce Center.
So, and that's exactly where I'm back at, Ms. Nguyen. So if I can have your attention on this, that kind of really convolutes it, because that's outside of what's listed here in the resolution title. So if essentially that's the intent for us to approve or to amend the master plan, then that's not encompassed here. So, I mean, maybe it can be bought as a separate item, but I just don't see how that is contained within the 10 lines or so in this resolution header. This resolution header specifically says only approving the site plan and approving the special exception. This master plan item is not contemplated in this resolution title, Ms. Nguyen.
I agree.
So if what you're saying is true, let's deal with just the two items here, because, you know, we can always amend the master plan at a later date. So I would say it's my position and opinion that we deal with what's printed here in the resolution title. That's the site plan and the special exception application. Ms. Nguyen?
Go ahead, Attorney Nguyen.
I was going to ask Mr. Sermons, what's his position on that? It is not included in the title. That's clear.
Right.
It's pretty much a presumption that if you do this, then it amends. the master plan, but it's not included in the title.
It's referring to the site plan application, and the application materials are included in the backup. And it shows that the site plan in question is the Triangle Commerce Center site plan, and that it is proposing, the applicant is proposing to amend that site plan. So again, it references application SP 20-23, and that application includes all of the materials regarding the master plan and the segment of it that they want to change. So it is staff's opinion and all of the reviews that have taken place before this meeting that the header is sufficient.
Attorney Nguyen?
Mr. McCoy, you could, and the balance of the board, make an amendment to the title from the floor to include the master plan, rather than bringing something back. Because you did not advertise this, correct? You didn't have to advertise this, correct, Mr.
Yes, this is the
Sermons, or you
public
did?
This is the public hearing.
It was advertised, yes.
Okay, then you can't do that.
But if I can go back, Mr. Chair. So I'm looking at the
Councilman, go ahead.
resolution. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm looking at the resolution, and this is the third whereas clause. The last sentence of the third whereas clause says, this request will require an amendment to the allowed uses of the master plan. So that's one thing to say, amending the master plan. And I guess it's essentially the same. I mean, you're amending the master plan. So I guess if that's not encompassed in the title, I'm just confused as to whether we should be doing the master plan. But even if we do take these two items that's printed here, there's nothing that precludes us from taking the master plan at a later date.
Again, staff has constructed this so that it amends the master plan that's existing is what is before you for consideration. The applicant is requesting that you amend the existing master plan. In the previous amendments that we've done to existing master plans, the requested amendment gets a new application number, and the materials that are submitted must include the existing master plan and the changes they are proposing to be made to that existing master plan. They are not taken as separate site plans. It's one site plan, and you can amend the site plan, but it's still one governing document. And so if you amend a portion of that governing document, it doesn't splinter it into two separate site plans.
Right, but I have to follow up, Mr.
Go ahead.
Chair. So
Go ahead,
we can do a
Councilman.
master plan change at any point, right? We can do a master plan change to do open recreation. Doesn't necessarily mean we have to build open recreation. We can bring that back 2 years later. So what I'm saying is they seem like they're exclusive. They're mutually exclusive, in my opinion. So that's all. I don't want to belabor it. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. To that point, Attorney Nguyen, can we take this resolution without the master plan item portion of it and renotice that? Because we can't incorporate this into the resolution if it wasn't noticed in the actual title.
That's correct. You can do it later.
So we're gonna have to amend that at a later time. Okay, so before we pass motion on this, we will go ahead and make sure that, Councilman, you reserve your, go ahead, Councilman.
So the notice requirement is for the public hearing for the special exception. It's not for the master plan. So there's no requirement to do an advertisement for a master plan. That's a regular.
No, I'm saying that it wasn't noticed in this resolution, so we just need to bring it
Okay,
back at
in
a
this
later time.
resolution. Okay.
Correct. Mr. Sermons?
I want to make sure staff understands
Yes.
any directions. So you're saying that you would want to bring the item back with the master plan reference in the header? Because again, there's only one site plan, and there will always be one site plan for this tract of land. We can bring this back with master plan reference in the header, but there aren't two separate site plan documents. There's one site plan, and this amendment proposes to amend a section of it. And as Attorney Nguyen pointed out, the whereas clauses of the resolution do indicate that there is a master plan that's being amended by the resolution. However, if the board would rather bring it back with that in the header, we can do that. But again, there's still only one site plan for all of these tracts of land.
Okay.
I think we can amend it on the floor. I just wanted to bring that up because that seemed like, when I seen it, that's not what I understood the resolution title to be. So we can amend it on the floor.
On the floor. So
And-
we'll take that amendment afterwards. Let's hear from the applicant, and then we can bring that back after we hear a public comment to the applicant, and then if you'd like to bring the amendment, we can. Thank you,
Okay.
Councilman.
And then I have one small technical amendment that I want to share with the clerk as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. If we can hear from the applicant?
Good evening,
Good evening.
Mayor, Council, and Chairman. My name is Brian Terry. I'm with Insight Studio. Pleasure to be here this evening. With me this evening, we have our Land Use Council, Wayne Richards, Samantha Jones with Racetrack, and Mike Mullen also with Racetrack. I don't see him immediately, but yes, he's here as well. So again, we're excited to be here this evening. Let me make sure that I can work this. And I won't belabor points that Mr. Sermons has already addressed, but I think just as a point of clarification, it's our understanding as well, the same thing, that there is really one site plan document that governs the entire property. It is labeled as a master plan, but it really is, we're working through the process of doing a plan amendment that amends that one governing document. As was mentioned, we have the special exception use request, again, for just approximately 5,400 square foot convenience store with gas. Just one point of clarification, it's actually 16 fueling positions, just 16 standard car fueling positions with 2 high-speed diesel fueling positions for a total of 18. Again, I think everybody's very familiar with the site location at this point in time. One of the points that is important to us, and certainly important to the fact that we're here standing in front of you this evening requesting this, is due to the fact the location of where this is on the hard corner of Military Trail and the Beeline Highway, a very heavily traveled roadway corridor, and one of the busiest intersections with the county of approximately 60,000 trips per day moving past that. Oops. Again, kind of zooming in, these are the parcels 5 and 6 that were referenced as the parcels that we're pursuing to amend. As a point, I want to kind of get this out of the way early. One of the items that when this property was being considered for purchase, we've had to be in constant contact with the property owner association that's made up of each of the individual property owners within this plan development, within the Triangle Commerce Center. And they have, throughout that process, been reviewing our plans as we've been amending and submitting and addressing comments to the city. They've reviewed the architecture, they've reviewed the landscape plan, they certainly understand the proposed use, and have provided their letter of approval for those documents that we've submitted to them as a POA. So from a compatibility standpoint and the location of this gas station, notwithstanding the other gas stations, which I'll touch on in a minute, again, the POA and the adjacent uses of which are the medical uses that have been referenced, E.J. Healy and the Kindred Hospital have both been fully aware and understanding of this application. Our neighborhood is a fully commercial and industrial neighborhood. The star locations you can see is located in the red, which is the commercial land use and zoning designation, and everything that's in purple around is industrial. And I just want to, again, we're talking about a location that is on a hard corner of Military Trail and the Beeline Highway, extremely heavily traveled roads. This is not an impact to residents. This is, it's very compatible with the uses that it's surrounded by. Again, as was mentioned, Mr. Sermons touched on this, the previous approval, or the existing approval, I should say, had commercial retail that was fronting on Military Trail, and then an office building that was located on the western portion of these 2 parcels. And the tire store, as you can see, is kind of the cutout at the bottom that doesn't exist on the plan. That wasn't actually a part of the original approval. I did have the privilege of working on this back in the early 2000s and was part of the design team when we were doing the original development plans for this. Certainly, the goal at that time was a different plan. Frankly, we're now 15 years later or more with that site still not developed. And you have a very willing partner looking to come into this city, one that already exists within your city and has been a good partner to the city, in a location that clearly is a logical and good use for that land. I'll skip past that. A couple of just notes here. Again, there was 27,000 square feet that was approved on those two parcels, of which have never been constructed, have never had a contract on or an application that I'm aware came to the city for development on those parcels. So that's 27,000 square feet. Obviously, our square footage is a significant reduction of over 21,000 square foot reduction, as well as a significant number of peak hour trips that's generated by those uses. So we're proposing a gas station that's really going to capture those trips that are along the roadway and not create additional traffic that could be a cog in the transportation network in this location. So here's an overlay with the proposed plan on the property. As you can see, kind of identifying the uses around it. You can see, it's a little blurry, but you can see the total numbers of trips, again, totaling about 60,000 trips that are passing this property at one time. And I'll get a little bit closer into the details of the plan itself. Again, just to remind us of what the neighborhood is, in the top left-hand corner is the St. Lucie Battery and Tire Store. That is on the hard corner. That is what we all see every single day that we drive past this property. And so there's an opportunity for a significant improvement on the vacant land behind it. To the right is the industrial property along Military Trail. The the bottom left is the self-storage facility, and then obviously the intersection picture that we have in the bottom right-hand corner. Looking more directly at the actual site design, again, there was a lot of consideration. I certainly know we've worked with Mr. Sermons and his staff and the different review agencies for a good period of time to try to address the design of this plan. What you see is from fronting on Military, or in the middle of the property, the largest rectangle. Does this have a pointer? Let's see. Sorry, I don't think that, no ability to point there, but in the center is the rectangle. That is the convenience store, obviously. To the right of that is the standard fuel canopy. Again, there would be 16 fueling positions, so 8 pumps, 16 fueling positions that would be accommodated for there. And then on the western side, the smaller kind of beige rectangle is that high-speed diesel fueling pump. Again, it only accommodates for 2 vehicles to fuel at any one time, but it provides for an opportunity and access to diesel fuel that just simply isn't available along the Beeline Highway, which is an SIS. It's an emergency evacuation route, and it's not. Again, it provides for an opportunity which is certainly beneficial to all those industrial users that are within the city and surrounding this property. You can see architecturally, obviously, it's very consistent with what you see as the new standard for architecture for racetrack gas stations throughout Palm Beach County. So again, very nice architecture, very consistent with the quality of service that they provide. And here again are the elevations of the canopies. I did throw in one picture. This is the most recent renovation. That's the new racetrack store that was there on 45th Street that was torn down and rebuilt. So architecturally, a very similar style of building in sight. Now I'd like to get to, I think, the crux of the conversation that we probably need to have. This is something that I know that has been brought up, obviously, in the staff report, and it's the concern and issues with potential proliferation of gas in this location. And so, again, there are 3 existing gas stations. We certainly knew that when we came into this property, when we approached it, looked at the market. This is not something that Racetrack steps into lightly. They certainly do their background and analysis and understanding the marketability of adding a service station in this location. It's based on the actual traffic. It's based on certainly what the competition is in the area. What does it look like? How does it feel? What's that experience? And I think there's a clear advantage, to the users that we can propose that is different than those that exist out there today, right? And one of the benefits of bringing competition into a marketplace is it certainly, from a service standpoint, I think you'll see a much higher level of service from an architectural and aesthetic standpoint, you're certainly going to see a significant advancement. And frankly, it brings the opportunity for these other service stations that exist there today that quite frankly don't do the same justice to the service that we can provide. It will force the hand to see them improve themselves, increase the architecture, take care of the buildings, present themselves better to the community, be competitive with what we can bring to the table, but also competitive from gassing pricing perspective, and again, the food service that can be offered. So these are the facilities that we're working on. At the end of the day, again, it is a business, and even if we're successful and someone is not, that also creates an opportunity for the city to see redevelopment of an important corner of this city to potentially something different and a more modern use. As I did mention, again, this is on the SIS roadway system. This is on the Beeline Highway. As I'm sure you're very familiar, there's really no other gas stations along that roadway corridor. It is obviously in this location. As you go west, there's not an opportunity. As you go east, there's not an opportunity. It's important. This is also an identification. What you see are other gas stations that offer diesel fuel. There are no other opportunities for diesel fuel along this corridor, along the military trail corridor that can accommodate for the high-speed diesel that is being offered with this location. So talking to the special exception standards, and I already addressed one of those items when we were talking about the compatibility and again, the concern with the different, the multiple fueling stations. Another has to do with the access, and I am going to apologize. I don't have my glasses, and I'm having a difficult time reading that. But the concept is, with this special exception, does it provide for safe and adequate access to the property to serve the uses being proposed? And we certainly believe it is. We're not proposing any new curb cuts. We're not modifying DOT's access, and we're utilizing the existing locations that service the Triangle Commerce Center as is. The next special exception criteria is, are you providing adequate access from a parking and a pedestrian path? Again, or I'm sorry, not the pedestrian. This is really just convenient access. Does your parking make logical sense? Does it service the facility that you're proposing, the special exception use that you're proposing, as well as how are you dealing with the refuse? That standard is also being met by the way of how the parking is adjacent to the building, as you would see in most typical conditions, and then also how we located the trash receptacles and dumpsters on the south side of the building, furthest away as we could from the other uses on the property. Again, having adequate utilities and services. This is also a requirement of special exception request. Can this use be adequately serviced by city and municipal services? And it certainly can. Obviously, their utilities are to the site. It's a functioning operational plan development. And so the water, sewer services, everything that's required is certainly adequate and able to be utilized on the property. And then landscape buffering. Can we present this to the community, to the passersby, from a landscape perspective that adequately address the use that you're proposing? I certainly believe that we can. We've been working directly, again, as I mentioned, with the POA, with our landscape plans as we presented that to them. Continuation of the landscape buffering plan that you see all along the Beeline and the military corridor, also being implemented on this property. So there's one consistent, cohesive design plan for the entire length of the property. And then I believe this is the last of the special exception standards. Again, this has to do with lighting, making sure that there's not an issue where you're creating a light field that is not going to be cohesive or compatible with the adjacent properties. And that, again, certainly is something that we took into consideration. The photometric plans were part of the review process that were provided to the city, and we meet all those standards. With that, so I think I've touched on all the technicalities of the application. I would like to bring Samantha Jones up for a minute with Racetrack, again, to try to touch on some of the specific items that we believe would be beneficial to the city.
Good evening, everyone. As Brian mentioned, my name is Samantha Jones. I'm with the development team for Racetrack Corporate. To touch on some of these items in this slide, I don't want to belabor any points too much, but we do pride ourselves in being a corporately owned store and a known presence both in the state of Florida with the store in Riviera Beach and about a dozen stores in the greater Palm Beach County area. We think that offers a benefits to the resident with knowing what they're going to get when they stop at a racetrack, with both household goods, milk, medicine, fresh foods. We think that's also highly compatible with the odd hours that someone might visit a hospital, that you know that you can always get a certain level of service at a racetrack without having to think twice about that. So I think, sort of any questions that I'm certainly here to answer. Thank you for your time and look forward to the ongoing conversation. I think Wayne has a couple of points.
Thank you. I just have a few points I wanted to clarify. We heard about the site plan. Site plans, when you see site plans that are 20 years old, they never have gas stations. Let's be real. So we're looking to modify an existing site plan. Gas stations are always a special exception. We're going to have to always come before you and show you that we meet the criteria. So let's not get hung up that the gas station was not in a site plan from 20 years ago. That will never be the case. You will always require a gas station to come before you as a special exception. It gives you superpowers. It provides for greater oversight by this body. So the fact that we're looking to modify a 20-year-old site plan tells you a couple things. That the uses that were there, that were originally contemplated, they haven't been built. There's no demand for it. And what was there initially on that corner? It was retail and office space. This is not a medical center PUD. It's a Triangle Park Commerce Park. That's what it is, Triangle Center Commerce Park. Now, are we looking to put a gas station in a neighborhood or near a neighborhood? No. We're on the highway. We're on B-Line Highway and Military Trail. 60,000 trips. People, we drive at 60, 65 miles an hour heading up the B-Line. That is a state truck roadway. It's an SIS roadway. You're experts, you've heard SIS for the last few years. That's part of the state of Florida Strategic Roadway Network. The existing gas stations, I know them very well. I go there on occasion. They're going to have to step up. The gas station on the southeast corner, I won't mention it, they're going to have to step up. The one on the northeast corner will have to step up. Either they'll improve or they'll go away and we'll redevelop it. Somebody will redevelop it. We have a phenomenal opportunity to have Racetrack. That we know Racetrack's product. They're in the city. We know their product. We can see it right here. I urge you to please give this your serious consideration. We're at Military Trail and the B-Line Highway with 60,000 daily trips. That's really where you want it, along a highway. And if you're heading west on the B-Line, this is the only station that would provide you access. You have food, you have fresh food, you have all the conveniences you need there. So we're here to answer any questions, but this is definitely the right place, and it's definitely very compatible. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Samantha Jones, Mr. Brian Terry, and Mr. Wayne Richards. Thank you for your comments and your presentation. We have public comment?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we
Thank
have
you.
Ms. Cindy March and Mr. Fane Bozeman.
Ms. March? Welcome, Ms. March. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm heartbroken with the city of Riviera Beach. And the way we're allowing these big developers to continue to come in our city, dictate to us what we need in our city. And I'm not racist, but I'm gonna call a spade a spade. When we're gonna start letting our own people that look like myself, minority builders, come in here and get a piece of the pie? It's called being equal and equal opportunity. We don't even have our own movie theater. And now we're talking about building a gas station. We're losing so many of our kids because they don't even have a playground to play on, sports. Enough is enough. We put you all in office. We go tirelessly walking door to door, speaking to people who don't even want to vote because of the rhetoric, the clown show, the foolishness, and being left behind or feel left out on the west side of town. Let me say something. This is one city. Why not take some of that over there on Singer Island? Give them some congestion, traffic. How many of us gonna be able to have a job opportunity where we live and love to work and love to play? I'm gonna keep reiterating, enough is enough. United we stand, and divided we fall. I will go to my grave being an advocate for the city of Revere Beach, because there's much love here in this city. But we have to stop letting some of these leaders, some of these people that has high office and leadership, to allow these big developers to come over here and not give us a chance of the pie. How many Black businesses do we own up and down Blue Heron Boulevard on Broadway? You all brought Mr. Evans back here to do a job, not a half a job for half the people, or 30 people, or 40 people. I grew up and was raised here on the sand pit, picking up trash for the public works at the age of 14. I knew what it was to get a paycheck from the city of Revere Beach. Enough already.
Thank you, Ms. March, for your comments. Mr. Lozman?
Fane Lozman. I remember when Mr. Richard came to put a gas station over by Blue Heron and Broadway. And the council said, that's not an acceptable site. Now he's come back with the major Beeline Highway that has no high-speed diesel anywhere else around it, that has trucks coming from the port running up to the Commerce Park up in Palm Beach Gardens. I mean, this is where you want to put a gas station. I support the project. I went to racetrack today. I was interviewed for an hour on the Joyce Kaufman show at North Point Parkway, and after that I went to racetrack. 90% of the fuel I put in my boats and in my truck come from racetrack. So I'm a big fan of them. But what bothered me is that the property's been empty, what, for 15 years? All those 15 years, you could have had young people learning leadership skills. Mr. Sermons put in his report, well, those are low-paying jobs. Well, I have news for you, Mr. Sermons. Kids in high school and college-age kids, they're not going to go get a job for $100,000 a year, but they can learn leadership skills at racetrack. I think racetrack should be put there. There's a demand for it. And to sit here and say one of the reasons you're going to deny it because of low-paying jobs is ludicrous. You're going to have hundreds of jobs coming through there, teaching skills that will then lead to jobs after that, help pay for education. So you sent Mr. Richards packing when he came to build a gas station on Broadway and Blue Heron. On Blue Heron and Broadway, yes. This is the place for this magnificent facility. You should look past Sermon's report and approve this project.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Lozman. Board?
Chair,
Councilwoman Lanier?
I wanted to ask in regards to the large trucks. Now, we have an issue with Wawa down at Gardens Road in Blue Heron about the trucks that are staying overnight. So I want to be assured that this will not be an issue in that particular area.
Right. It's a completely different circumstance. One is that we are a part of the Property Owners Association, which is, again, going to have strict regulations on the use that we're proposing. we've talked to them about when we initially started the design, making sure that there's not accommodation or space for trucks to stack on the property or sit on the property. And I think that this situation that you have with the other gas station is that you have a somewhat isolated or more industrial style road that's on the side of that had traditionally trucks had parked there that are servicing those industrial uses that are behind it. Now, we're on Military and Beeline Highway. DOT is not going to accommodate or allow for that. It's a different circumstance. That's a local kind of internal industrial roadway that I think you're having that concern and issue with, whereas this is state regulated roadways that are certainly not going to allow any accommodation for trucks or anything stacking, waiting along the roadways.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Colleagues, Councilwoman Botel?
Yes, thank you. I have a question for Mr. Service. What district is this in? Is this a miscellaneous district? I think it is. So I think I would like to know, as somebody who knows that district really well, how you feel about having this gas station there. I'll say that I had a meeting this morning with the developers, and I promised them, and I did. I promised that I would take a drive over that way. And it did look pretty non-residential. So the concerns that one would normally have about putting a gas station in a residential area, I think, are obviated by the fact that it's not residential at all. It's pretty industrial. On the other hand, if it's designed to be a medical plaza, and it sounds to me like the original intent was, should we not be looking for some sort of a medical entity that would use that space? But if it's been empty for 15 years, we haven't found anybody who can meet that criteria. So I guess what I'm asking is, how do you feel about it being in your district?
Councilwoman here.
I looked at the map. My first concern was, of course, the trucks. My other concern was the proximity to residential areas, which it isn't. And also, I think that it was not a comparison for this particular racetrack to the other gas stations, because by far it outshines those other gas stations on those corners. So hopefully that would be something that racetrack coming there would make them step their game up. That whole area needs to be revitalized. And I think that racetrack probably can do that.
Thank you. So I'm going to take my cue from you. I do have a big concern, though, and that is, when I met with the developers, they indicated that they had been working on this project for 3 years. I'm sorry?
Sorry, go ahead, Councilwoman Botel.
That they've been working on this project for 3 years, and that it came as something of a surprise to them when they saw the staff recommendation that it be rejected. And my concern is, how can we work with developers for 3 years and then have it come as such a surprise to them? A lot of money must have gone into the planning of this. A lot of money went in, I'm sure, to the acquisition of the property. They've made all these plans, and then to find out, it seems to me, possibly weeks, maybe even only a month before this council gets to vote on it, that they've been informed that the potential is to be rejected. So I'm wondering how that happened and how we can guard against that happening again.
Ms. Sermons?
Yes.
I would object. This is a quasi judicial, so we need to stick to specifically the application and not the process.
Point well taken.
I'd like to take a point of personal privilege, then, as a councilwoman, I'd like to just know.
Well, I raised a
Point of order.
rules.
State your point, and the point's been taken. I'm going to have to rule on that point and agree with Councilman McCoy, because that is a point of personal privilege, but this is a resolution. This is going to be a motion where we're having a hearing to make a vote on this item, and we can actually address that after.
Well, I'd like it to be addressed at some point, because I have a serious concern that developers are coming to the city and being, I don't want to use the term led on, but led to believe, at least in some part, that their project is going to be approved, and then at what seems to be the.
I renew my point of order. That's outside of
Seems to be the final.
resolution.
And Councilman,
I'm
Councilwoman.
going to conclude my remarks just a moment. So that's why I wanted to make that point, but I'm ready to make a vote now. I will say that I was happy to see at the gas station when I first looked at the agenda, and was surprised that the staff was rejecting or considering or asking us to reject it because it didn't seem to me that there was a lot of residential activity over there. It struck me that that was probably a good place for a gas station. In any case, thank you, Mr. Sermons. I'm ready to vote.
Thank you. And Mr. Sermons, if you can address our councilwoman's point after the motion has been disposed of, we will bring that back so that it can be addressed. Colleagues, Councilwoman Miller Anderson?
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So for the gas station that is currently at Blue Heron and Broadway, right in that intersection, the southwest corner on the same property, how was that allowed? There was the hospital there first or the gas station?
That gas station was there first, and that corner is not included in the master site plan for the Triangle Commerce Center.
Okay, so just the part behind the tire shop.
Correct. It's everything on that triangle of land, excluding the existing gas station on the corner and the tire shop at that southern corner. Everything else is a part of the master plan.
Okay, and I don't want to, I'm trying not to say the exact same thing Dr. Botel was asking, and let me know if I am repeating it, but in a different way.
Thank you.
When it was being discussed a few years back, I know you may or may not have been here. Were you here the whole time they've been working, or someone else was a part of it?
I was not a part of staff when they first submitted this application.
Okay. So just from that, though, is this something they would have been told at the very beginning, that it doesn't match with what the plan calls for?
Generally, staff can, when this applicant came to the city and they have preliminary or pre-application conversations with staff, we give them information on how the code relates to what they're proposing, and we do give them, if and when we can, any sentiments the city and elected officials have towards certain uses. So generally, we can give a history of how certain uses have been viewed by the decision-making body. The staff does not formulate their recommendation until the review process is complete. At that point, we've looked over all the ordinances and codes, and all of the outside reviewers have looked at it. And at that point, we can say whether it demonstrably can meet the code and the other points of review. And it's at that point that staff formulates its recommendation.
Okay. And I, a few years back, Mr. Richards knows that I wasn't a fan of bringing gas stations into the residential area. And I figure if, almost like what Ms. Lanier just stated, that if we were to put it anywhere, I would think that area would be the place to do it, along Military and Beeline. I travel that road quite frequently every day, 2 or 3 times a day. And it is an issue when you have to make a U-turn to go on the other side to get to the gas pump, or if you're going up Beeline Highway, I think there would be more of a convenience for them to be able to stop along their way on Beeline versus having to go and make a turn or go out of the way to get back onto Beeline in order to get the gas. I want to say I do support it being there because, like I said, I'd rather it be there than being somewhere near homes. And we already have gas station. I know it's not in the same area, but it is essentially in the same area. It's half a block away. So I would have to support it. I think I support it because it's in the area in which it needs to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Mr. Chair, could I just see the
Councilman Botel.
landscaping plan again?
Please. Mr. Sermons? And while you're pulling that up, Mr. Sermons, while you're pulling that up, any colleagues, any other comments? Okay.
I'll tell you why I'm particular, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead,
I'm
Councilwoman.
particularly interested, when I drove past, I mean, I saw the little business on the corner, which would be lovely if it could, it's a little business on the corner. But I also noticed how close the medical facility was to the property itself. And I just wanted to see the landscaping that would buffer the medical facility from the gas station. So maybe you could, Mr. Chair, if I could have them speak to that a little bit, speak to the buffer between the existing medical facility and the potential gas station.
Councilwoman Botel, you want to hear from Mr. Brian Terry?
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Terry?
Yes, I can speak to that. Again, so again, north is up, so the medical facility is to the north. One of the things that to be aware of, the service side of the E.J. Healy is actually the nearest proximity portion of the building towards this facility. And so if you see, again, the buffering that's all along Military, which is on the right, it's really hard, obviously, to see at this scale. But it's very densely vegetated along the entire Military core, the perimeter edges. On the north side, we have a landscape buffer that is extending the length of, so the roadway is, if you're to turn off of Military and you're going left or west, there's a landscape buffer between the parking stalls and parking spaces and that entranceway, and then ultimately the medical uses to the north. And then in the backside or towards the roundabout, there's again landscape screening that's right on the edge of the paved area where the diesel fueling canopy is located.
And
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Chair, if I might, another question.
Go ahead, Councilwoman
And
Botel.
you're saying that the medical facility that would be immediately adjacent to the gas station has no problem. You've had conversations with the people in that. Is it Kindred that's right next to it?
That's the E.J. Healy, that's Palm Beach County's facility in that location. And they are part of the POA. The POA reviewed all landscape plans. It was distributed and monitored. Our process was monitored as we went along, and those plans were submitted for their review, and they did approve the proposed landscape plan as you see it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. My comments would be that a few of the items that were presented today, that this property has stood out for about 15 years vacant. So the fact that it's been vacant on that corner for so long with no development, and it is actually a prime location for a gas station that would give an opportunity for the residents to utilize coming down that highway. I'm going to reserve my comments in regards to the competition of facilities because I do believe that the facilities in that area need to step it up. But I also believe that our residents want to see more than the gas stations in that corner, and that's where the competition. So I'm going to reserve those for after we dispose of this to talk about that competition. But I'm going to be in support of putting this gas station there because it gives us that service that's needed for the residents coming down that highway. So thank you for your presentation, Ms. Terry. Colleagues, if you have any more comments. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy?
No.
Chair Pro Tem Lanier?
Yes.
Chairperson Lawson?
Yes.
That vote passes, Mr. Chair, with Councilperson McCoy dissenting.
And before we go into public comment, Mr. Sermons, if you could address Councilwoman Botel's concern.
And let me make sure I recall the question. It was a concern about the amount of time it took the applicant to get to public hearing and then finding out it was a negative recommendation. Okay, yes, this particular application was a bit different because it had different iterations. The first version did include the tire shop on the corner, which is not a part of the master plan, would have required a future land use change and a zone change. So it was a much more complicated project at that time. When it changed and morphed to what you just voted on, it was after the pandemic and after a lot of discussions. Staff can't formulate a recommendation until it's fully vetted and reviewed the project. So in an initial conversation on any project, we can say what we believe will happen. But at the end of the day, you all are the decision makers. We can tell them whether we think staff will or won't support it, but obviously this board can make decisions regardless of what the staff recommendation is, as you just did. So some applicants, desire to continue to move forward with or without staff support. Others may decide to move on to other investment opportunities. So we don't give us a recommendation at the very beginning because we haven't looked at all the details and all all the applicable land development codes. We formulate that at the end. But again, that is just a recommendation to this board, just as the Planning and Zoning Board makes a recommendation, staff makes a recommendation, but ultimately you all have the decision-making authority to approve or deny it.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Simmons. Okay, thank you, Councilwoman Botel. And to the organization, thank you for investing into the community. We appreciate the presentation. We look forward to this. Mr. Sermons, I did have comments before we go into public comment, just to address the competition of facilities. We presented that during that presentation with the competition of facilities, that it would step up the game in the surrounding area. And because it's not in the inner city, it's not focused in too much neighborhoods or residential in that area, it's a great location for an actual gas station. But to have 4 or 5 gas stations competing is not what our residents want to hear from. And that's what some of our speakers and some of the residents I spoke to that did not want to see another gas station. They want to see a competition for facilities of retail, restaurants, shopping, entertainment. So that's what we want to see. And with your presentation yesterday, I want to make sure that you give comments as to your next date for the comp plan, when that will be addressed, because that's how the residents can be engaged in what is going to go where in different areas. So just making sure that when we make those announcements at the end of the night, if you could bring up or announce possible next dates for your comprehensive plan meeting. All right.
Okay.
Thank you. We're going to go into public comments. Public comments shall begin at 7:30 unless there's no further business of the city council, which in the event it shall begin sooner. In addition, if an item is being considered at 7:30, then comments from the public shall begin immediately following the item is concluded. Please be reminded the city council board has adopted rules of decorum governing the public conduct during official meetings, which have been posted at the front desk. In an effort to preserve order, if any of the rules are not adhered to, the city council chairperson may have any disruptive speaker or attendee removed from the podium, from the meeting, or from the building, if necessary. Govern yourselves accordingly. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Chair, thank you. We have 10 public comment cards. The acceptance of public comment cards is now closed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
First, we'll have Mr. Joseph Brenner, followed by Ms. Cindy March and Mr. Alex Rodriguez. So it's Joseph Brenner, Cindy March, and Alex Rodriguez.
And if we can have our public, if you've heard your name, just come stand over here behind the speaker so that we can kind of get the public comments to flow. Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Brenner, please.
Thank you for having me. Mr. Chair, men and women of the council, just wanted to bring your attention to a sort of long simmering issue that has arisen between the city of Riviera Beach and members of its General Employees Union. Now, we've been engaged in a long roundabout grievance procedure with which we had hearings about last summer, last June. And then the union ultimately prevailed in its grievance to reward the city workers. The appropriate amount of standby time is guaranteed them under the contract. It should have been, once we got our ruling in October of 2022, and the arbitrator ruled that these 6 crime scene technicians and approximately 14 or so utility service district employees should be compensated for their time served, that the city would have made arrangements with the union to make sure that these workers were made whole. Unfortunately, and obviously, I will say that we have been in consultation with city administration. We do recognize that there has been some significant turnover in the city's human resources department. And what we want to, is why I'm here tonight, is our members who've served so diligently, who reported diligently in accordance with the collective bargaining agreement, just seek that the city not explore what it's doing now of its motion to vacate the arbitrator's award. Quite frankly, because we believe ultimately the city's not going to prevail and they're going to have to pay the workers their money anyway. So rather than go further into lengthy litigation where that is ultimately going to be the result, we would just want the city to abide by the conditions of the contract ruled on by the arbitrator back in October of last year. I do look forward, I will say this, my members have made it clear to me to articulate this in front of the council and to city administration. We're not seeking something special or above. We're seeking what is fair under the contract. And I will say that we are amenable to listening to a resolution of this matter of something that is amicable for both sides, not what the city has thus offered so far.
Thank you for your comments, sir.
Thank you.
Next, Mr. Chair, is Ms. Cindy March, Mr. Alex Rodriguez, and Ms. Margaret Shepherd. So it's Cindy March, Alex Rodriguez, and Margaret Shepherd.
Hi, I just
Welcome.
would like to know, I know I'm gonna be gone before I get the answer from Mr. Evans at the end of the night, because y'all might be here at 11 and 12 o'clock with everything on the agenda. But my hypothetical question to you, Mr. Evans, how did you all come up, how did you, because you have your hands in everything, you're the CRA director, you're the city manager, you have your hands in the human resource department. And no disrespect to the men in uniform. I have the utmost respect for you all, because I'm in uniform, but not as a police officer. So I give respect to get respect. But how did you come up with this police chief that you choose for the city of Revere Beach when you had other people that was very well qualified for the job? Did you all not have another form when you all choose the police from their array like you did before and question them? You know, you five council people up here on this board, you have to have your leader held accountable for his actions, because he cannot continue to run this whole city. And you all sit back, some of you all sit back like it's okay and it's not worth a hill of bean. Well, we are watching. Just because you don't see these people here at this meeting speaking out, they are watching. The employees are watching. And they're going to the prospective person to get justification. And there are due justification. That's why they have the EEOC for equal opportunity. Okay, you brought him back here. He's back here making damn near $500,000 for doing too many jobs or nothing. It's all right to show up for work, but are you really doing the job? The city of Revere Beach is in turmoil, whether y'all want to believe it or not. The same place he was in Madeira Beach is in turmoil. You all might not see it in your community right now, but when it hits your front door and you have to put a for sale sign at your house because they don't let the big developers buy your land, then you'll come to this podium and speak out. But guess what? It's going to be a little too late. Enough is enough already. I can't keep saying that enough. And for as decorum, Mr. Douglas Lawson, I give you the utmost respect. I must give you credit for this decorum. And I hope it stay this way, including myself. But like I say, in order to get respect, you must respect. Do you not see what happened on TV about a week or two ago? I'm going to be an advocate to the day I'm dead. I'm going to speak out for the people who can't speak for themselves, because somebody had to speak for me.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. March.
Mr. Alex Rodriguez, Ms. Margaret Shepherd, and then Ms. Natasha Wells.
Welcome to the podium, Mr. Rodriguez. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I give credit when credit's due. And I told Mr. Evans that I would be up here. I was a little bit busy, but I had a meeting with Mr. Evans and he was transparent with me. And I appreciate him getting rid of the corrupt chief, the ex-corrupt chief, and bringing Mike Coleman in and making the right decision. I really appreciate that. Mr. Evans and I never saw eye to eye, but we did when we sat in that conference room, and I appreciate that. And like I say all the time, I monitor the city's websites, Facebook pages, Twitter, Instagram, and I see a bunch of keyboard warriors attacking Chief Coleman. Hasn't even been in office 2 weeks yet. But I think Chief Coleman understands the value of maintaining trust from those in his department that serve in his department. I believe he will evaluate policies and build programs centered of doing what's right and responsible, fair, and being accountable and transparent with the community. I've never been a keyboard warrior. I address issues in person because I'm not afraid of anybody. But I think anybody that has any concerns, I think I could tell you right now, I believe Mr. Evans will listen to their concerns in public, sit down with them, and tell them why he made the decision. And same with the chief, the new chief, Chief Coleman. I think there was a lot of culture in this city from the old command staff. You know, I used to come up here and address a couple issues. And I think The new chief will address those issues, as well as the city manager. And I'm a man of my word, and I told Mr. Evans I would come up here. I told him actually I would retire from this podium, but I said I would come up here and address those issues. And I really appreciate Mr. Evans addressing those issues. But we just need to stop being keyboard warriors and address issue in conference table and say in public. Thank you.
Thank you for coming, Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Margaret Shepherd, Ms. Nakasha Wells, and Mr. Fane Lozman.
Welcome, Ms. Shepherd. You have 3 minutes.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good to be back home. Good to see.
Welcome.
I never thought I'd say that, but it's good to see you back in your seats again. And I do want to thank you, Ms. Gashama Miller Anderson. You are definitely a woman of your word. I shouldn't say you, but your husband told me all about you. And I tell you, your husband know you. That's way before you married him. He gave me that blueprint, and I've been watching all along, and I must say, lady, you have filled everything that I thought you would be. Thank you. But most of all, I want to thank you, Mr. Lawson. It's nice to say, Madam, what is it?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair. All right, then, I'll get it after a while. You're looking good up there.
Thank you.
Young, vibrant. I think you're going to bring a new atmosphere. Sometime it take a change to make a change. They might not all agree with you. They might not like you. But I found out that's okay. You have to move the city forward. We have been forever in this ditch. And it's time to slowly come out. And without the back and forth with you all on there, I think now, you can kind of move forward. I see the change. But most of all, I'm here today. I was listening to Ms. March, and I was listening to Ms. Stringer. Mr. Evans, with a stroke of a pen, could have made a whole lot of things go away. And I don't know the gentleman that was talking, but I like Chief Josh Lewis. I think he was the ideal man for me. That's me. But I am still deeply disturbed when I hear about the gardens, the one on the island, and of course the one in Lindsay Davis, that you allowed Chris McCall to go and get his degrees and to come back and be a part of the senior citizens. And you've been there, Mr. Lawson. You know how we are. We know that we're fickle-minded sometimes. But at a stroke of the pen, he could have just said, let me leave Nehemiah alone. Let me leave Chris McCall, because you have an old woman over them. And whatever you say about it is good. I said she's an old woman with no heart. And for you all to take away something that was very valuable to us, because even when I was sick, I still went to the garden for solace. And it's a shame that you put these things in the garden, the big garden with Barracuda Bay, and then all of a sudden you say, whoa, we can't do that. You want to take away from people that really need those vegetables. And pretty soon you are going to need those vegetables. You can do that. But he could have did it. I've lost the respect. It's gone. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Shepherd.
Next, we have Ms. Nakasha Wells, Mr. Fane Lozman, and then Mr. Travis Bethea.
Welcome, Ms. Wells. Welcome, Ms. Wells. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Felder, Mr. Chair Lawson, congratulations again, Madam Vice Chair, council members, and City Manager, Mr. Jonathan Evans. My name is Nakasha Wells, and I'm a representative for D.R. Horton, America's #1 home builder. I'm here tonight just to formally advise the council, as well as the citizens of Riviera Beach, that Lone Pine Golf Course has now permanently closed for operations as of Sunday, April 16th. Last year, Mr. Chuck Gerlach, one of the owners of the golf course facility, came before this board to advise you of some of the issues, some of the many issues that they were having with continuing operations of the Lone Pine Golf Course. Namely, the golf course was still operating with an irrigation system from the 1970s. The greens, tees, and fairways needed to be rebuilt and replaced. The lakes needed to be dredged due to natural erosion issues. The pro shop needed to be completely rebuilt because of extreme age and deterioration. The golf course was also sued for not being ADA compliant, they had only been given extensions to come into ADA compliance because they could not afford to do so. Just some of the improvements that I've just named for you, along with many others, would cost the owners of the facility in excess of $4 million for them to be able to bring the property up to code. Due to these and other issues, including fierce competition from Topgolf, from Drive Shack, and now even the city of West Palm Beach has just reopened their they've spent millions of dollars revitalizing their golf course. So the competition has just been an absolute drag on the business of the facility, which has led to the golf course permanently closing. And obviously, our rezoning application is coming back before you for your consideration, and we're hopeful for favorable consideration of that application. But either way, we wanted to make certain that the point was made that this facility is now permanently closed for operations. And thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Wells.
Mr. Fane Lozman, Mr. Travis Bethea, and Ms. Rochelle Baker Hughes.
Welcome, Mr. Lozman. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Fane Lozman. As you probably read in the paper, the federal district judge assigned to my taking case granted the city's motion for summary judgment. Not really surprised. You know, when you have a case involving tens of millions of dollars, usually you let the appellate court take a look at it and then it will come back for trial. As the city's attorney Bauman said in the newspaper, some of the lots that would be filing taking case have better sets of facts. Like the lot north of me already has a stipulation from the state of Florida that they can fill in their property. Taylor has a final judgment from the city that he doesn't need a permit from the city. So there's different things, and we'll let our brief speak as to what the material facts were, the findings of law that we believe he got wrong, and then we'll let the appellate court make a decision, and we'll go from there. For the record, my floating container home that is out there in the lagoon now, it is in the city of North Palm Beach. It is a few feet west of the Riviera Beach boundary line, which shares the common western edge of my line. People think that I applied for a permit to put my floating home back in Riviera Beach. No. The stipulation that I did with the Department of Justice is that my floating home will remain in North Palm Beach. So when people are saying my floating home's coming back to Riviera Beach, no, because you have a floating home ordinance. You can't have floating homes in Riviera Beach. That was voted on in 2021. Now, the city manager and I don't get along. He was supposed to get the light poles off my property years ago. He's done nothing. He's supposed to help get the fence to protect my property. Not only has he done nothing, but city staff and outside contractors have parked on my property when the sewer pipe broke. People are having parties on my property, all because they can't have a fence. The 5 of you voted to put the private property bill of rights in the comp plan in December of 21, but yet you're ignoring that. Okay, the city manager is doing things outside of what the final policymakers have said. I have a lot of time on my hand between now and when the appellate court comes back on my taking case. I'm going to sue the city manager individually. I'm going to sue Sermons individually, and I'm going to sue Botel individually, because they are doing decisions on behalf of the city that they don't have the authority to do. And what they're doing, they're screwing with my fence, they're screwing with the security of my properties, they're letting young people run around and swim on my property, they're taking no action. So there's going to be a complaint where they'll be sued in their individual capacity. I've talked to First Amendment lawyers, I think we'll get some relief. But as far as you, Evans, you've created this war. You know, Evans came out to my property and said it would be great to develop residential housing along the lagoon because it would also save the road from being washed away. Kashama Miller Anderson came out there and she thought it would be great to develop the property when she first ran for office. Doug Lawson came out there and felt it would be good to develop the property. Sooner or later, that property is going to have to be developed to stop the road from washing away.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Lozman.
Mr. Travis Bethea, Ms. Rochelle Baker Hughes, and Ms. J.B. Dixon.
Welcome, Mr. Travis.
Good evening. I'm starting to become fearful that I see the same faces up here speaking, and I'm afraid I'm going to be one of the people that come all the time. I do have an 8-year-old son I'm supposed to be home raising, not coming to talk to the city council all the time. But I think it's 19 years I've been living in the city for. My shop is right there on Silver Beach in Barack Obama, which I think the city actually owns, that I pay rent to you guys. And I do hire people from Manpower on Broadway for 2.5 years since they opened that location, which are all residents. So I'm stuck with you guys and you guys are stuck with me. So everyone did come out. They did a walkthrough in our neighborhood, and we voiced some complaints about the seawalls collapsing. And, I just feel it's like that attractive nuisance for the kids to be down there where it used to have guardrails and everything, and now it's just an open for them to fall in. I know you guys seen the videos of my house that floods up to my door, my neighbor's house on the very west end of East 24th Street. I know they sent the videos to you, and I mentioned it. Someone told me on the phone, and they told me my house was built too low. I don't know what that means. It's a 60-year-old house. So Rybovich invited us to come back for another meeting with them. They displayed the exact same plan for the fourth time. And it's the definition of insanity doing the same action over and over again, expecting a different result. All that we've asked for is a plan to work together with the community, to make the community work with them to work. Rybovich, it's not like we want them to disappear or anything, but everything needs to work together. We asked, why is the city not here in the meeting where we can talk and work together? I think that's what has to happen. Rybovich, the residents, the seating city, for everyone to be together and work it through. It was about 3 weeks ago, I did call the fire marshal because I went outside and there was a lot of paint fumes in the air from Rybovich. They said it was coming from the property. I left the area. I do still have a body rash. I don't know if it's from that, but I've never had anything like that before. I broke out, my eyes all swelled up and everything after that period. It hasn't happened since, but it did happen. Thank you, guys. I want you to be able to go home tonight.
Thank you for your comments, sir.
Next, Mr. Chair, we have Ms. Rochelle Baker Hughes, followed by Ms. J.B. Dixon, and then lastly, we have Ms. Mary Brown.
Welcome, Ms. Baker. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening, board. First of all, Doug Lawson, congratulations on chairperson. I saw you last night and said it, but I just wanted to say it again. Ms. Miller Anderson, thank you very much for your service as chairperson. I do want to thank everyone who had something to do with last night's event with the planned development event. It was very informative. It was nice to see the different stations and to actually speak to people and be able to write our comments and understand that there'll be more events like that, which is great. And I'm trying to get more of us from my neighborhood to attend because it was very informative. So thank you very much for having that. Of course, I'm also here because I live in Lone Pine. And yes, the golf course closed on Sunday. Of course, we knew probably the owner was going to do that right before the second reading, but that's okay. And speaking of the new West Palm Beach golf course and Topgolf and all that, what's really sad is now Riviera Beach is losing all those people coming in to play golf and going outside of the city. So many residents of Riviera Beach play golf there. So now, if you change the zoning of that recreational area, you're going to push all of your citizens to go outside of the city. And I think we want people to live, work, and play within the city. So I plead to the board, let's not lose that green space, that recreational space. And if you ever do take a ride through or walk through, come on over to my house. I'll let you out. You can look. There's not enough room to build those houses. This is not your typical golf course where you can take over because the golf course is surrounded by a lot of homes. So it's impeding if the development does go through. So, but again, thank you very much for last night. And again, congratulations, Mr. Lawson. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments.
Next, Mr. Chair, we have Ms. J.B. Dixon. Lastly, Ms. Mary Brown.
Welcome to the podium, Ms. Dixon. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. J.B. Dixon, Singer Island in Riviera Beach. I came again to congratulate the council and the legal staff for its fabulous victory, which was just sort of poo-pooed, but everyone recognizes the recent legal victory which the city has from the U.S. District Court saying that Mr. Lozman cannot develop the homes on the protected properties on Singer Island. I especially want to thank you for not giving in to the threats that he makes constantly of how he's going to bring the city to financial ruin, millions of dollars. Your children and your grandchildren will be saddled with this enormous debt, yada, yada, yada. I think it's very interesting, actually, if you will look at another case of the city of Wellington, which recently sued a developer for impacting its environment and won millions and billions and millions of dollars. So perhaps the city should consider Mr. Lozman's actions in cutting down mangroves and erecting fences on property that he's not supposed to. Those millions would be wonderful, and I think that threats work both ways. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dixon, for your comments.
Mr. Chair, lastly, we have Ms. Mary Bram.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Bram. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
I do not, good evening. Congratulations, Chair and Vice Chair. And to you as a board, Ms. Bram say congratulations. And we will set the course. A little wisdom. Man does not see the glass half full. He sees that glass full in his accomplishments. Tonight, you as a board will embark on the future for now that will lead us where we need to be, where we should have been. But that is then, and this is now. So all hearts and clear minds, we want this beginning to happen tonight. Condolences goes to the police department and their bereavement, as well as the fire department, and to all of the employees. If you do not feel as if you are important, Ms. Bram and the residents are here to let you know you are important. You are the face of this city. And to the new chief, as well as a thank you to the previous interim chief, Josh Lewis. Over 20-some years, he served this city, and he served this city faithfully. And knowing the type of caliber that he has, he will continue to serve it. And that's what we expect. To the new chief, you were here 3 years ago in the previous mix, and you came back again. Our city is comprised of a lot of elderly as well as middle class. We have 4 or 5 elementary schools here, but they are not the ones that are wreaking havoc on our streets and in our neighborhoods. We expect for our neighborhoods, the stores, and our streets to be cleaned up. A clean city is a safe city. I've often said it as I often stood up here and spoke. So these are the things that we expect to happen, not yesterday, but now. So all of us, let's get some clear heads on, and let's move this city here in that progressiveness that I know, and Ms. Bram has been around a long time. I have to say something, because see, some of you all do not know, and I'm running here. Some of you all do not know. A lot of that island land over there, see, we did that comprehensive plan years ago. You all do not know that. And there's certain aspects in that comprehensive plan about certain areas of land over there. Whatever ruling came down, they had to take it into consideration. So those are my comments. Thank you for your service.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Bram. Mr. Evans, do you want to address any of the public comments?
Yes, very briefly. The item that was brought up from a representative from SEIU, we will make it a point to update the board concerning that matter with our team. We have proffered a recommendation or an option for a resolution to this particular matter, but we can provide you with more specificities offline There was a conversation or a comment with regards to the Rybovich or Safe Harbor and the discussions. We as staff certainly agree that there probably needs to be a reconciliation between city staff, the community, and the developers to try to find an amicable solution to this particular matter, because I get calls and emails, like as you all do daily, concerning some of the concerns that the residents have articulated. So I did ask staff to try to facilitate said meeting, and will inform the board as to when that meeting would be. The other items are personnel related, and I will not get into discussions concerning personnel or personnel movements, what have you. And then obviously in my comments later on this evening, I'll address some of the other remarks. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. 11B was added to consent. We'll be on 11C. Madam Clerk?
Yes. Resolution number 67-23, a resolution of the City Council of the City of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving and ratifying the collective bargaining agreement commencing upon ratification to March 31st, 2026 between the City of Riviera Beach and the Professional Managers and Supervisors Association, a division of FPD/NUHHCE, AFSCME, AFL-CIO, an organization representing certain city managers and supervisors of the City of Riviera Beach, to include a revised salary schedule. The cost of this 3-year agreement is approximately $455,000, approving the city manager's execution of the agreement on behalf of the city and authorizing the city clerk to execute the agreement and providing for an effective date. Mr. Chair, we do have one public comment card on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards are now closed.
Motion to approve resolution number 67-23.
Second.
Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair, at this time, I'll turn the presentation over to the Deputy City Manager, Ms. Elizabeth McBride.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. McBride. Thank you.
Excuse me for making a mess. Mayor and members of the council. With me tonight is Attorney Denise Mutomba. She was our lead negotiator with this particular contract. So, and also with her is Mr. Glenn Tursivia from the law firm of Tursivia, Glenn Tursivia, et cetera. And now we'll turn this over to Mr. Mutomba.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Chairman Lawson, Vice Chair Lanier, City Manager Evans, City Attorney Don Nguyen, and the rest of the council. As Ms. McBride mentioned, my name is Denise Mutomba, and I was the lead negotiator for this collective bargaining agreement. I know in the backup, we did provide you all with a summary of the articles, which went forward, details the articles which were opened and the major changes to those articles when they were opened. I will go through those articles and then I will take any questions that you all might have. So the first major change was regarding the bulletin boards. There was some concern about items in the bulletin boards being up for a long time. And so the union and the city agreed that if an item is up past 30 days, the city now has the right to just remove those items if they're no longer applicable to what was posted at the time. Article 6, there was a change, a very small change. The agreement required the city and PMSA to meet annually for discussion. Both parties agreed that that was no longer necessary and made that an option as instead of a requirement. Moving on to Article 7, there were some small scrivener's errors that were corrected, but the major change for Article 7 regarding the city's disaster pay policy, changed that just to provide a copy of the policy to the union before it is brought to the council for approval. The next major change was well, it's not really a major change, but it's regarding the grievance procedure. It just clarified that whenever the parties are arbitrating the rules of FMCS, which is the arbitration organization that governs all the arbitrations that the city has, that whatever rules that they have set and approved with that organization shall apply. That is not very different than what you would see in other contracts. So just made it clear that that's what the city would follow and the arbitrator should follow in the proceeding. The next major change were in Article 14. We did change the probationary period for new hires. It was previously 6 months, and now it is 1 year. So whenever a new hire comes to the city and they're a PMSA employee, their probationary period is now 1 year. The other major changes, moving on to Article 21, we added Juneteenth. I believe this is something that the city already incorporated a few years back, but because the collective bargaining agreement doesn't follow the city's timeline, we put it in the article just to make it clear that now Juneteenth is a recognized holiday for the employees in the bargaining union as well. We also changed all references to sick and vacation. One of the major things that happened this year with this agreement is that the unit has agreed to go to PTO, which I believe is in line with what the SEIU unit is currently on as well. So that was a great advantage for the city, and we were very pleased that we were able to get some agreement for that unit to also go to a PTO system. And that new PTO system is detailed in Article 22. Article 23 is a new article to the contract, and basically what we did there is we took the various types of leave that were throughout the contract and put them into one article. So now that leave article covers jury duty, military leave, absences without pay, compassionate, or also known as bereavement leave, and it also details the good cause day. Something to note about the good cause day, we were able to negotiate the elimination of that good cause day. And in fact, what we really did was we incorporated the good cause day into the new PTO bank. So the good cause day was incorporated into the PTO bank, and in year 3 of this contract, it is eliminated, although it's really been incorporated into PTO. The next major change to the agreement deals with the alcohol and substance abuse. As you guys may remember, the last ratification of the SEIU contract, we did go to a zero tolerance policy, and it's a similar policy that we have included in this agreement as well. The next major change deals with the allowable contributions for healthcare costs. Now, something to note is that the city has never charged any employees for employee-only benefits plan, but we did agree, or the union also agreed to increase that cost from $25 to $35 as allowable, even though currently the city does not charge any employee-only plans to the employee, or does not require them to pay, I should say. The next thing, article, which was Article 25, it is now Article 26. It talks about employee evaluations. Probationary employees will be evaluated after 6 months, and annually all employees in the unit will be evaluated within 30 days of their anniversary date. The next and final real change is regarding to wages. As you guys will see in year 1, what we did was the unit has about 16 members. All of those members' pay rates were brought up to current market rates. And if an employee received a minimal increase, they also still get something in their pocket. So no individual employee would receive an increase less than $17.50, and that's in year 1. In year two, there's going to be a 2.75 increase of the employee, it's a 2.5 increase of the minimum of the classification based on the slotting or the annual reslotting. And then in year three, it's a 2.5 increase of that minimum of that range. So those were the major changes for the contract. And we are just here to ask that you guys approve and ratify the contract. It was already ratified by the union on March 28th. So this is the final step to fully ratify the contract and start the increases for the employees in their paychecks.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Mutombo, and welcome back to the podium. Thank you. We appreciate you.
You're very welcome.
Madam Clerk, we have public comment.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have Miss Margaret Shepherd. She's gonna pass.
Thank you, Ms. Shepherd. Colleagues, comments?
Mr. Chair.
Councilman McCoy.
Thank you. Ms. McBride, Ms. Matumbo. So, a few questions. The first question I want to start with is the current agreement. What point did that expire? Was that in 2021, 2022?
It expired in August of 2021.
Okay, so I know some of the other collective bargaining unions, perhaps it's PBA, but they run a schedule that coincides with the fiscal year end. It's either PBA or SEIU. Was that not, or is that not important?
It's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Sherman, on this, but this April 1 contract, I guess, is the new standard for the city. So I believe April 1 now is, I'm sorry? Oh, I believe April 1 now is the new standard for the city.
Okay, that's good to know. Who made that standard and why? Mr. Sherman?
I don't know who made that
He
decision.
tends to do stuff unilaterally. So come on up, Mr. Sherman. And while he's coming, the other thing is, let's talk about retro. Your memo says this, well, I guess this would be, Ms. McBride's memo says there's no retroactive, but I guess technically April 1st is retroactive to today.
This is actually very common that happens in collective bargaining agreements. It's not considered retroactive. It's the day that the agreement is effective.
But
It's
we've
not a
already had
retroactive, it's not a retroactive provision.
Yeah, but it was my understanding, and I'm only saying this because, you know, we represent employees who live in this city as well as who work here, but I would expect that there's going to be some sort of retroactive compensation because there was a pay period that just occurred. I think the pay date was the 14th, and this agreement went in effect, according to you, on March 28th. So certainly there should be some sort of retroactive pay for at least the first pay period in the month of April.
That is correct. That was something that was discussed at the table. It's not a retroactive payment. It's a payment that's due when the agreement becomes effective. It's not a retroactive payment.
Okay, that sounds like the same thing. Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
I'm sorry, can you repeat your question?
So how do we start to go to April 1st? And
I want to say it's been the last two contract periods. What was happening was as we would get to September without agreements, and then as we started to close out those agreements, the dates started to move. But I'm going to say this PMSA actually, I believe, was like August 14th or something like that was when the last one was. But again, now that we're here and it's April, they're moving their date to April. I mean, that certainly wasn't the intent of anybody when we started these negotiations. But over time, that's where they have just all ended up coming back. I'm trying to think the last PBA contract, I think was like May, I think they signed theirs. Fire, again, was February, March, and, you know, and that's how you ended up changing to April. Wasn't intentional, it's just how we worked out.
okay, this is interesting because, you know, I just calculated that is 20 months that have passed by since this agreement has not been a new agreement has not been in effect. So what occurred? Were they just basically holding over with the same provisions?
No, there were some delays. There were some medical delays on both sides due to COVID. There were, I think, 2 or 3 rounds where key people on the team had
Okay,
COVID.
let me clarify.
Yes, sir.
Were they holding over with the same terms and provisions in that collective bargaining agreement for the last 20 months?
Maybe I don't understand your question then. I thought that I'm interpreting your question as asking why it has been 20 months since the contract was. Is that not your question?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
So April 2021, when that agreement sunsetted, what occurred came September? Were they still operating under the same terms in the collective bargaining agreement?
Yes, when that happens, there's a term called status quo, and the major provisions of the agreement continue as if the agreement were in place.
Okay, and you were explaining the delay. Now is a good time to say why it took 20 months.
Yes, sir. There were, like I was saying, there were some medical challenges on both sides. There were, I think, 3 rounds of COVID that went around with key players of the team. As you know, there was also a delay due to a change. I was the lead negotiator as in-house for the city. As you guys know, I did transition out of the city, and it took me some time to transition to that new firm and restart negotiations. In addition to that, the lead negotiator for the union also had some medical challenges and some delays with some other business that he had. So those were the reasons why the contract was delayed.
Okay, and you left the organization when?
I believe it was December of 2021.
Okay, so
I believe.
So it's my understanding that nobody picked this negotiation item up since you left the organization, and now if you're saying December, that takes us to what now? 17 months. So 17 months, nobody has touched this, and we just revisited this back in February.
So when I transitioned to the new firm in January, I did reach out to the union, and that was when the lead negotiator for the union was having his personal medical situation going on. So he was unavailable. The lead negotiator for the union was unavailable for quite some time. I think once the new year occurred in January of 2022, I don't think we were able to meet again until I believe March or April due to some personal things that were going on.
Okay, fair enough. Mr. Chair.
Councilman.
Statement to the manager. Mr. Manager, we have seen at least, I think all of the unions, perhaps not Friar, but, I think everybody wants to be paid and fairly compensated. To be held out for 20 months is absolutely unreasonable. There is no problem with administration coming in whenever their contract expires, being you, Mr. Evans, or you, Ms. Nguyen, to bring an item back before us. But these are the guys that come out at 10 o'clock at night to open up manholes to unclog sewage backups. And I know it because I've seen it. And I really would appreciate if we value them just as much as we do top leadership. And I just think it's almost unreasonable to expect the morale to be high when we don't even take seriously the negotiation aspect. I mean, it's very important. As much as we have a desire to live in the best city, to live, work, and play, that's to the extent that we can afford to. That's to the extent that we're actually fairly compensated for the work. So I stand with these employees in this union, and I've heard from them. And that's why I have to make that submission to you that we have to be a little more intentional with this, because to wait this long, I actually didn't even hear anything that justified a 20-month delay. That's just, to me, I want to figure out how we can fix this going forward, because we can always come up with excuses. And I think at this point in 2023, we ought to make personal commitments of ourselves not to use COVID as an excuse, because the world gonna keep on turning. And it's really sad to say, it's tough for certain people to get over certain things, but I see these people every day, and I'm sure you do. And I understand that administration, has done what they can, but we have to just be more intentional and make this a priority, because I think 20 months, regardless of who's to blame, I think we just need to be a little more intentional with this. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mr. City Manager.
It's okay. Certainly, I would concur with the councilperson's comments. Obviously, we want to get these labor and employment agreements resolved as quickly as possible. But I can tell you that staff has done a good job, and we could certainly do better with respect to trying to resolve these particular issues. And when you're trying to coordinate multiple schedules from multiple persons throughout the agency as well as other agencies, and then making sure everyone is responding to email correspondence, it makes it somewhat challenging. But nonetheless, we certainly want to bring these items to a resolution, but it is getting that much more challenging to negotiate labor and employment agreements because of just the world that we live in now. Different things are being discussed in union negotiations that predominantly you would never see in collective bargaining agreements. So staff understands that this did take a little bit of time, but we're glad that we did get to this point. And I think the board would agree, you would not want a situation where we would negotiate against ourselves. Sometimes we have put out responses, no response, so we'll put out a subsequent response, bringing more capital or more resources to the table and just waiting to get feedback. And the other challenge is I can't, as the manager, go directly to the employees and say, hey, can we get this resolved? We have to follow the process that's prescribed. And so it makes it challenging, but nonetheless, we're trying to bring all these union contracts to bear. We've already started the negotiation process with fire, and then also looking to probably start SEIU earlier and then resolve and remedy this particular situation. So I would tell you that this item that is before you this evening has not changed much from the original proposal that we did send to the collective bargaining agreement, or to the union months ago. There may be some slight deviations, but not much that would have necessitated such a lengthy period. But we understand it, and we'll definitely do better moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Board? Madam Clerk?
Yes. Councilperson Botel? Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Lanier?
Yes.
Chairperson Lawson?
Yes.
That vote passes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Patel. Moving on to item 11D.
Resolution number 50-23, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, authorizing the city administration to commence negotiation with OHLA Infrastructure Incorporated in response to request for qualification, RFQ, solicitation number RFQ-1070-23-1, providing a public-private partnership, P3, development of a new municipal complex on Broadway, a mixed-use complex development at 600 and 601 West Blue Heron Boulevard, a sports athletic complex and recreational facility upon partnering with Palm Beach County School Board, and the reconstruction of streetscaping of Avenue E, providing an effective date and for other purposes. Mr. Chair, we do not have any public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards are now closed.
Motion to approve resolution number 50-23.
Second.
Thank you. Ms. Evans?
Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'm going to turn the presentation over to the Procurement Director, Mr. Bill Sutton, accompanied with Deputy City Manager McBride.
Good evening, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead,
With
Ms.
us tonight also is the city engineer, Mr. Terrence Bailey, who would answer any questions that you might have also connected to this solicitation. I think we all can recall sometime back when we had charrettes over at Wells, where we started looking at the land owned by the city, the possible movement of City Hall. You also received the presentation sometime before this solicitation went out from a consultant from Avison and Young who worked with us regarding the municipal complex. But eventually, the procurement staff did issue a solicitation, which was to be a two-step process. And by a two-step process, we meant first, we would start with a request for qualifications based upon proposals that were submitted by developers that qualified. Those parties would move automatically to the RFP part of this particular process. But the solicitation, when issued, looked for P3 development meaning a public-private partnership relationship that would lead to the creation of a new municipal complex on Broadway. I think, okay. And I'm sure you've seen that presentation, that particular rendering for quite a while. It also proposed that there would be, this is representative of 601 and 600 West Blue Heron, the site for the present municipal complex and for Wells Recreation Center. And you see indicated also on it the location for Fire Station 87. This was the area that was being proposed for the mixed-use development for the developer to hopefully help to fund this particular exercise. We also included in this the infrastructure and the design and finalization of the streetscape for Avenue E. We included also the proposed world premier athletic site at the Inlet Grove campus that we hope to enter into with the school board with joint use of the property. For the redevelopment of the city-owned property, the RFP set as some of its goals to allow for a P3 mixed-use development that would consist of residential, commercial, and retail space. Some of the other goals was to increase the supply of affordable housing, increase the supply of owner-occupied housing, replace existing aging structures we have, and enhance the recreational and cultural facilities that service the community. For the proposed redevelopment of the school board property, and we note for you, in the solicitation, we do advise or place notice to the proposers that we do not have control of this site, but certainly we are working to get it, okay? So that, they knew that upon submittal of their proposal. And the primarily goal there is to have the mixed-use development of a world-class competition fields and recreational amenities, I think. Now I would turn this over to Mr. Sun, who will speak about the solicitation process.
Good evening. With regard to the solicitation process, on the 28th of October, the city issued a request for qualification with the intent to obtain statements of qualifications for the interested developers. We held a pre-proposal meeting on December 12th, where our representative or our consultant helped in presenting this particular solicitation. And as part of that, we had no less than 25 interested parties to attend that particular pre-proposal meeting. And please note also that approximately 83 people downloaded the particular solicitation. Now, as part of advertisement, we advertise in local newspapers to include the Sun Sentinel and the Miami Herald, but we also advertise in some very national and international media as well, platforms such as Engineering News Records and Site Selection. We, on the 18th of January of 2023, accepted the responses electronically through our through DemandStar, and we received 2 proposals, one from OHLA Infrastructure and one from Sports Facilities Companies. After looking at sports facilities companies, we determined that they were not responsive and responsible because they concentrated primarily on the sports piece and did not address any of the other pieces that were required under the solicitation. We publicly noticed a evaluation committee meeting on the 7th of February, and on the 17th of February, we gathered an evaluation committee, which consisted of Terrence Bailey, Solomon Burgess, Scott Evans, Valerie Grimsley, Anita Jenkins, Felicia Scott, and Randy Sherman. Their task was to do 4 things: to look at the prior development experience of the developers, to look at the organizational plan and project approach, to look at the capability and capacity and past experience, and finally, look at the equal business opportunity and commercial non-discrimination. After reviewing all the one proposal that we have, it was recommended that we move forward in the best interest of the city with that one entity. And by way of information, pursuant to statute 287057, paragraph 6, we can do that. We can go forward in moving forward with one participant. And so as part of this process, we're here today to recommend that the city council approve and authorize the city manager to go forward with negotiations with the negotiation team that Mr. Evans appointed to go forward in good faith in an effort to draft a contract for completion of the agreed project. If you have any questions, we are prepared to do so. And I also want to point out that we have representatives from the team here. Mr. Jim Auld and Frank Hendrick are here as part of this process too, and they are here and prepared to answer some general questions with regard to this process.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton. Madam Clerk, do we have public comments? You said no public comments? Thank you. Board? Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, so a few things in your memo, Mr. Sutton. First off, I'm looking at page 3. It provides that the procurement department relied upon section 287.057, subsection 6 of the Florida statutes relating to less than 2 responsive proposals. Further, the procurement department has documented the reasons such action is in the best interest of the city in lieu of resoliciting competitive sealed bids, proposal, or replies. Where are those documented reasons?
I prepared a memo to the file, to the contract file with regard to that process. I just want to put you on notice that with regard to 287.0576, we've availed ourselves to the state statute. So with regard to
hold
that-
on, Mr. Sutton.
Okay.
I know you want to get ahead of yourself, but let me stop you because that was going to be my next question.
Okay.
You're not even answering the question. Okay, so you believe it's in the best interest, but you haven't provided it to us. Your reasons that it's in the best interest.
Well, I prepared a memo to the file.
To the file, what does that mean?
To my contract file. But with regard to this whole process, it took 2 years for this whole thing to go forward.
All right, let me stop you.
Councilman, hold on. Mr. Sutton, if you could speak into the microphone. I don't believe anybody can hear you. And if we could slow down so that we can have some dialogue and understand what's being said, because I'm just hearing a lot of yelling. So please, Councilman, go ahead, sir.
So it's in the file. So 287, and I'm glad you brought that up, applies to state agencies.
Yes.
So while you're invoking that and you're keeping it in your file, that's inapplicable to us because we as a board didn't adopt that in our ordinances. Our ordinances, specifically chapter 16, handles our procurement. 16.5 handles our procurement. So availing ourselves of something that the board didn't authorize or didn't invoke, to me, is inapplicable and impertinent to this.
I just want to say one thing regarding that.
Wait. That's not arguing.
I'm not going to argue.
Mr. McCoy, may I add as a note to you? And
Go
to
ahead,
the
Ms.
council?
McBride, and if you could
If
also
you
speak
look-
into the microphone a
okay,
little closer.
yes.
Thank you.
If you look at the request for proposal, with the request for qualifications, we state at the very beginning that this procurement will comply with applicable provisions of the city ordinance. We also, since this is a construction-related exercise, we have to comply with chapter 255 and section 287.055 Florida statutes. So there are sometimes we do have to go beyond our particular provisions and abide with state laws, okay?
287.055?
Yes, if you look, okay, right, which.
I just want to also say, specifically, the statute says 287.0576. That talks about if you receive less than 2 bidders. And I said we did avail ourselves to that statute, in addition to which case law will support that is declarative in nature, whereby we have to look to the state with regard to the way they do procurement. And this is in fact how we follow that particular statute.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that, Mr. Sutton and Ms. McBride. So to correct both of you, if you look at the legislative intent in chapter 287, that starts at 287.011. That is the first section in that chapter, meaning this is applicable to everything in this chapter relating to procurement. And it makes it very clear. It says it is essential to the effective and ethical procurement of commodities and contractual services that there be a system of uniform procedures to be utilized by state agencies. So, you can tell me what the RFP says, you can tell me what you believe in your history is, that has nothing to do with nothing. Unless our code, we adopt it, you're doing that as an exercise in futility. So now that we've established that, we'll move on to my next concerns. And I don't want to pontificate on stuff that doesn't matter. I mean, it's great that you want to say that, we follow these rules. Those rules don't even apply. Thank you. So your memo also goes further to say, and I may have lost it. Okay, so it appears that this resolution is asking us to authorize negotiations. And I shared this with you yesterday. Before we authorize negotiations, there has to be a formal action to select OHL. So how do we go about incorporating that into what's being asked of us here today?
We contemplated that this would be a two-step process.
In the mic.
We contemplated that this would be a two-step process. The first part, obviously, would be the qualifications of developers. The second part would be contemplated that we would get to further details with regard to those qualifications. So in terms of that two-step process, we are now into that. Although we have one that we're considering, this is how we got into that particular point, if I'm answering your question.
Okay, so how do we award OHL? Because that's not what this item is.
At this point, we just simply are negotiating.
Mr. McCoy, if I might step back, this is a two-step process. Ideally, and you will see it when your 2600 project comes to the CRA, if you move forward with it. You would not have seen us tonight if we were able, I thought we would be moving to that second step of the two-step process. And in speaking, basically, we're here tonight to get your blessings because we thought it would be appropriate, since there was only one qualified bidder, that we are all comfortable with moving forward with this one qualified bidder. If we had had 2, 3, or 4, you would not have seen us until after that second step was over. So we would have gone through the RFP. We would have had we would have gone through the RFP. We probably would have come with you here with ranked parties from 1 to 3 or whatever to make this decision. This is like an early process. Even our legal advisor.
I reclaim my time. I'm trying to ask some questions. I think we're going out of the bounds. I'm trying to establish, when does the cone of silence close?
It doesn't close until we come back with you for the possible
Apparently
award of a
not.
contract.
So this is the problem, but that's not consistent with the RFP. You can't keep this open. You can't keep the cone of silence open while you're negotiating. If OHL is going to be the firm that we select to negotiate, then you have to formally close that process.
If you, Mr. McCoy, and if we need to get you a written opinion from Ms. Goldstein.
Wait.
Yes.
I asked this question yesterday.
I know.
I laid the groundwork, so don't come in here acting like
Well,
this is new.
No, we're not, it's not new.
But I don't want you guys out here negotiating the deal, and the next thing I know, when it comes back to us, we've already established everything that's going to happen at the new City Hall complex. Like, I want to make sure that I have some input in this, and I don't want to be bound by the cone of silence. So, like, even if you decide to contemplate a negotiation, you can't negotiate while the solicitation is still open. So you need to formally close the solicitation. I'm not sure why that's so difficult. Because once you're negotiating, you're in essence saying that we've selected a firm that we're gonna move forward with. At that point, the cone of silence should be closed.
Okay, the recommendation of our council is that this is like a pre-negotiation period. We start with pre-negotiation, move to negotiations, that the cone of silence would apply until we come back to award the contract. He based his opinion based upon our cone of silence.
That's
ordinance,
perfect.
okay?
Now, if that's gonna be the case,
Yes,
if that's gonna be the case, then every one of those negotiation sessions need to be in a public meeting. Because technically, you're still operating in this whole RFP, and you should not be having any conversations regarding negotiations until we've selected someone.
okay.
And if necessary, perhaps the attorney needs to review this and bring us back something formal, because
Yes.
what you're saying to me just doesn't jive with the very publication that we put out.
Okay. If you look in our cone of silence, there are some points and times when it does not apply with certain oral communications. During any public meeting, presentations made to the council. So just like with the CRA and the marina, the manager gives you periodic updates. Your staff give you periodic updates. Am I correct?
Well, I'm gonna tell
with
you,
the
I'll be the first to
negotiations?
challenge this.
Okay,
So if you guys sit here and believe that you're gonna keep the cone of silence open while you're negotiating, OHL, I'm putting you on notice, it's not gonna happen. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilman.
all right,
Madam,
thank you, sir.
Madam Attorney Nguyen, did you want to opine on that comment in regards to the cone of silence, the concerns?
Sure, our ordinance states that the cone of silence terminates when the city council awards or approves the contract, or rejects all bids or proposals, which hasn't happened, or takes any other action which ends the solicitation process.
So we would have to, based upon those terms, award the contract. So tonight's option is just to begin the process of negotiating and discussing the contract.
That's what staff would like to do.
And if this contract takes 3, 4, 5 years, we would still be remaining in a cone of silence because it took us 3 to 4 to 5 years to negotiate on the other side of the CRA. But since we're on the city side, we'll discuss this city item. So I understand the concerns of my colleague, and I want to make sure that we have clarity before we make a decision with this item. But I'm going to allow for my other colleagues to chime in. Mr. Evans?
Yes, Mr. Chair. With respect to the negotiation process, obviously, we're going to ensure that we comply with both the statute and the code. And we do want to make sure that as we go through the negotiation process, that the board is acutely aware of what's going on and what's intended to occur. Additionally, there are some major elements as it relates to this particular development that we are going to have public discussions and public conversations throughout the process. And obviously, there is certain ways that we have to get clarity from the board, and a public meeting is definitely the venue to be able to do that. So don't expect that if this item is to move forward, that we will come back with a deal that's already completed and then ask the board to facilitate moving the item forward. There will be conversations and discussions in public forums to have the discussion with regards to the item that's before you. So I did want to assure the board that there is opportunities for conversations with staff as well as with the development team to move the item forward. So I did want to state that for the record.
Colleagues? So to that point, Mr. Evans, this is going to be one of our biggest endeavors that we're taking on moving forward with this, and this is going to be the staple of our city. So with everything that we're taking on within the city with addressing infrastructure, we have to have a very clean, seamless process. I don't want these hiccups up here. I want to have this as a celebratory night. So those are the type of things that I don't want to have these type of discussions because ironically, I asked this exact same question in my agenda review. So I'm interested that my colleague is saying the same thing from this dais, and I'm still unclear as to when our cone of silence would be closing out. So if we're going to be sitting within that timeline, I didn't get clarity in my agenda review, and I still don't truly have the clarity because Attorney Nguyen has stated that it's going to be based upon those 3 items. And those 3 items could be very timely, which would allow for us to have the public setting, but we would need to close that cone of silence prior. So those are some of the things I just want to make sure that we have a clean process with every step that we're taking, with every procurement that we're doing on the city side.
Follow up.
Councilman?
That's very interesting because, I'm looking at this memo and the negotiation team, right? I know I seen Mr. Bailey's name, who ironically served also on the evaluation committee. So how would he not be in violation of the cone of silence if he takes part in those discussions on negotiation when he was an evaluator himself? And he's a part of the very specific body that ordinance was designed to prevent the communication to and from. So, I mean, I don't know how you guys are trying to twist this, but I'm gonna just tell you right now, it doesn't make sense, and it just really mirrors what I've seen come out of procurement over the last 7 or 8 months. And it's a problem. You can't tell me the cone of silence is closed, but here's the exceptions. The very person that's on the evaluation committee that ranked them now has the ability to go and negotiate with them, but you're gonna tell council members we can't even have a conversation with those that's gonna build a city hall? I have a problem with that because Mr. Bailey drives in and out of this city every day. I live here. And you're gonna continue to keep me out on the limb? At this point, I really want a written legal opinion. And, I would offer that up as an amendment when the time is appropriate. I wanted to at least extend further conversation, but everything about what's being suggested here is improper.
Thank you. Board members? Madam Clerk?
I offer up a motion to have staff bring us back a legal opinion regarding whether or not the cone of silence still applies. Because members, I don't know if you read this, but if you look at the memo, you'll see Mr. Bailey's name listed both as an evaluator and also as a member of the negotiation team. Further, if you know the cone of silence ordinance, it prevents anyone from the outside seeking, being a principal or an agent, to make any contact with an evaluator. So what's good for Mr. Bailey should be good for us. But if he's able to have a conversation or be a part of the negotiation team, what are we talking about? The cone of silence is still open. That doesn't make any practical sense.
Mr. Chair,
Madam Attorney?
I don't have a problem providing a legal opinion. However, the cone of silence also states that it does not apply to contract negotiations between employees and the intended awardees. And Mr. Bailey is an employee.
Thank you.
I just wanted to ask
Councilwoman
about this phased process. Tell that to me again about how this works. Mr. Sutter.
Yeah, you want Ms. Bennett to ask this question?
Or
In terms of the way we anticipated it to go?
Yeah, the two-stage
Well,
process.
the first part was just an RFQ, which we just wanted qualifications. We simply wanted to know if somebody is out there that can satisfy all the criteria that we anticipated doing under the RFP. So we sought that by going throughout and seeing whether or not someone is qualified. That person met that first step. Now, as Ms. McBride indicated, if we would have gotten 3 or 4 or 5, we would have ranked them in a particular order and moved 3 to 5 according to the solicitation to the next phase, which is the RFP. Under that phase, we would have gotten even more information. We would have set parameters of what we were looking for specifically, and they would have come back with a proposal anticipated of what we want. And from that, we would have, selected or started negotiations with those ranked candidates.
I see. It's just that this is really a heavy lift with all of the parts of this, with the avenue, with the all of these, the city hall. There's a lot of parts to this, so I can see how it could be in 2 phases. But most certainly, we have to make sure that whether the cone of silence is on or not, just to be clear to the public and to the council people.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilman Lanier. Councilman McCoy, did you want to restate your motion from earlier?
Well, let me say this before I bring up the motion.
Okay.
It seems to me, right, that, we create more bridges and hurdles and mountains, not just for people of the public, but for us as board members. If what they're saying is true, members, why did we receive a copy of confidential financial documents for OHL in our legislative inboxes today at City Hall? So that begs the question to me. So while many people may be wondering, like, why is he saying that? Well, if this is in fact still closed, why would you share me their financial information? Now I have the expectation that obviously this is open season for us to now say that the cone is closed, and now we can have a conversation as McCoy, a council person, with one of the principals or one of the agents, because now I know your financial capability. You know, obviously it must be something that we've already selected or we believe or determined that you are financially suitable. Because if that was not the case, why would you have provided us with the financial documents? You can't justify that. And I can't wait to hear an answer.
Well, we're just putting you on notice of their qualifications. And one of the aspects of it.
For what? If it serves us no purpose, why do we need their financials? There's this expectation that the cone of silence is closed. That's why you guys gave it to us. That's all I have. And I still want a written opinion.
Making a motion on that, Councilman?
Yes. But, you know, I don't want to belabor this, but certainly if this is in fact, if this item.
Understood, Councilman.
I want to make sure that we still take a vote on this item, but, you know, if staff comes back to determine, given the circumstances, the solicitation and what has occurred thus far, I want to still be able to know whether or not at some point are we still subject to cone of silence, as well as how is that applicable to the other members that's on this negotiation team, including Bailey, Sherman, and others.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mr. Evans, please.
Certainly, the board doesn't have to put a motion on the table to get a legal opinion. We can provide that to the board. And in the event that the legal opinion is counter to the position that staff is taking this evening, then we would provide you with notification that effectively the cone of silence period is no longer applicable. So it doesn't preclude the board from taking action this evening on the item that is before you this evening. I do want to go back to the point concerning the financial documents, because we did have the conversation at the staff level some time ago when it was talked about the public records request and when information is to be released, and financial data was a topic of discussion. Mr. Sutton or Ms. McBride, do you have any additional information? Because the councilperson said financial data was provided to them today. I don't know. I'm not aware of any release of financial data, or you all, or what have you.
Well, my response is that that information wasn't marked confidential. Was it not? They didn't preserve that?
I got it on a flash drive. I don't know what they intended it to be, but I received it on a flash drive.
Okay.
I got it this morning. I don't have.
But, you know, to the point that I brought up earlier, Mr. Chair, if I can.
Councilman, go ahead.
You know, if we take Mr. Bailey for an example, and I'm sorry to pick on you, sir, Mr. Sherman's on both lists as well. You know, I think the cone of silence prevents undue influence. That's the intent, to prevent undue influence. But they're just not employees, Ms. Nguyen. They're actually members of the evaluation committee. You know what I mean? So it's like they're the very ones that actually decided to score these persons. So you can't just consider them as employees. In fact, how about the case when we've used evaluation committee members that were not even a part of the city? We went out in many cases and gotten employees. Technically, the cone of silence applies to the evaluation committee member, irregardless of, you know, where they come from. So this is a lot more complicated, and I want to support this item, but I certainly want to know what the boundaries are. That's why I'm asking these cone of silence questions. That's all I have. So I'm ready to.
Mr. Chair?
Thank you, Councilman. Mayor?
Is it possible to terminate this code of silence tonight, go into negotiations? If council don't like the deal,
Excuse me.
cancel the deal then.
Excuse me, Mayor, one second. Can someone please clear their phone or stop that noise? I'm sorry?
Come on, Ms. McBride.
I'm sorry.
You
That's a medication.
No worries.
It's a medication.
That's a medication alarm. I'm sorry.
No worries.
Please forgive
Thank
me.
you.
Bring up medication.
Okay, it's 9 o'clock.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mayor. Thank you. Sorry about that, Mayor.
Oh, let her
Thank
take the medication.
Thank you. Sorry.
Alarm.
All right.
Say that's mediation?
Mr. Chair.
Did somebody say mediation?
Could you vote to end the code of silence tonight so that council can be in negotiations or know more about negotiations going further. And if the deal is not going to go through, it's going to come through council anyway. So is that possible tonight just to vote on that?
No, sir, because it's in an ordinance.
Okay.
You'd have to have an ordinance amendment.
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Go ahead, Mr. Evans.
And a question for the procurement and staff. So if the board was to approve this item to facilitate us moving into negotiation, are those negotiation sessions public?
No.
Those meetings with the negotiation team and the developer?
It was anticipated that the team would do some pre-proposal type of discussions, meaning certain things that would require under the RFP, we would start that process and get some type of cogent way of what we anticipate and what we require under the solicitation. Then we would then get, as you requested, Mr. Lawson, a timeline with regard to this whole process. So the way this thing is envisioned is this. We would do some type of agreement, master agreement, development agreement, what have you, as a shell. And under that, for each piece of the requirements, we would come back, or we would actually negotiate and present that particular item to the board. And then from there, we would go to the next item. It would not be something that was surreptitiously done. It would be very, very open. You would have an opportunity to answer questions, to get information that you need with regard to the whole process. So we would do this, it's like a phased type of project that we would do. In the solicitation, we said that the municipal complex would go first. That's a 24-month process that we anticipate. That would probably go first. So we would gather information with regard to our needs. We would get a response to that, and then amend or augment the agreement to work out that piece. And all along, we would be getting presentations to you all with regard to that. And if there's questions or if there's things that you need to settle up with regard to that, it will be an open process.
Mr. Chair.
Councilman McCoy, give me 1 second. Any other colleagues want to opine that haven't spoke yet?
Yes, I would like to say that, so you're asking a question about having the negotiations open to the public. It wasn't open to the public for the marina project.
No, I'm saying that we would present whatever the items are. We'll bring updates to you all with regard to what has transpired so far.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may, I think the board is, and I'm going to try to communicate this in a way that reflects, I think, what the intent of the board is. The board wants to know when will they get an opportunity to have a collegial discussion between the board, staff, and the developers all in the same room to see collectively if the developers share in the vision and the perspective that the board has for the properties that are contemplated in the solicitation. Because what they don't want, and definitely I know the board will correct me if I'm wrong, what they don't want is a situation where we get so far into the process and where the commas are that we lose track of the substantive public policy decision that invariably they're going to have to defend. And so the real root of the question is how quickly and when can they have that frank conversation to find out the bandwidth, the capabilities, the wherewithal, and the development prowess that these developers have, because they're probably getting calls from persons as to who is said developer, what can they do, what do they know about our community, do they share in the collective vision, and are they going to deliver on what the end goal is? And I think that's really, the board will let us go forward and do the heavy lifting and the structure of the deal, but they want the opportunity to talk about ultimately how much is it going to cost, where's it going to go, what's it going to do for the community, and I know how long is it going to take till we're cutting ribbons. And that's where I think the board wants to get some clarity from staff. When can they anticipate and how quickly can they anticipate that?
Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr.
We had
Evans.
anticipated as
Go
part of
go ahead,
your
Ms. McBride.
negotiation. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. McBride.
We had anticipated as part of our, your negotiation team, that your team would lay out some time frame. But as part of that, before that team would meet, we would seek certain information from the developer to bring to the team, first to look at. In the present RFQ, it does on page 21 reference that second
Oh, we don't
step.
know nothing about an RFP or RFQ.
Okay.
Pyramid took our access away.
Yes, sir. Okay.
So let me just make sure that that's out there. And that's why I hate this, right?
Okay.
You guys are basically spoon feeding us. You don't want us to have the documents.
Councilman, let Ms. McBride finish, and then I'm going to let you chime in, please.
And I'm referring to the page number, Mr. McCoy, because
We don't have a page. We don't have a packet.
Councilman McCoy, please.
He cut off our access.
Yes, sir.
We're the legislative body, but he's making the decisions.
Yes, okay. All right. In the document for the step 2 process, it did indicate that we would seek a conceptual design, the cost analysis of plan and proposal. And there will be other information we will seek regarding the funding from the developer. And I think from that, the manager and the team could come up with a time frame to bring some information and determine when the developer, it would be appropriate to also bring the developer.
Thank you, Ms. McBride. Councilman McCoy, go ahead. And to that point, I see the frustration. This is the heartbeat of our city. City Hall is what residents ask us about every day, and it's the most important. We shouldn't have these questions. Because the exact questions that I sat in agenda review for 2.5 hours, and a majority of it was this item, we should have had this vetted out completely so that every one of these concerns that I personally asked, he's asked at least 2 or 3 of the same questions. So if we're on the same page, that's the problem. And we have an issue with the fact that we're trying to bring the best product to our community, and we're still having unreadiness.
And this
And Ms. McBride, give me a minute, please.
Okay.
So to that point, our goal is to make sure that we bring the very best product to the city, that it's vetted out properly, and that there's no concerns or gray area, because gray area is not acceptable in this community anymore. So I think that's the concern, but I believe we can move forward, colleagues. Do we have any more discussion?
What's the time frame you spoke of, Ms. McBride? Because we're all in drop. That means
today,
we have a certain amount of time. I don't want it to be 9 years and you say we're still in the cone of silence. Because essentially that's what
Mr. McCoy, I would.
let me finish.
Okay.
What you're
All right.
presenting
Say
here
the
when you're
time
talking about
frame.
these phases, nobody ever indicated. And I think Mr. Evans did respond correctly. Like, I want to be able to have a seat at the table on what's going to happen here, but don't tell me that I got to wait till we go through phase 1 of City Hall and then we do the parks aspect and then the aquatics aspect. And, let me know when I'm allowed to be or do what I'm elected to do.
Okay.
And to that point, Mr. Evans, I believe you did say, and you already gave instructions that we would get back a legal opinion in regards to the code of silence. How quickly can we get that, Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Please.
Certainly, we hope to turn something around to the board within 24 hours from our legal counsel, but also, Mr. Chair, if I may,
please.
One of the things that I think the board would appreciate, I don't want this to be a prolonged process. I don't want to facilitate a situation where we go through multiple iterations of, documents or what have you. So I would request, as through the process, that we really lean on the private sector developer to help us expedite the project moving forward, because the longer we wait, the longer it delays, the longer the unlikely ability for us to deliver on the project because of the shared cost, and we don't know what the economic conditions are. Our facilities cannot sit and linger any longer, and I think this board is acutely aware of that. And so our intent, and if you have had the opportunity to look at the proposal and see the bandwidth associated with these firms, they have the assets and the resources that we as a community can push on to facilitate getting shovels in the ground quicker. The mayor and I have had a conversation, and what we're trying to do, the bet is he wants to put a shovel in the ground in City Hall faster than the Marina Phase 2. And so we want to move this quickly to be able to exceed the board's expectation, but this is the first step in the process. And I assure the board that we will do everything in our power to make sure that you have that seat at the table and we can map out what a timeline could be to where we can facilitate that conversation and get a good understanding of what the firm can deliver and what their vision is and what your vision is. So we're not going in opposite paths, because if they don't know where you guys are, they're going to take the interpretation from staff. And what we don't want is where we have multiple iterations like we did with the marina. We want to get this clean, neat, and up as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Evans.
Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman Botel?
Yes, I feel confident that what Mr. Evans has stated will come to fruition, that we will have a timeline, that we will have plenty opportunity to have input, and that we can move forward tonight with this vote and get the process going. I mean, the longer we delay this, the longer it takes to get that shovel in the ground. I'm with the mayor. Let's get that shovel in the ground before the marina even gets started. I'm happy to move forward with this tonight and happy that staff recognizes that the council wants input and they are willing to give us input. Certainly, that's the goal. We represent the people that elected us, and they have certain needs and desires, and we want to represent those to the development team. So I'm happy to move forward with this tonight.
Thank you for the comments, Councilwoman. Mayor, you okay? Colleagues? Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson? Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Lanier?
Yes.
Chairperson Lawson?
Yes.
That vote passes, Mr. Chair, with Councilperson Miller Anderson absent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Council.
Thank you, Mr. McBride. Thank you, Ms. Sutton. Madam Clerk, item 11E.
Resolution number 52-23, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, authorizing the city manager to A, execute a 4-year lease agreement with Port Center LLC for space and tenant improvements at 2051 Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, known as the Port Center Building, and any associated renewals in the amount of $512,775.96 annually. And B, authorizing the Director of Finance and Administrative Services to make payments from account 10112102-544000, rentals and leases, and providing an effective date. Mr. Chair, we do not have any public comment cards on this item. The accepting of public comment cards are now closed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Motion for resolution number 52-23.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, at this time, I will like to turn the presentation over to the new Chief of Police, Chief Michael Coleman, and then he will introduce the speakers or allow the speakers to make the presentation.
Yes, good afternoon. Good,
Well,
sorry,
welcome,
good
Mr.
evening.
Coleman. We are excited to have
Excuse
you.
me,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chair, I apologize. We do have one public comment card.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Coleman. We're excited to have you. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, everyone. First of all, the mayor's not here, but thank you, council. Thank you, Chairperson, Mr. Lawson, for allowing us to present to you these 4 items. These individuals will be presenting. Mr. Chief Madden will do a presentation, and I have Mr. Bailey going to do his expert opinion and risk management on why these 4 items are very important for this agency and for us to be moved forward without to safeguard our officers and as well as our non-sworn personnel. At this time, I'll turn it over to Mr. Madden. He has a presentation that he wants to present to the board.
Thank you, Chief. Go ahead, Chief Madden.
Thank you, Chief. Good evening, Mike Madden, Assistant Police Chief. This presentation, excuse me, this presentation is going to cover 3 items, items 11E, 11F, and 11G. As was stated, we're seeking the board's approval for the approval to relocate the police department to the Port Center located at 2051 MLK Boulevard and the associated 4-year lease. Those are the items that this presentation is going to cover. It is also the relocation expenses for the police department and the ongoing remediation and demolition of the existing police building. Go ahead. On this slide, you see the state of the current police building and some of the deficiencies that we have. The one highlighted is the matter that brings us before you today, which is we had an evaluation for another moisture intrusion issue. It affected 5 staff offices in the building. We had an industrial hygienist come out and do an evaluation. That led to a subsequent remediation plan. Staff evaluated three options of how to move forward. Our first option was to remediate the existing building, which would require the temporary relocation of about 40 staff members, a cost of $206,000. And we know that that would be a temporary fix because we've done this before. So to relocate staff and then be in this situation again a year from now is not really favorable. The second option was to co-locate staff at various city facilities, put some staff at City Hall, some at the Public Works facility, some at the substation. That plan would be just as expensive as the third option, which I'll get to in a minute. But it would also confuse the public because we would have the police department spread out all over the city, and the public would be confused on where to get the necessary services from the police department. So option three, which is staff's recommendation, is to lease an additional 3,000 square feet at the Port Center. Go to the next slide. Next, one more. There you go. An additional 3,000 square feet at the Port Center for the police department, and an additional 1,100 square feet for the reentry program. The police department would go into the existing reentry program space. They were already seeking additional space. They're in 1,900 square feet now.
Chief, sorry to interrupt, but just for clarity, you said lease an additional 3,000 or 6,000? Because the slide says 6.
Yeah, the net difference is 6,000 square feet, correct. It's an additional 4,900 square feet for police and 1,100 square feet for the reentry program, for a total of 6,000 square feet.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. Go ahead, continue, I'm sorry.
So the cost associated with the additional rent is highlighted on the screen. The net impact on the current fiscal year is $51,211. We already spent $359,141 for both the police department and the reentry program rents. On an annual basis, that's a difference of $153,634. This slide covers the relocation expenses. There's a significant number of items that need to be addressed to relocate 200 staff members and all the associated operations within the police department. Can you go back one for me? The one-time relocation expenses are $661,500. Also highlighted are the demolition expenses of $275,000 and remediation and specialty cleaning at a not to exceed amount of $206,000. So staff, the first item we're asking council to approve is the 4-year lease at the Port Center, which is resolution 52-23.
53-23, the 4-year lease.
Yes.
52-23, the lease at the Port Center. Resolution item 11E is the first resolution they're asking for, which is the amount of $512,775.96.
Correct.
Mr. Chair,
Councilman Botel.
I say the sooner the better. As I said to you in our agenda review, Chief, when you first took me through that building 5 years ago, more than 5 years ago now, at that time, I was horrified at the conditions, and I can only imagine that it's gotten worse. So as soon as we get staff out of there, I mean, we really have to move quickly on this. It's a disgrace. So I'm in complete support of all 3 of these. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Colleagues? Mr. Bailey, can you give clarity? In the agenda review, you kind of gave some clarity in regards to the delta that was going to be the amounts when I spoke to you about the difference between what we currently pay and what's going to be the additional. Because when I first saw this number, I was kind of shocked that we're going to pay that much at 512, but I think it was just on that slide we were just at.
Yes, on this slide, you can see, as you can imagine, currently, the rents at the Port Center are $359,000. These, if this is approved tonight in Resolution 52, there's only, by the time this new lease takes full effect and lease payments are made, it will impact this fiscal year by $50,000 in that there are only going to be 3 months left in the fiscal year. What you see on this chart in year one would be the impact next fiscal year starting October 1st, and this will be absorbed and addressed during the budget process. So in our spirit of transparency, this is a 4-year lease, and we want to let the council and the community know what the anticipated payments are, but they will be addressed in the normal budget process on October 1. This action today will have a $51,000 impact to the current fiscal year's budget, and that those costs can be absorbed inside the existing budget parameters.
Thank you. And that was the clarity I needed, because I was a little confused, because when I first saw this resolution, I was confused as to if we're passing a $500,000 additional budget for our police, which, like my colleague said, it needs to be done regardless. So we need to get you guys into a safe place. So colleagues, any other questions?
Mr. Chair, if I may, also by this move, it puts your police department in one spot for the first time since 2005. So I think that's important. So you should get some efficiencies and better operation. We are going to make sure that the signage is prominent, that persons know, and then working with the communications team and the police department to inform the public as to what the transition is. Frequently ask questions to make sure persons know if they wanted to go to the lobby of the police department or they wanted to interact, where we'll be and what the services that will be provided at that center. So we're going to put together a robust communications plan as well.
Thank you, Mr. Evans.
To add to that, sir, what we do, we're going to be doing a community workshop to let them know that the services would not, with no gaps in the services, but we will be communicating with the community on the Singer Island side as well as the west side as well, that the services would not be limited, and we'll continue the services that they deserve and always been receiving.
Thank you very much, Chief. Board, Councilman McCoy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chief and Mr. Manager, so I'm looking at Resolution 53. So does the 600,000 include the bill out that's necessary for the Port Center?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Ms. Evans, go ahead.
In the lease payment, that is all inclusive. So the property owner will do the build out, and that's incorporated in the actual lease payment. That has been common practice since the inception of the agreements that we've had since we've been at the Port Center.
Okay, there's some other items that I want to make note, Chief and Mr. Evans. I want to talk specifically about that because now you're talking police and we got some security issues there. What that looks like in terms of, you know, the I guess the property owner doing that build out, but that's really difficult to kind of gauge at this point whether or not this commensurates with an appropriate bill out. How do we know what that is? Do they build holding cells? Do they build, I mean, a Sally port? What does that look like? We're asked to do this, but my concern is you're moving the whole entire station. That means you're moving apparatuses now, which I understand are exempt relative to communication towers, security plans of those. Like, that's a lot of information that I think that those conversations I'm sure should be happening with staff, but certainly it raises concerns to me as to exactly who's doing this and under what boundaries and what scope.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead, Mr. Evans.
Certainly, there are certain elements that we cannot communicate in a public forum, but I can assure you that staff has had conversations with the property owner, that the facility will have to comply with all regulatory standards and law enforcement standards. Also, with the relocation of dispatch and what we have to do to ensure that we have dispatch up and operational. So those construction activities will be managed and monitored through the city, working with the property owner. But everything that we have at the police station plus more will be able to be accommodated in that facility and secured There are certain things that we are going to possibly do that enhance some of the security on the facility. But yes, we will have no issue to occupy that space and no deficiencies as it relates to the safety and security of personnel. Actually, it'll be a more secure site than probably the site that we currently have right now. Chief, I don't know if you wanted to provide any additional commentary to that or anyone on the team.
We have discussed this, and we have a transitional plan. We are working with the dispatch center based on the communication standards of operation. They have already walked that site, and that the communication center will be on the standard of the national standards for communication, as well as the whole facility, things of that nature. We have walked that site. Also looking to provide some more insight as far as MOU with other surrounding agencies. They can house us as far as arrests, things of that nature.
Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Chief. Councilwoman Botel?
Thank you. I have a question regarding 5423 with regard to the remediation amount of 206,000. Could you address that with regard to if we, I know it says not to exceed, but what's the anticipated cost ballpark if we move you out of there?
So the agenda items are structured intentionally in this order. If 52-23 with the lease and 53 are approved, obviously we would not be spending the $206,000 in remediation, as we will be moving to demolish that building as soon as possible. We're anticipating no more than $50,000 to $100,000 for costs associated with keeping that building safe for our employees during this transitional period of plus or minus 60 days. So it'll be enhanced cleaning, anything that requires immediate attention that has not already been accomplished, but we do not foresee that costing more than $50,000 to $100,000.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Thank you, Councilwoman. Colleagues? Madam Clerk? Oh, we do, I apologize. We do have a public
No
comment
problem.
card.
It was my mistake. Miss Mary Brown?
Welcome to the mic, Ms. Bram. You have 3 minutes. Apologize, I missed your card earlier, but thank you.
Thank you. I've waited for this a long, long time. And I'm going to do exactly what they did because I put a card in there for all three of the items. It is good to keep them all together as a unit. We already utilize that port center over there as well. As soon as possible, demolition should begin promptly over at 600 Blue Heron. We have gone through this with Bill Wilkins, Ruth Jones, and all of the other managers that Ms. Bram has stood before these boards here and said, our police department is vital. I thank them. I thank them for the service that they render, because right now, a resident that victimized me, he's serving prison time. Thank you. Not just for the police department, but for every other entity in this city. We are already landlocked in this city as it is. And every piece of land, prime property, we need to utilize it to the best of our upbuildings and our infrastructure status in this city here. Our buildings are deplorable. I've never stood and engaged in any other city where all of their main facilities are deplorable. So I applaud you all tonight for doing what is right to do. And we know that the cost and the burden will have to be shared. Nothing is free anymore. Recessions persist, and we will continue. But we must do the things that we must do in order for survivorship of the entire city. How can you expect to move forward with your P3? And we workshop that during COVID and prior COVID too, to bring it over on Broadway. We want all of these things moved. And we do not want you to procrastinate like the previous boards and the previous boards and the previous board. Now is the time. No matter what comes upon us, we still have to move. And we must do these things here. And you as a board, I see this insight that you all do have. So let's get busy. I want to see shelvers in this place. The other residents wants to see shelvers in this place here. These things that we can do, we can do. And stop giving away and utilizing our prime property for unnecessary things. You have other things to accommodate, but the accommodation that we need to meet is detrimental. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
Mr. Chair, that concludes public comments for that item.
Thank you. Colleagues? Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Lanier?
Yes.
Chairperson Lawson?
Yes.
That vote passes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're moving on to 11F.
Yes, resolution number 54-23, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, authorizing the city manager to issue work orders for relocation expenses for the police department and reentry program in an amount not to exceed $661,500, utilizing vendors listed in Exhibit A, authorizing the Director of Finance and Administrative Services to make payment from Project 23017, Municipal Facilities, and providing an effective date. Mr. Chair, we do have public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards are now closed.
Motion to approve resolution number 53-23.
Second.
Thank you. Ms. Evans?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, staff made a presentation on the previous item that coincides with this item. If the board has any questions, staff is prepared to answer those questions, and staff recommends approval of the resolution that's before you this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. Madam Clerk, public comment, please.
Yes, Ms. Mary Bram and Ms. Dolores Williams.
Ms. Mary Bram, Riviera Beach, my previous statements also implies to this item as well. So I do not like repeating myself, regurgitating it all over again. You all know what to do here, and we expect it to be done. This is a new beginning for this board here. I said that you all would make history, and I want you all a part of this history. Because Ms. Bram and all of the residents, we are looking for this. And Mayor, we're going to challenge you. You are the key face of this city here. What is being implied here and must be done, you will centralize all of this. And this will be your legacy, because now is the time. It is no more procrastination. We have kicked the can down the road long enough. It is no more band-aids here. The cost will be great, but we are no different than no other cities when they use this bond or any other mechanism that they have to use. This city has to be built. It is long overdue. We cannot afford to let our employees suffer in misery and expect for them to come and give their best and do their best. We cannot do that. And this is the cost of what we will have to bear the burden and share right now, because of the likeness and the narrow-mindedness of previous, because they felt that this day would never come. A man is unwise when he does not think beyond his nose span. He must prepare for the future and set the course for the generations that will come after us. Because we're going to leave these seasons, we're going to leave off of this face of this earth here. But we want to make it better than what we have left it. Every accountability relies on each one of us, and we as residents as well. So I'm challenging you as the mayor. You have another 4 years, and hopefully you will have another 4 years to see this through. But start it now. Do not procrastinate. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown, for your comments.
Ms. Dolores Williams, and then that concludes public comments on this item, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good night, Ms. Williams. Welcome to the podium. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, Dolores Williams, wonderful chairman. I applaud you, mister. You do an excellent job. To all the board members, I just want to ask a question. You always relocate all the different entities of the city, wasting millions of dollars. Why y'all to just start and just tear all this stuff down if you had your plans ready? You're wasting money. Put this over there to the new chief. You know, I sat by him and he had his little book up there. I say, what are you doing here? What part of the city you doing here in the city? He said, I'm the chief. I said, oh, that's good. I'm going to point you out some good people in the police department that I know. There's plenty of them, but the ones I know. But congratulations. I just want to know, say you're going to relocate. And I said, Assistant Chief Mattis, I remember when he was just an officer like some of the others. Look where he's the assistant now. But I want to know why y'all keep moving and relocating. Why don't y'all just tear this whole thing down? You're going to relocate them to put them in some places. Do the whole thing at one time. Why don't you do it? Now you got to bring over you're going to tear down the police department. You're going to bring the fire department over there. So why you tearing all that down in construction? You're bringing the new fire department over there. What's all that about? Just go on and do one job. Clean it out good. And you know what the scriptures say? God is looking for a man. You got a man, a chairman there. You got a man there. You got all these men up here. Okay, men, get in line. Do what God has called you to do in your ability and your strength. Thank God for the mayor. Y'all do what the Lord has called y'all to do for the citizens of Riviera Beach. I heard Ms. Graham got to say it's time to move. When I first started coming about 3 years, I used to hear so much negative stuff in the people. Now they get up and trying to praise and do all this stuff. You used to be one of the most active people holding up the city. But now it's such a harmony in here with the board. We're going to move and we're going to move because what we put in God first and our understanding. And all the things you want to do and was holding up, turn it loose. Just let it go and let's move forward. As the woman say, she got her son that died. She say, drive and go forward. Don't stop unless I tell you. Don't y'all stop unless others come in. But I tell you, you got the power of God behind you. You can do all things through Christ Jesus with strength to you. Do the job that God's called you.
Thank you for comments, Mr. Dolores. Board, colleagues. Madam Clerk?
Yes, Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Lanier?
Yes.
Chairperson Lawson?
Yes.
That vote passes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. 11G?
11G, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, authorizing the city manager to issue work orders not to exceed $206,000 for environmental remediation and ongoing specialty cleaning at the existing police building at 600 West Blue Heron, authorizing the city manager to issue a work order not to exceed $275,000 for demolition of the existing police building at 600 West Blue Heron and restoration of the impacted area, authorizing the Director of Finance and Administrative Services to make payment from Project 23017, Municipal Facilities, and providing an effective date. Mr. Chair, we do have public comment cards on this item. The accepting of public comment cards are now closed.
Motion to approve resolution number 5423.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, staff made a presentation with regards to this item. There has been no changes since the original presentation, and staff recommends approval of Resolution 5423, and we're prepared to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Madam Clerk, public comments?
Yes, we have Ms. Dolores Williams, Mr. Fane Lozman, and Ms. Mary Brown.
Ms. Williams?
city is behind you councilors. We're here to do a great work for the city. What's our slogan? The best place to work, live, and play. We're going to have some good play, and we're going to do some good work in here. Oh, I didn't introduce myself to Lois. I'm sorry, y'all. But like I started to say, I'm just going to talk on G2 while I was here. But I just want to encourage y'all. I just enjoy all of you. It's just a harmony in my heart to see that things are great change. And those that don't want to change, we're going to give you a full dollar. And you can go make you some change, but we're going to change here. So please go forth and do what we can. We have a good chairman here. And Ms. Lanier, you're the co-chairman, was the third, fourth time?
Mr.
I know
Lewis,
you're ready to go.
11G, remediation.
I just want to say,
Demolition.
that was the mediation. You're going to pay for this money. But I'm telling you, why pay all that money when you could have did it from this? The price is right.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Lewis. Ms. Mary Brown? Welcome to the mic, Ms. Brown. You have 3 minutes.
Bram, Riviera Beach. I have a question. How soon can this building come down? How soon? We are hoping that it's very, very soon. You've already given us a scope of what it will cost versus the $150,000. You know, that's amenable. So I would like to know how soon can this be executed? I know that you have to make the preparation over at the port, and I'm hoping that you will not procrastinate on that as well. The things that needs to be moved, let us make haste in our deliverance. Because if you do not, it will be a lie that will be placed upon the city. So I implore the board to make haste and do not procrastinate. I'm holding for once your word as your bond here tonight. And I know all the residents hear me because they could contact me as well as the employees as well. This is who I am. And we do want a new in this city here because we want this done ASAP. We know that there's certain things that have to be taken into consideration to put it in place. But we want an up-to-date on exactly how you are moving in order to get this done. Because we do not want it to be voted on tonight and then it falls in the gap. Somewhere something has gotten lost. So as a resident, and I know I've gotten some texts here, we want for you all to keep the community abreast of how you all are moving with these projects here, these detrimental projects that have to be done within this city. And I have to make a correction because your right hand over there told me it's not 4 years, it's 3 years. So Miss Graham have something else maybe in store for you. So okay. So, but each one of you all have a total of 9 years. 3 years, you're in your 6th year here now. So it's time. It's over time to get busy. We want updates from these men here that are sitting here too, that have presented this. We want an update from the chief, assistant chief, everybody who is a part of this here, because we do not want this to go like. We've been promised so many times of what we're gonna do, and we have failed, but it's no more failing. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Brown.
Mr.
Board, colleagues?
Mr.
Council-
Chair,
Council-
is Mr. Lozman here, last call?
I believe Mr. Lozman has left.
Okay.
Madam Clerk? Councilman
Yes.
McCoy, I apologize.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Shields, I gotta ask you a question. You sit up there and nobody else gave you the mic, so I gotta make sure you're here tonight. You working, you're definitely working. So I'm looking at the waterproofing PowerPoint, first of all, two things. There's the waterproofing PowerPoint, and then there's also the water intrusion report. Do you support these in your professional opinion?
I do. We hired a hygienist that came in place, excuse my voice, please. And, you know, industry standards, they go through this process. They're experts in their field. They come up with a protocol which tells you that there's water intrusion in the report or there's water intrusion in the building. And so you go find out where that comes from, and actually from engineering reports from the engineer, that building technically has some design flaws, which allows water intrusion. There's also windows that really need to be replaced that's allowing water intrusion. And then there's the roof. And then there's the HVAC system, which, you know, it's not operating at its best capacity and it's causing moisture. And so, as you know, anytime there's moisture, there is the potential for biological growth. And so these are the things that when an engineer tells you the building cannot be fixed, it's almost an exercise in futility in sunk costs that you're constantly spending money to try to fix things. So I definitely support.
Thank you. Follow up.
Go ahead, Councilman.
So that's exactly where I was going. I'm looking at this and it says, this is the Allen Gerwig and Associates Engineering Consulting Report. Building structures would last another 50 years with no major structural issues or repairs other than regular maintenance. The structures of all buildings are in caps, great shape. I'm trying to figure out what building was he doing?
I have to agree with you there. I don't understand that. If someone says that they were in great shape, I mean, we just have too many.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm confused because it has a picture of the municipal complex, but is he referring to police building or maybe some other building?
It's the engineer's chair.
So the PowerPoint that was provided in the backup for this item was a presentation made to the city council at that time when we were looking to potentially remediate the entire city hall complex for water intrusion. While Mr. Gerwig's structural analysis is in reference to the bones of the building, you know, there was a question at the time from the community that there was a belief that a third floor could be put on City Hall and that we did not need a new City Hall, and the City Hall and the complex we had could simply be invested in and continue to go forward. From a purely structural perspective, the walls, the columns, the steel, things that are structural in nature were fine. The elements such as the windows, the sills, and the elements that are allowing water intrusion are where the penetrations are occurring, and that cannot be fixed. So while in absence of context, that statement does seem contradictory to what we all see in the building, but that is a structural engineer's analysis on making sure the building will stand up and not fall in, but it is not necessarily the elements that are more architectural in the way of the finishes and the windows and the doors are where the problem lies. And so that would be a different section of the documents.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other comments from the board? Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Votel?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Lanier?
Yes.
Chairperson Lawson?
Yes.
That vote passes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And colleagues, it is 9:50. Can we get a motion to extend our meeting?
Motion to extend the meeting until we're finished with the agenda.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Yes. Councilperson Votel?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Lanier?
Yes.
Chairperson Lawson?
Yes.
That vote passes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Item 11H.
Yes, 11H, resolution number 55-23, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, authorizing the city manager to move forward with design, procurement, construction, and relocation of the Riviera Beach Police Headquarters to 1621 West Blue Heron Boulevard, formerly known as Barracuda Bay, and providing for an effective date. Mr. Chair, we do have 2 public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards are now closed.
Thank
To
you.
approve resolution number 55-23.
Can't even hear you down there. Second.
Thank you. Motion's been properly second. Mr. Evans.
Mr. Chair, at this time, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Mr. Bailey.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. We're here this evening as part of our facility discussion to continue this progression. Obviously, based on the conversation we just had, it is overdue time to talk about the permanent headquarters of City Hall. These next two items address the beginning of a process on determining and funding the new headquarters for the police headquarters. I believe I just said City Hall. Thank you. Police headquarters is why we're here. So Resolution 55-23 is for the permanent location of City Hall. Staff is currently recommending.
Police station, Mr. Bailey.
Yes, police. We've got a lot of great projects on the board, so they're keeping them straight tonight. Police. Resolution 56-23 is to address the permanent location of our aquatics complex. This has been a great team effort. You will see 5, 6, or 7 different staff members with portions of this presentation. But to begin, Mr. Scott Evans and myself will walk you through some of the analysis of different sites that we've gone through over the last year in this process. Obviously, the police headquarters needs addressing. It has been come to this board and committee a number of times. There was an opportunity late in 2021 to look at the old BB&T building on Broadway as a potential site for the police building. Staff engaged with the owner, did analysis, and looked at whether that was a viable site for a number of months. Mr. Evans wanted staff to look at other options in the city for the police headquarters. Components of this headquarters are the police headquarters proper, which comprises the office space and functional spaces, parking requirements for the staff and police assets, car evidence storage, and obviously policing has changed. That has changed in the last 50 years and will continue to change. So we must plan for future expansion. Staff looked at 5 locations throughout the city. As I mentioned, we started on Broadway at the old BB&T building. We have the Miami sub-site at 19th Street, where it's currently located at City Hall, Avenue L and Blue Heron, and the current Barracuda Bay site. First site we will address is the southernmost site at Miami Subs. Currently, the Miami Subs has been demolished, and the parcel to the west is a city-owned parcel that is currently vacant. At each of these sites, we've done a fit study to determine whether or not the police can fit at that site before we move it forward. You can see this site is extremely constrained. There is not direct access off of Broadway. The primary access would be off of Avenue E. And while it would fit, this is a very, very tight site. You have this in your backup, so I will not read for you all the pros and cons. Staff is not recommending this site. It is costly and not advantageous logistically to go to this site. The anticipated construction cost alone for this site is $32 million, given the constraints at the property. Our next site is, as mentioned, the existing BB&T building. This site is built out. It has been in existence for a number of years. When we looked at this site to try to harden this existing building and provide the amount of space and amenities, this site also became cost prohibitive very quickly. Again, all of this is in the backup, so I will save you the reading. The construction alone at that existing building is anticipated at $49 million. So staff is not recommending moving forward at this location. The third site is the existing City Hall site. Obviously, you know where City Hall site is. We have Fire Station 87 that is currently in design at this site. We just spent a lengthy discussion about the potential private development at this site. While this site is where police is currently, to interrupt the development process at this site for the City Hall solicitation is not necessarily advantageous, as there are larger plans for this property. We did run the fit study, and as you can see, you have seen some images of Fire Station 87. To place the police station at this site will interrupt that current layout for Fire Station 87 and it is still a relatively constrained area to minimize the impact to private development, as well as build on this site while City Hall still exists and operates. The anticipated construction cost at this site was $33 million. Moving on to the Avenue L site. As you are well aware, Public Works and the Utility Special District are in design for the new water treatment and Public Works site across the street at Avenue L and Blue Heron. The vacant parcel to the north was considered to create a true civic node at this location. And there are some advantages. It is a 7-acre parcel. It does allow for 1-story or 2-story buildings and all surface parking with retention. There is an advantage potentially to the civic node that will be created with the police being across the street from the Public Works site. But this would take a very large parcel off the tax roll that has a great development opportunity here in the heart of our city. The construction cost for this site is anticipated at $29 million. One of the advantages of this site is the 7 acres does provide the potential for future co-located development of some sort in a city function. It is labeled city building as it's not been identified what at a point in the future might go there. Mr. Evans, you can.
Yes, Mr. Bailey, if you can go back to some of the cons, and I don't want us to rush through this because we have a viewing audience that would like to see some of these things as to how we derived to specific conclusions. But one of the things that when we looked at this particular site, we said, is there a way to accommodate some additional expansion? Would it be a situation where you can have youth empowerment, you can have the civil drug court, you can have the PAL program? And so we did look at what the future could be for that particular site. So we just played with some different configurations to be able to see if different things could fit on that site, just to get some additional context. Now, I have had conversations with the property owner, and you'll see that the appraised value for this particular site came back at $5.7 million. The property owner does want substantially more than that, but there is a private developer that is also looking at that site, that if that comes to fruition, that would be a better use of that site and something I think that we would be excited about to have in our community. I'll turn the presentation over to Mr. Bailey.
Thank you, sir. And finally, the existing Barracuda Bay site. Here's an aerial of Barracuda Bay. One of the advantages of this current location is it's an existing site. It already has sufficient parking. The retention is complete. Water and sewer connections are there, and it is within proximity to some of our greatest assets in the schools that are adjacent to the site. I will, in a second, turn it over back to police to talk about some of the advantages of the location, but we'll stick to sort of the graphics at this point. You can see that this provides an opportunity for the Sallyport evidence, a 1-story police building, some of the cost advantages of all of that infrastructure that is existing. And again, as I mentioned, it is within proximity to some of our greatest assets here in the city. And now, really quickly, we will have Mr. Blankenship come up to the podium to discuss some of the activities at Barracuda Bay currently. Obviously, we know that there are questions of what happens if we place the police headquarters at Barracuda Bay and move the aquatics complex to another location. But for context, we wanted to get some information on the activities there currently.
Before you go on, Mr. Bailey, the slide before this, did you have costs, square footage, and outline? Was there a cost defined? Because everything else had a cost.
Yes, there is. And I apologize, that slide might have gotten removed accidentally, but the cost at Barracuda Bay for pure construction is $25.7 million.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Mr. Bailey.
Good evening, Council. Richard Blankenship, Parks and Recreation Director. Just wanted to give you some figures about use of Barracuda Bay, because there is a misconception out there that it doesn't get used hardly at all, but it does average about close to 10,000 visitors a year. In my opinion, the greatest value of Barracuda Bay is the swim lessons. We do quite a bit every year. And on average, we're, over the last 19, 20, 21, averaged about $80,000 in revenue a year. The entry fee to Barracuda Bay is $3 for residents, $5 for non-residents. So it's not a heavy lift, but it doesn't generate a ton of revenue. Our resident to non-resident general admission is about 60-40, 60 resident and 40 non-resident. We do everything from swim lessons. We do have the Barracuda swim team. We host Suncoast swim and water polo team. We have the senior water aerobics. We have special events there, and then we have the general admission. I'll answer any questions you may have about Barracuda Bay.
Thank you,
Mr. Chair,
Mayor?
do we lose revenue? in Barracuda?
Oh, yes. Our annual budget, our budget this year is about $700,000.
You said what now?
$700,000 is our budget this year at Barracuda Bay. That's operating, but that includes labor and all that.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, so
Councilwoman, go
just to
ahead.
follow up on the mayor's
Please.
question. So what's the net? I mean, you said we take in 80 and we lose 700, is that?
No, our operating budget this year is $705,000. We're on track to raise about $80,000 in revenue.
So it costs the city about $620,000.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mr. Evans,
Mr. Sherman, if you can get up and address the delta, because we've had conversations with respect to the lost revenue, you minus out operating expenses, and Mr. Sherman may have some more accurate data at this particular moment.
Good evening, Randy Sherman, Finance Director. I do, but I don't have it with me. But just to kind of give you a perspective, for years, Barracuda Bay, and as Mr. Blankenship said, has been losing $500,000-$600,000 a year. Your value is your public service and a place for people to learn how to swim, and Mr. Blankenship has done a good job trying to raise the fees to try to close that gap. But the revenues that he's bringing in only continue to fall further behind as the expenses, tend to increase. So for years, we've looked at this facility and tried to find a solution for it. But yeah, $500,000-$600,000 losses at Barracuda Bay are unfortunately, that's the norm.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Scott Evans, Planning and Development Director for the CRA. In addition to looking at the basic construction costs as well as the pros and cons of the different sites layouts, we want to study and compare all of the overall costs to the project. This includes land acquisition, development and construction costs, fixtures, equipment, costs of parking, the opportunity cost of land. For the purposes of comparing all these sites, we need to calculate the opportunity cost, which is the lost revenue to the city of future tax revenue, as well as the value of the land where we were looking to site the new police headquarters. And if we go to the next slide, this is a good summary of the total cost analysis of the 5 sites. The 1621 Blue Heron Barracuda Bay site has the lowest cost, both measured in the required dollars to construct it and when you look at the total overall cost. If you include the cost to replace the aquatic facilities, which is estimated at $4.2 million, it's still the lowest cost site in comparison to all of the other sites. The 2 sites that have the highest opportunity cost are the BB&T Truist site and the Broadway and 19th Street. The BB&T site has, not only will we lose the tax revenue for the site, but we would be encompassing a really large acquisition cost as compared to the other sites. And additionally, this site has a high risk. There's some cost unknowns related to our ability to renovate the building to meet the wind load and hardened facility requirements that we would need for a police station. And of course, the highest opportunity costs at the Broadway and 19th Street site. Not only does this site have constraints related to access and design, but we would lose the most amount of future tax revenue if we were to choose this site for the future police station site. I want to talk a little bit about one of the other options, the opportunity cost of building on the existing City Hall site. The site is planned for a new urban mixed-use city center type development, and reducing the size of the planned mixed-use development site would reduce your ability to redevelop it, which would in turn, of course, reduce the amount of future tax revenue that you could collect. And because of the nature of that site, because it's looking to be a large city center type development, as you decrease the acreage, of course, you don't get tax revenue from the acreage that you include in that development, but you also lose the scope and scale needed to really create something special on that site, particularly the Blue Heron frontage. So that is an opportunity cost of the City Hall site, which is about $10 million of lost potential revenue from developing it. The overall cost analysis found that the Barracuda Bay site was the least expensive development site. It's recommended that we choose this for the new police headquarters. Of course, it has existing community amenities that should be rebuilt and enhanced at a new location. And the total cost, if you look at the cost of both the dollars to construct and the opportunity cost of lost tax revenue over 30 years, it ranges from $59 million to $32 million, so it's quite a big difference in the total overall impact in between the different sites. And I will add that if you add the $4.2 million cost of replacing the aquatic facility cost to the police station, although they're different capital funding pools, it still would be at $37 million, which would still make it the cheapest site to select for the project.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Chairman?
Good evening again. Tonight is not necessarily a financial decision. We're trying to decide what the location is so then we can bring back more financial information. So what I want to kind of do tonight is, talk at a really high level. I want to hit on structure, I want to hit on cost of capital, and then we'll hit on the debt capacity. And again, I will go through this fairly quickly. Please stop me if you have a question. But again, this is not the final decision. This is really just the overview. And if you recall, as we've been going through this reimagine process, I've consistently said we can do this. That opinion has not changed. But again, there's got to be some commitment as we go through this and, try to, figure out the best way to finance these issues. So back in February of 2020, the board adopted an updated debt service policy. And what I really wanted to point out here, part of the debt service policy, if you read it, says, it's the best method in which to sell this based on, and if you look at the last few lines, in terms of lowest net interest rate, so there's your cost, most favorable terms in the financial structure used, and I'm going to touch real quickly on the different, structures, market conditions, obviously, the way, rates are moving or access to capital, and any prior experience that, we may have, whether that was good or bad experience. So real quickly on the structures, we've broken this out into really three categories. There's the municipal entity issuing debt, and that typically is where we operate in. We have had discussions about using conduit issuers, which means you're bringing in a third party to assist with the financing, where they would own the asset and they would lease you the asset. And then you're in a perpetual leasing process year after year down the line. And then, there is obviously the outside private financing, where someone would come in and they'll say, hey, we'll loan you money, but again, there would be some loans, but there would also be private equity. And again, I won't, necessarily read all of these individual items because we'll dig into these deeper as we move forward. But I did want to point out the interest cost. The cheapest interest costs are in that municipal entity column. Okay, and that's really broken into two parts that I'm going to go a little bit more detail here. So when you're looking at debt funding, there's really two sources. The city's revenues get broken into two sources. We can either pay for the debt through property taxes, or we can pay through the debt using non-ad valorem or non-property taxes. Now, we can only use the property taxes if we have gone to the public and we have asked them to allow us to use property taxes, and we would have to get a bond referendum passed. And if you recall, back in January, we kind of talked about trying to do that in 2023, and we decided, well, we really don't have enough time to do the public information process, so we pushed that out to 2024. And then on the right-hand side, again, that is where we have operated. We've used the non-ad valorem revenues to build and contribute to this marina district. We've used those non-ad valorem revenues to build the two fire stations that we're currently operating. We are talking tonight about, general fund projects, but I did put on the bottom there, when you have an enterprise fund, it's those revenues of the enterprise fund that back the debt. But that's really not what we're talking about this evening. So if you look forward on how do we increase our debt capacity, how do we end up with enough debt capacity in order to do all of these projects that we want to do? So on the property tax side, again, we would need to do a bond referendum. Number of bond referendums were on the ballot back in March for other communities. And I'm not sure I saw one of those bond referendums fail. But what you're asking the public is, can we assess a tax that'll pay this debt? So, I've listed up the projects here, and I did not put City Hall on this side at this time. But we still have two fire stations that we need to do. We have the Parks Master Plan, the Inlet Grove Recreation Complex, and the police station. But again, tonight, we're really focusing on the last two. So that's one method that we can follow, and, we would like to, move in that direction. But on the other side, we also have the ability, if the referendums don't pass, to fund these with non-ad valorem revenue. And that's the other tranche of revenues that we have. So this is your typical bond referendum language. It is actually approved to put on the ballot via a resolution. And Bond Council has drafted the resolutions for the police station and for the Inlet Grove facility. We would obviously fill in the blanks, but this is the wording that would be sent over to the county and placed on the ballot for the next March 24 election. Stepping to the next issue, which is the actual cost of capital. I know I hit this a little bit at the last council meeting, but I think it really is so good news. I want to go over it again for those who missed it. But there really are 411 cities, towns, and villages in the state of Florida. Only 17 have a AA credit rating. Only 5 municipalities in Palm Beach County have a AA credit rating. And Riviera Beach is the only municipality in Palm Beach County that has 2 AA credit ratings. Why do I point that out? Because it's your credit rating that'll ultimately dictate what your interest rates are going to be. So on the bottom, I pulled these rates on April 12th, so about a week ago. And just to show you the difference between a AA credit rating, a single A credit rating and a triple A credit rating. Now, you may think, well, 15 basis points between those doesn't add up to a lot of money. But when you look over to the right-hand side, the difference between a double A credit rating at year 10 is 8.7% less than an A credit rating. It's very important. We're a double A community. We want to be able to sell our bonds in that middle column, okay? Because that's going to be our sweet spot. That's going to be where we'll be able to access capital at its cheapest point. If you look down at 20 years or 30 years, it's still over a 4% savings by maintaining that double A credit rating. So that is really critical. It's an asset that we have, and it's an asset that we're really going to want to hold on to. That may be a little bit difficult to see, but what we did is we took just a $25 million sale, and we ran the numbers both on a double A interest rate and a single A interest rate. So if you can see in the very last column at the bottom, if I borrow $25 million with a double A interest rates, that comes up to $44.6 million at the end that we have to pay back. Move 2 columns to the left of that. If it's a double A, you're only paying 42.5. So just the difference on $25 million, if you look at the top, that's a $2.3 million savings. Again, if we can hold on to that double A credit rating. Just real quickly, this is where the scales are, and you can see the green is 30-year bonds, the yellow is 20, and then the blue is 10. And you can see, oh, I'm sorry, let me redo that. The green is A bonds, the yellow is double A interest rates, and then the blue is triple A. So again, you can see that there's a wide spread between that double A and the single A interest rates. Talking about our actual debt capacity, within the debt management policy that was adopted back in 2020, we have this schedule in there. And this kind of puts the parameters around us on what we can and can't go when we're issuing debt. And this is one of the reasons why you have a double A credit rating, because we're fairly conservative in our numbers here. So if you look at that very top section where it says general government, and it comes down and says debt service as a percentage of our operating expenses. Our goal in target is 10%. Okay, so if you look at our operating budget, okay, we should spend no more than 10% of that operating budget on debt service. That's kind of our target. It's okay if you go over occasionally, but you need to be able to pull it back and get under that 10%. So using that as our criteria, and we look at our debt capacity, we're required to have $2 by our bond document, $2 for every dollar we spend for debt capacity. So we have to have that 2 times coverage, okay? If I'm spending $1, I have to have brought in $2. Our non-ad valorem revenue is $32.1 million, okay? The target annual debt service is that $9,327,000. That actually gives us a capacity with spending $9.3 million a year in debt service. That means we could literally borrow $136.5 million. And that's in today's high interest rate market. Okay? Fortunately, we've already spent some of that, right? We already have some debt outstanding. So from that 136, we subtract out what is currently outstanding, which is the 98. And then we get to add back the debt service that we're going to pay in 23 and 24, because by the time we go to actually issue this, that $98 million will have been reduced. So the bottom line here right now is our current non-ad valorem debt capacity is that $47.5 million. So what we're going to do, let me just jump one more. This is our current debt service by year. And as you can see down in 2029, we actually exceed that 9.3 million. Now, we anticipate by 2029, your budget will have gone up, so the 10% will be more. But again, that's the balance, that we have to keep in mind as we move forward. As you can go out and see, once on the right-hand side, by 2033, 34, 35, it starts to drop. And then when you hit that 2036, 2042, debt service is only 2.2 million. So as we wrap the debt service around our current debt service, we'll be pushing a lot of the payments out to 2036 and beyond. And at that, I can either take some questions or we could turn it over to the city manager. You're going to take it from here?
Mr. Sherman,
Yes.
quick question before we move forward. If you go back one slide, the figures are calculated based on the current debt service that we have. Any additional debt service will add to this, will increase these numbers. This
Correct.
is just based on where we stand at the capacity we are without adding additional debt.
Correct.
Okay. Colleagues, questions for Mr. Sherman, Mr. Bailey? Mr. Evans, did you want to opine on?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Obviously, the board can see that there has been a considerable amount of staff time and resources that have been dedicated to look at all the options and to make sure that whatever option that the board lands on, that you have all the information to make an informed decision. And so we certainly want to ensure that the process is a transparent process, that it's a well thought out process, and a process that you can be able to explain to your constituents. Obviously, we know that there are multiple conversations and discussions that will have to ensue as it relates to the procurement process. And then ultimately, how do we look to fund these particular projects moving forward? We know that public safety is a fundamental responsibility of local government, and it's something that's important to this board, as you have already displayed that with the investment in your fire facilities. We believe that this facility is the next facility that we would like to see come online, and to the mayor's point in our conversation, to get a shovel in the ground concerning this particular facility as quickly as possible, because we know that we don't want to continue to pay a lease payment, and we want to get our law enforcement officers in a permanent facility. As you know, this board was the board that facilitated making your public safety, police, and fire charter departments. So those are departments that will always be a part of the Riviera Beach community. And so we need to give them the facilities that reflect the quality work that they do, and to ensure that as an accredited agency, that we have the facilities to move forward with national accreditation. So at this time, staff is prepared to answer any questions that the board may have. We would like to seek approval from the board to facilitate selecting the site, so we can begin the process to put forth the appropriate solicitation mechanism, and then have more subsequent conversations with the board as to what financing opportunities are available to you. We do have a presentation that will be coming to you at your next council meeting, or your council meeting, second council meeting in May, that speaks to an update on our Reimagine program and some of the initiatives that we have embarked upon for a little bit of time now. And then that's going to get into some more specificities on the financing side. But it was a deliberate process. We made sure that we felt comfortable with the data and the information, and there was conversations that happened with engineers, architects, property owners, to bring you some items for consideration. We know that the Barracuda Bay item is a very important item to our community, and in our Reimagine sessions, we always contemplated that with the construction of the new Wells campus, that there would be the aquatics feature, or Barracuda Bay will be integrated into the Wells campus, because we think that there's a lot of synergy and an opportunity to really change the recreation offerings that we do have. Right now, you have 3 different facilities operating basically independently, and we want to create a situation whereby the kids can go to the pool, mom can go to aerobics, dad can play basketball, and grandma can walk the track or hang out in the lazy river. So we want to have an intergenerational facility that can accommodate our community holistically, and we think that that site is a critical site for our community. We know that the police department being located in such close proximity to our schools also secures our schools better. And I think we've all seen what's happened nationwide, and I think we are all aware of the challenges that some of those campus and campus security does have. And I think having a law enforcement presence on that corner really sets the tone and creates an opportunity for synergy and better working relationship with our young folks. And I think will help change the tide and improve the relationship between law enforcement and school-age children and high school students and the like. So I think there's a lot of value to that particular location. So at this time, staff is prepared to answer any questions the board may have, and staff recommends approval of the item that's in front of you this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. Madam Clerk, public comments, please.
Yes, sir. We have Miss Mary Brown and Miss Dolores Williams.
Welcome to the mic, Ms. Brown. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead. Thank
Okay,
you.
Riviera Beach. It's Mary Bram. This is a good place here. Everything centralized on the main corridor. We've already built the fire station there. Where that garden is, it used to be an old fire station that was totally dilapidated. And we had to demolition that out because that was bad. Barracuda Bay Falana was there. I can go on and on and on with the directors that was there. And we would advocate with the city to allow the residents to pay more than $3 and $5. And I'm just so astonished when Mr. Blankenship said $3 and $5. And this was like 25 and 30 years ago, and we still $3 and $5. That place has never, ever, ever made any money. All it has been was a sitting landmark on prime property. Tear it down, build a new fire station there. It's in a good centralized location. It is around the schools and pools and those type of things there is more expandable now, other than just you swimming now. So we need to get in the 21st century mode. We need to build out. We need to build for the future. All of this here is back in the 60s and 62s and leading up to where we are now. So we need to also to put the police station over there. If the utility district or whatever that is that's coming along that corridor, it still is on that main corridor because we only have two really entryways in this city, Blue Heron and MLK. This is how you get in and exit out of our city. So that is in a good location and it is feasible. I understand that mechanism, what Mr. Sherman presented up there. The scholars who understands about your bonds, and he was absolutely right. In the last election, it was some municipalities that had some bond referendums on there because they needed the things for their city to be done. They were voted on and the residents passed them because they knew what was critical and the needs that they had to meet. They had to be done. We are no different. We are all in this pickle jar here together here. So what good for the goose is good for the gander. So we all have to pull what we have to do in order to build up our city and utilize the lands that we have.
Thank you, Ms. Brown, for your
Thank you.
comments.
Miss Dolores Williams.
Welcome to the podium, Ms. Williams. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Dolores Williams. Oh, I just want to say something. I know where they say they're gonna move the Barracuda Bay over this side. I remember when they had over at Tate Gym, y'all gonna close Tate, then what they're gonna do is Tate Gym over. What's gonna happen to that? You used to have the pool over there where people could come and learn everything. You got the tennis courts and all that. But it's good you're gonna make this big
Aquatic thing here, because we was saying that, and they were very didn't want us to say nothing about that, because we was asking about wells and the voting and recreation stuff. So it's good they're gonna move that. But just remember, all the stuff you had moved and moving back over this way to make Broadway your main corridor, Blue Hill your main corridor. Make sure it be your main corridor that's gonna bless the people on the west side, on the east side, and the north side, and the south side. Just make sure you fix all that up for that. We want all these things to come. We want to be new. You know, it's good to emulate some people pleasure, other people sayings and stuff they do. Make sure you do it from your heart and sincerity and truthfulness. That's going to benefit everybody. I'm glad the police, I love the police. I tell a lot of people, I say, you do something wrong, I'm gonna tell you quick and a cat can blink his eye, so don't do it around me. But I'm here to say that whatever we can do, you spend a lot of money. But if you think about all this stuff, this is me, I'm wrong. Y'all the engineer, Mr. Bailey. Y'all, why couldn't y'all see all this and plan this in? Just brought a big construction in, moving these things, 600 million, half here and there. You just could have just did all that stuff and moved that stuff. You say you had planned that. What was y'all planning for the city? Y'all didn't have no vision that you got to come back and do part thing. It's good to have a puzzle. If you know all the pieces and put it back together, not all bent up and messed up. Let's work it together and do whatever you say you can move. And I'm glad for my chairman there.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Lewis.
That concludes public comments.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, comments? So, Mr. Evans, you're asking for direction to relocate, construct, design, procure for Riviera Beach Police Headquarters at 1621 West Blue Heron. That's the resolution you want us to vote on today.
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Please.
Yes, sir.
Mr.
Yes.
You said,
Yes, sir.
yeah, go ahead, please.
Oh, no, that's all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Colleagues, I thought you said, man, yeah.
I know you guys are hoping for a longer response.
I
but-
was waiting on you to drop something on us. Colleagues, any other comments? Councilman McCoy.
Yes, excuse me, I may have missed this, but so are we considering closing down the operations at Barracuda Bay prior to us having another facility already built?
Mr. Chair, if I may, there will be no lab in service. So our intent would be to construct the aquatics facility, have the new aquatics facility open before we would vacate the existing. So there would not be a situation that would facilitate any gap or lapse in service.
Well, you know, this should not have been brought tonight, right? We started this item at about 9:42. We're just now getting an opportunity to respond. I had no idea Mr. Sherman was going to bring all that, and I'll tell you why. First of all, it kind of is like you bring us an item and we're asked to move the station, and I'm looking for justification. I heard a bunch of stuff, but nothing really justifies, for me, at least, the reason to move the station. You're giving us options, but what exactly does this resolution trigger today? I don't understand why we make an action today, how this impacts going forward, what needs to happen. I mean, we're essentially making the action, but there's not going to be any movement for 2 years, at least.
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Mr. Evans, please.
Our intent is to get clarity from the board so we can move forward with the creation of the solicitation documents, start preparing the agency to move in such a direction. If we're going to go look for alternative financing and look at what the market has to bear, that's a solicitation in and of itself. So there's a lot of work and activity that staff has to go through in order to facilitate moving this in this particular direction. That the concern that we have is the longer that we continue to delay, and I would inform the board that, you know, obviously there has been meetings that have been postponed, and we certainly tried to put this item on the agenda, and so now we get to this particular point. But our intent is to move as quickly as we possibly can, because we don't want to have a situation where we continue to extend the lease at the Port Center And then 20 years down the road, the next city manager says, we're still in a lease space. And so we want to move as quickly as we can. The recommended option that staff has proffered is the Barracuda Bay site. However, there are 5 sites that if the board says that we want to have it on Blue Heron and Avenue H at the City Hall campus, there's nothing that precludes the board from making that determination, and then staff goes forward and it makes the necessary takes the necessary steps to make that the location. So you do have the flexibility. We were just saying, based on the information and the analysis and the research that staff done, that is the optimal site at the least costly opportunity cost for the.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. I reclaim my time. Wow. I don't even know what your answer was. You went so low. Mr. Evans, I guess I'm very much hesitant and I have heartburn because, we're talking about doing a police station, which is going to require a bond referendum. Then we have 2 more fire stations that haven't even been funded. We have a water plant that we haven't even funded. What else we have outstanding? I mean, we have a few things outstanding that we haven't even funded. I would have rather had this whole presentation what Mr. Sherman brought to us in a total overall conversation as to what our projected revenues are going to look like, how this is going to impact us. Us making a decision on an item about whether we want to move the police station, move Barracuda Bay for the police station, more or less commits us to that funding opportunity, to that funding method. And we're doing this in a vacuum. Miss Williams said it perfectly. Ain't nothing wrong with having a puzzle if you know all of the pieces, but us as board members, we don't have all of the pieces. We don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. We don't know where our revenue's at. And I brought this up before, members, and I would caution us on making this selection because it's actually presented in a fashion to say this is just the movement of a Barracuda Bay. But the truth is, when I asked the question about the budget, if we're talking about going through a budget freeze, that lets me know, not only as a fiscal agent, but an accountant, that, okay, apparently we did not live up to our budget plan. So something happened from when we first planned our budget back in September of the previous fiscal year that we didn't meet something in our plan. And if that plan deviated and was modified, the board who approved it should know something about it or should be able to be brought into this conversation. That still has not occurred. Now what we're being asked to do is essentially authorize the relocation of a aquatics facility, which is the first prerequisite step to now doing a whole, I guess, a bond issuance based on, I guess, to pledge ad valorem dollars. And to make a decision like that is just what Ms. Williams said. We don't even have all of the pieces to the puzzle. And what we're doing essentially is piecemealing this. And I don't want to get down the road and then, wow, all of a sudden we realize that we didn't. And this happened here today. I shared with the members of my agenda review staff that 2008, this was a priority. The priority was the police station. Here we are nearly 16 years later talking about the same exact thing. And I just don't agree that we should do it. In fact, let me clarify. It's not that I don't agree that we should do it. I don't agree that we should make this decision in a vacuum. You have to weigh all of the options compared to all the other facilities. I was in the barbershop maybe in 2022, and somebody interrogated me for a half hour about why we moved the playground over at Wells Recreation because the kids needed somewhere to play. And until I know exactly how that's going to look in terms of this aquatics facility, I would never ever support moving the aquatics facility for a police station until I already have another aquatics facility in place. Because those swimming lessons are so important and people live and die for those. I would much rather us have a whole, holistic conversation or a comprehensive conversation about financing, what that impact looks like, and a pro forma, because we're going to keep borrowing and borrowing, and at some point, we won't be able to buy a candy bar. That's all I have.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mr. Evans, go ahead.
When this board was seated, you knew that you were tasked with addressing the facilities. We have information that says that back in 2012, had we done this, or 2008, had we done this, it would have cost $12 million, I believe is the number. The same facility is now going to cost upwards of $30 million. As we continue to delay, we'll find ourselves in a situation that invariably, you will not be able to afford to construct a new facility. Our intent, and we have communicated to this board, our intent, and since we have had the community charrettes, was always to ensure that the aquatics element is incorporated in the Wells campus. We certainly understand the importance of the programs and the services that are provided at Barracuda Bay and would ensure that obviously that operation is up and operational prior to the relocation of the site. It is not an arduous process to build a pool with a splash pad and the like. It is a very quick actual construction process to be able to facilitate that. Now, we know that there's conversations and discussions with Inlet Grove as well as the school districts that have to ensue, and that's a process in and of itself that we want to move forward. This is the steps to move us through the process. We have had conversations with this board about the deficiencies in certain these facilities and what the facilities that we need to prioritize. And this is a public safety facility that is in desperate need of reconstruction. We can bring you a comprehensive presentation, and I communicated that our intent is to do that at your second meeting in May, where you're going to get an update on the plan, our reimagined plan, as well as what funding's available to you. We didn't say, we showed you an option, and the cheapest option, consistent with your investment policy, as to what funding is available to you. And yes, the cheapest access to capital is a bond referendum. And to Mr. Sherman's point, multiple cities have moved forward with this to address some of the facility issues that they have. And so we're merely following suit as to what other government agencies are doing, trying to address our facility, because our facilities are in poorer condition than the other municipalities that are moving forward to maybe rebuild the facility twice before we've rebuilt it once. And so we're asking for the board to allow for staff to go through this process. And there is going to obviously be multiple conversations and discussions with the board, but the financing that Mr. Sherman spoke of, that was in the agenda packet as one of the attachments. So all that stuff was enumerated for the board. And if there was any questions with regards to that, we would have answered that in the agenda reviews. But certainly, I think that the time for us to move is now. We have seen this project continue to get kicked and kicked and kicked, and at some point, it just will be unaffordable. And then my concern is then the Port Center becomes the Riviera Beach Police Department, because we can't move the day as it relates to this project. So I know that it's a lot. I know that it's a heavy lift. I know that it's a risk that the board has to take, but you know, we're in this together, and we're trying to address something that has been neglected and not been addressed for decades.
Colleagues, any additional comments? Madam Clerk?
Yes. Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy?
No.
Chair Pro Tem Lanier?
Yes.
Chairperson Lawson?
Yes.
That vote passes, Mr. Chair, with Councilperson McCoy dissenting.
Item 11I.
Yes, resolution number 5623, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, authorizing the relocation of the Riviera Beach Aquatic Center, Barracuda Bay, from 1621 West Blue Heron Boulevard to the sports complex at 600 West Blue Heron Boulevard, Wells Recreation, and providing an effective date. Mr. Chair, we do have public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards are now closed.
Thank you.
Motion to approve resolution number 56-23.
Second.
Thank you. Ms. Evans?
Mr. Chair and members of the board, staff has made a presentation on this item, is prepared to answer any questions that the board may have, and staff recommends approval of the resolution that's in front of you this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Madam
Mr.
Clerk?
Chair.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
I was going to say, with this particular item, hearing that we've been losing money on Barracuda Bay, the entire property area, when we go to move it to the Wells area, are we looking to build exactly what we already have, or making sure that it's less of what is currently causing us to lose the money? Because I know for the longest, I mean, we just had the pool, and to me, it sounds like the pool is what's most important. in terms of the swim lessons and those schools that are utilizing it? Is it that the rides and all of that, do we find that the pool is being utilized more than the other part of it? Or is it kind of the same for both?
Madam Chair, or Mr. Chair, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Director
Evans.
Blankenship, if you can address the usage, and then I'll come back and speak on the recreational side of it.
The usage varies throughout the year because like in the summer, the majority of the usage is general admission and some special events, birthday parties and things like that. In the fall and in the spring, it is swim team or the water polo, and then special events and things like that. So it varies somewhat, but what doesn't get a lot of use for the money are the tall slides.
Right.
So what we would recommend for a new design is a much smaller footprint. The critical part would be the pool and then a splash pad. And that would be our recommendation.
All right, that's what I was kind of thinking of. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead, Ms. Evans.
Just to walk the board through conceptually what we've sketched out or put together concerning the Wells campus on Inlet Grove is you can see the diagram in front of you has multiple elements. At the top corner of the diagram, it shows that Inlet Grove, and we know there's conversations about Inlet Grove and the renovations or reconstruction of said high school or what have you. And so we know that that box that the school is looking to utilize has to be a secured campus to comply with the Jessica Lunsford Act. And so we said from a situation where we look at how can we create some synergy on this particular campus. And so the diagram in front of you does show that there's an aquatics function that's there. And to Councilperson Miller Anderson's point, our intent is to look at something that can be activated, can be utilized more for your birthday parties and events, and to be able to generate more revenue. One of the challenges we have with Barracuda Bay is that if somebody's going to Barracuda Bay, they're going there for swimming, or they're going there we want to be able to catch the other business that somebody goes and has a basketball game and the team says, you know what, we're already here. Let's pay the admission to go to the lazy river or go to the aquatic center or what have you. And so we think that there's some synergy that can be created by locating a community center and a recreation center there, that there is some other opportunities to see the active use of that pool. On the campus, we also incorporate multi-purpose fields, construction of a new football stadium, baseball fields and the like, basketball courts. And our intent is on this campus is to make something that is of quality of your, Division II, Division III athletics. And so the campus is going to be very enticing, that we think that there's going to be additional walk-up traffic, that there's going to be other opportunities to capture revenue, especially if you activate the commercial node, which is 600 Blue Heron or 601 Blue Heron, that persons will know that that feature is there, where in some cases, people would drive by and you'd get some of that. But we think just by the location and with close proximity to what's happening on that site, that you should see better revenue generation. But the slides and those elements, recreation facilities like that are something that's few and far between. It's more the splash pad because there's a lot of liability associated with those slides. And then we are fortunate as a community, we have South Florida's biggest water park. And so there's things that I think we can create on this space that are different than what the Rapids have to offer. And the Rapids can be in the slide business, which is something that if you're not modernizing and renovating and what have you, that it becomes obsolete at some point.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, public comments?
Yes, Ms. Dolores Williams.
Welcome to the podium, Ms. Williams. You have 3 minutes.
To the chairman, the mayor, the council. I just want to know why you're going to build all that up there Is this school up in Palm Beach Garden where you talking about putting this stuff for us? The Aquatic. Is that where that is? I'm asking a question. You can answer it later on, but you moving what we got here, you gonna take it up there. Then we got to travel out to go over to there, up there for all this stuff. You say swimming for all this stuff. Build it here. We say we want to make this the best place. You gonna move that. You gonna put away the pool. You hollering about the pool thing. Yes, it is the pool thing to learn. But if you're gonna go up there, they just building about to be complete next year. If you talking about, is that the school right on Military Trail off Executive? Is that what you're talking about? They're building a new big school with all the features and stuff here. What big school have you built over here in the raw Riviera Beach to build all this stuff for us? I just want to know if y'all gonna take Barracuda Bay, most of it. I think Ms. Anderson actually you're gonna make the pool or something the same old. He say it'll be a little bit something off. Oh, we're talking a little bit something off. Maybe I misunderstood what she said. But I can't understand. Inlet Grove, that's where y'all talking about, Inlet Grove, that elementary school. They building a 2-story building, putting all this stuff there. You moved the pool where it was over there. And I want to answer about tape, Jim. What y'all gonna put over there around tape to bring in for the city over there? There's nothing wrong with putting the police department over there if you want to put it over there. You gave up to say the police, that 5th Street was so infested, you had to tear it down and put it right on Blue Heron. Now, you put the garden thing there. You brought the new lady in to do the planning thing for the garden. Now you finna take all that out. Where that's going? What y'all gonna do with all that? Put the stuff what you gonna move out of our city stay in our city.
Thank you for comments, Ms. Williams. Madam Clerk, any other public comments?
No, that's it.
Thank you. Colleagues? No? Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Lanier?
Yes.
Chairperson Lawson?
Yes.
That vote passes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Last item of the night is a discussion item, 11J.
You have 2 more items, Mr. Chair. You took 3H and made it 11K.
We did
I'm sorry.
J and K, yes. 11J is going to be a discussion item.
Yes, resolution number 61-23, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute a memorandum of understanding between E Roadmap Corporation and the City of Riviera Beach, providing for severability and providing an effective date. Mr. Chair, you do have 1 public comment card on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards are now closed.
Madam Clerk, before we make that motion, we read in the record to take the resolution off and to just make this a discussion. So what you read in was the resolution, but we're not voting on the resolution, are we? We're having a discussion item, so we're not actually going to be voting on this resolution. So
you can discuss it and vote the resolution down if needed.
okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
So move.
Do we have a second?
Okay, so
the motion fails for lack of second. We're moving on from the item. So
You're-
we're not going to have a discussion on it, or
Your motion was to discuss the item.
correct? But if we don't
Right.
have a second, we're not going to be able to discuss the item.
wait a minute.
They had already moved it.
You had already had a second.
When you adopted the agenda, you moved it for a discussion item,
Correct.
and then you adopted the agenda, so it is there for discussion.
Not for
So
resolution.
so for clarity's sake, we're reading the item into the record as a resolution. Are we going to be voting on this item as a resolution, or is this going to be a discussion?
But Councilwoman Botel said, let's leave it on, and specifically, it was her idea to.
No,
let's discuss
Councilwoman,
it.
No, it wasn't.
Councilwoman Lanier, I believe, said, let's have it as a discussion item.
Attention.
Yeah, they were gonna take it off the agenda, and I said, well, let's at least discuss it.
Right.
It was not a issue where we would vote, it was an issue that we would discuss this and see where we were so that we can move forward.
So if we don't have a second, then we're not going to move forward with that.
Yeah, but you don't need a second if it's just a
It's
discussion.
just a discussion, right?
But
We're
if we're
not
leaving
voting.
it on as a resolution,
We're not. I
No.
think I think the clerk reading it as a resolution was incorrect. It should
correct.
probably
The
just
clerk
be
should not have read it
a
as a resolution.
discussion of
Correct.
the E-roadmap.
It's just going to be a
Corporation.
discussion. If we've removed it from the resolution, it's just a discussion item. So reading it as a resolution is what we're voting on.
Right.
We can't do that. So it's just discussion item, roadmaps.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I believe the conversation was, let's have a discussion, and it just stayed in its existing form on this place on the agenda. I don't think it was a situation where it was moved to a discussion item because we then moved the item on the consent right after that. I don't think it was a situation where it was moved to discussion. I think it remained in its existing spot.
So then to have the discussion, we will need a second then if it's staying as a resolution, and we will need a second.
I think we should probably ask the maker of the motion to make it a discussion item, what her intent was.
My intent was to have a discussion on this item.
That's what I had thought too.
As
I
a
did-
discussion item?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, as a discussion item. What part of discussion is throwing you off?
All right, whatever.
So Madam Clerk, we're going to have this as a discussion item, not as a resolution.
Okay.
Mr. Evans.
Mr. Chair, we're going to have a discussion on this item
And we still.
under discussions. Mr. Chair, members of the board, at this time, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Deputy City Manager McBride and Director Blankenship to provide you with an update concerning this item.
Good evening, Chair, Mayor, Council. Richard Blankenship, Parks and Recreation Director. We had brought this item to you tonight to execute a memorandum of understanding with E-Roadmap for the continued management of the urban farm for two more years. The original contract had expired in November. Then staff decided that we probably should request that this be pulled so that we can go back out to bid because the contract had expired. So that was the purpose for us to request the item be pulled. We do have an alternative plan where we could begin work during the time that we're doing the solicitation. And that's, we would like to meet with the entity to discuss that so that there's no delay in continuing work. So that's where we are today with this discussion is we pull the item, or we ask the item be pulled so that we can go out to bid, but we have an alternative plan so that work can begin. And with that, I'll answer any questions.
Mr. Chair.
Mayor.
Mr. Blankenship, you said we have an alternative plan with another entity?
No, with the roadmap.
Okay, thank you.
Can we have public comment and then come back to the board? Madam Clerk?
Mr. Micah Brooks, parentheses, Brook Design and Tech Solutions.
Yeah.
And then Ms. Valika Brown.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Chair, board members. Thank you guys for having me. If you don't mind, can I have somebody hand these out? I have some reference documents I'd like them to look at as I'm speaking. Is that possible?
If you could just hand it to the clerk and continue with the comments.
Gotcha. My name's Micah Brooks. Me and my wife are the owner and operators of Brooks Design and Tech Solutions here in Riviera Beach, where I'm a resident. Presently, I'm coming before you guys to make remarks on being a part of the urban farm at the JFK lot. I was the vendor, the vendor that completed the two structures on the lot to help move forward with activities and such that they'd be currently doing there. Presently, I haven't been paid out for the completion of that project. The first document you're looking at, page number 1, references money set aside for the project to commence, and thus my services were requested. The next 2 pages are correspondence between e-roadmap and e-roadmap and the department head, detailing things that needed to go on to allow those structures to be completed. That's what's happening in the next 6 pages. And then you have reference documentation for estimates and invoices that were sent out. There's also backups of when those things were sent and viewed. So presently, excuse me, presently, there aren't any, there haven't been any finalized statements made as to why this is nothing on record, email or otherwise, that that have let me know why I have not been paid. Any questions for me?
We'll answer all questions at the end, Mr. Brooks.
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
Thank
gotcha.
you. Thank you for your comments.
Yep, thank you.
Next speaker, Ms. Brown.
Valika Brown, CEO, eRoadmap Corporation. Good evening, Board Chair, Council Chair, Council, staff, residents looking online. I will be brief because, you know, as you all know, it's a lot of back and forth. So I'm not even going to read my notes, but I will say that eRoadmap started this initiative as a solution, not just a gardening project. We started it to really create spaces of peace for the residents in Riviera Beach. And as you know, there were 2 derelict lots that were unused, and now they're just amazing spaces. We came in with a commitment to grow and deliver and distribute between 10 and 12,000 pounds of produce, and we've done that to the residents. Another part of the solution was to create a fresh market, and we were in the process of doing that, turning over the container units, bringing in partners to assist with that. We went out and secured additional funding to continue with our plan, and we were successful to purchase a van to help with delivering the produce. So this is a solution that we are invested in with our partners. We are happy to continue to serve the residents. Unfortunately, the last time we planted was in October. And even with the 2 tropical storms that came through, the produce survived. And we reached out to the city and we said, hey, the produce should be ready to harvest at the end of January. And we have not been allowed to do that. And now 4,000 pounds of produce has stayed there on the vine and has rotted, and the residents were not able to receive it. I have been asking for my contract to not lapse, to be renewed since October of 2022. I've been involved in well over 70 email correspondence asking, what can we do? Please keep an eye open. It's about to expire. In the last probably month and a half, I've personally attended and cleared my schedule with my board to be in person to 4 meetings, of which no resolution really comes to pass. This is an amazing project. I love working with the residents. I miss it. The volunteers miss it. The residents miss it. I hope we can move forward. There's some type of disconnect, and I'm so happy to finally be in front of the council so we can move forward and get a resolution. Thank you.
Thank you for coming, Ms. Brown. Colleagues, board, Councilwoman Lanier.
Yes, I think the first question for me is, why did the contract lapse? I need a reason as to why that happened.
Go ahead, Mr. Blankenship.
Thank you. We began discussions with the county back in May of 22 about funding year 2 of this project. They came to us with, they had monies left over in CDBG that they wanted to spend. Urban Farm was one of the programs. That was in May. We didn't finalize with the county on what they would deem appropriate until November. Prior to that, staff started working on the MOU, but we just didn't know what funding source we were going to have, if any, until really mid-November, early December of '22. And that's basically the reason why things are
I mean, I understand that, but this is May, almost May. That's 4 months that the contract has lapsed. I just need to figure out, even if there are issues in regards to eligible items for the farm, there still should have been a contract in place, whatever it may have been. But to let the contract lapse, come back with the MOU, and then say that, well, we let it lapse, and this is what our solution to it is, that's not going to work for me.
Ms. Lanier, I guess I would say, I don't think that we were paying attention to the date. I think we were more focused on the funding. And Mrs. Blankenship, the issue I have is, you said it was known in December. We're just getting the documents really for the funding on this agenda tonight. Okay. Be it for the playground or for the farm. When I started working on this project, and it might have been August or late summer, or whenever that was, and we began to discuss the funding, it was determined the county had dedicated the funding to 2 other projects. E-Roadmap was not a part of this funding. With the manager's assistance, he intervened and it was relocated. And I think that was in October that they went back in to assess. And then the funding was allocated to examine allocating it to the playground and to the urban farm. Even for the playground part, we had to prepare many documents. I'm more familiar with the playground side of it versus the farm part of it. I know what I had to eventually prepare to give to him to send over to the county. Those were the documents, the land swap agreement, and those documents that the council addressed with those I had to give. And I think eventually they asked for other supporting the license agreement with the school board. And I can't remember what month those things happened.
This still doesn't make any sense. We are here in the month of April. There was a contract that was supposed to be executed by December. You knew before that the contract was up in December. And yet here we are, 4 months out, and the recommendation is to do an MOU with an expired contract. That is not good. That is not good at all. And I don't think that it is fair to the farm. I don't think that it's fair to the residents to be in this position where we're talking about this program, at 11 o'clock at night because somebody, Mr. Blankenship, did not get this contract executed in the time that was allowed and that it was supposed to be executed. If there was not to be a contract, if the city wanted to say, hey, we're gonna not renew your contract, that should have been said as well. But to string this along and not give the board nor the vendor any indication that we would end up in a situation with an expired contract and an MOU, that is not acceptable. It is certainly not acceptable in a sense that you have produce that is rotting because we can't figure out what we need to do. That is just totally unacceptable. So I have some real problems with where we are now with this particular project. There appears to be no monitoring of the contract, no oversight of the contract, anything. I mean, you can't defend a position when you have nothing to show. And if Ms. Balika comes up and says whatever she says, you can't defend it. You have nothing. And this is the part that really irks me, is because now we're here and this was a project that was supposed to be able to provide food to the community. Something very important. And we're here talking about a contract that expired 4.5 months ago. That's just totally unacceptable for me.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councilman McCoy, then Councilwoman Botel. Yeah, Councilman
Thank
McCoy,
you.
go ahead.
I'm not sure I understand where it lapsed at. In fact, I have the executed agreement here. Mr. Blankenship, this doesn't call for any kind of renewal. What do you mean? What's this suggesting that it lapsed? If this agreement, I'll give you the dates right now. But it was a 1 year, so I'm not sure. It started October 1st, 2021. And when I went through it, it doesn't call out for any kind of renewal. So is there some sort of, I guess, belief that there was a continuation that was supposed to occur beyond this contract?
No, sir.
Okay, so I'm not sure where the lapse part would have come in if this is from October 1st and it was actually executed on December 1st, which is another kind of confusing notion. So the top portion says October 1st, but it's signed December 1st, 2021.
If I may, say, the
Go ahead, Mr. Banks.
the executed contract was December 1st. The recorded contract was December 1st.
What does that mean?
It was recorded in the clerk's office.
So was it retroactive to start October 1st?
No.
So it was to start December 1st?
Right. Correct.
Okay, so the October 1st at the top is not correct.
Correct.
Okay, so, but how and why would there be any expectation? Because Article 2 says the consultant shall commence services on 10/1/2021 and complete all services within 12 months.
I don't know where that date came from, sir. I don't think that's the recorded document.
Well, this is definitely on here, and this is what I shared with the city attorney's office. But in any event, it still provides for 12 months, whether it's October 1st or December 1st, it only provides for 12 months, right?
Right.
So
Correct.
what was contemplated when we went into this original professional services agreement, that there was going to be another agreement to follow this because there's no renewal called out?
My unlegal mind answer to that is, in my mind, the
No, well,
contract.
actually, you know what? Don't even guess, because it's very clear. If it's not in here, like, I'm not sure what's the suggestion from Councilwoman Lanier about something expiring. I mean, this agreement doesn't set forth anything but the natural expiration date, which would have been, I guess, November 30th, 2022.
Correct.
So my understanding is this is a 12-month agreement. And even so much so, Article 30 says specifically, the city and the consultant agree that this contract and any attachments hereto or other documents as referenced in the contract sets forth the entire agreement between the parties, and that there are no promises or understandings other than those stated herein. None of the provisions, terms, and conditions contained in this contract may be added to, modified, superseded, or otherwise altered except by a written instrument executed by the parties hereto in accordance with Article 28. So there's no support to suggest that it expired. There was no anticipation that this was going to go beyond 12 months. That's what I have in response to that, because, you know, when I heard Councilwoman Lanier say that, that's certainly not the same contract that I seen.
Comments, Councilwoman Botel? You had comments? No? Councilwoman Miller Anderson? Hold on one second.
Yes, excuse me.
That was
Go ahead.
section
I'm sorry.
30.
You
I'm
did?
sorry, I didn't-
Councilwoman Botel, go ahead.
Why was the renewal, if you will, even though it may not have called for a renewal, but certainly I think this board anticipated that there would be a renewal, or at least portions of this board anticipated that there would be a renewal. Why was it dependent on grant funding?
It wasn't that it was dependent on grant funding, it was that we were trying to get as much funding as we could. The county originally seemed receptive to funding it like they did the first year.
Right.
And then as time went on, they told us that they weren't going to fund the professional services part of it, but they would fund the materials part of it. And that was,
Excuse me, but it sounded to me, excuse me, if I could follow, it sounded to me like you were saying that the reason it wasn't renewed was that the county hadn't yet made good on a promise, or
no, I'm not saying
funding
that
from the
at all.
county hadn't materialized.
The final decisions on funding between the city and the county had not been decided until November. So that's one reason why we didn't have a document coming in December.
Okay. Well, if I could just say this, I think this is one of the most important projects we've done because it feeds people. And in this day and age, that's certainly of paramount importance to people in this city. I think it's, from my point of view, it's something that we should continue, that we need to find a way to make it continue with e-roadmap to keep that urban farm alive as long as we can. So whatever process you have to put into place to make that happen, I'm in favor of that happening. And I don't know what kind of plans you have that you're, making with the current leadership of e-roadmap, but I hope that those things can come to fruition in a short order.
Ms. Miller Anderson?
So, thank you. So
Thank you.
where would we be placing it, out since we've just made some arrangements for the other properties? Where we planning on putting it if we continue?
If I may, we will need to do some surveying around the city and see if there's any potential locations.
Okay.
What was your question?
Miss-
Where would it
Her
go?
question was, where would they be putting it? Because I believe originally stated in this item, it was going to be a two-year renewal contract. Councilman McCoy made a clear statement that it wasn't a renewal, this would just be a brand-new contract. So intentionally, the intent, I believe, of
That's
staff.
not, you're miscategorizing. I didn't say anything about it to be a new contract. I'm only referencing the original
The
professional.
statement of Councilwoman Lanier, you said that it was not a renewal because the contract originally expired. And that's what staff brought to the table, and that's why they pulled it from tonight's agenda. So not miscategorizing, no, I'm just restating what you said.
Okay, I wasn't making reference to the new MOU. I'm looking at the professional services agreement from 21.
In reference to Councilwoman Lanier's statement that it didn't expire, that the contract was complete. I believe you said that the contract was complete, correct, Councilman? So what I'm saying is the intent of what was put on this agenda is the reason that it was pulled from the agenda. So we are just having the discussion now, and Councilwoman Miller Anderson's statement was, where are they going to put it? But the intent of staff previously was to allow for it to stay at the current location for the next 2 years while we're still going through the process. I was hoping, and to my comments, if other of my colleagues, Mr. Evans, if you can take charge of this item. I know that we're having a discussion now, and you're going to need direction, but this is a complete mess. It's a complete mess. Produce has rotted, as my colleague stated, that this was intended to be providing food and resources for a food desert. We have rotten produce. The land is overgrown. There's no other resident in Riviera Beach that we'd allow for the grass to be as high as the fence. So I don't know what happened, Mr. Blankenship. I don't know why this was not done. But Mr. Evans, I'm not confident that staff is able to handle this moving forward, and somebody else has to take charge of it. It has to be under your control, and we have to figure this out. So as a council, what are we going to give direction for Mr. Evans to do moving forward to bring back to the table? Because right now, we're just discussing this. We don't have any clarity as to what's going to happen with e-road maps, with whatever these outstanding invoices are, with what's going to be the next step, if we have to go back out for solicitation, if we're even going to continue the relationship. Because one of my council members asked if we were going to continue the relationship, and my colleague just stated that it's expired. There's nothing to continue. So I don't know what's going on with this, and it's a complete mess. But based upon everybody's comment, nobody on this board really knows what we can do, except legally, we're not in contract with any entity right now. If I'm clearly stating everyone's points so I can understand more so. Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I don't agree with Mr. Evans need to worry about it. We pay staff to do this. We got builders and stuff to build. You don't need to be worried about no garden. It's on staff. And Councilman McCoy is right. It's a lot of pieces that's right. I've been in a few meetings about this. The question is, if the city did not want this after a year, the city should have said, we don't want it. The fact of the matter is, even after the contract, they saw the lady working. So at what point do staff say, listen, the contract is up, don't work anymore? Then on top of that, to add into the insult is, it kept saying, we're gonna do a contract, we're gonna do MOU. You know, all these conversations went where nobody was clear to say, listen, just stop everything right now. And so I think it's a lot of people to blame, but we don't need Mr. Evans running about this. We pay staff to do this, and if it's gonna be done, they need to do it. I mean, that's just the bottom line, but we can't keep playing with people. See, this is the thing. We on the smallest scale, I mean, we want developers to say we're ready for business. The same attitude we should have with our small businesses. I mean, let's be straight up, y'all. Let's be very transparent. We can't play these games with people. You made a valid point, Councilman. I mean, the stuff is growing up right now. We find people for this, right? And everybody's passing the buck. Nobody's been accountable for how this happened. And if we don't come to a conclusion to say how this happened, guess what's going to happen? It's going to happen freaking again. And nobody's taking the blame to say, you know what, I dropped the ball so we can move on. Everybody's kicking the can. Well, it's their fault. I'm not going to blame her. I'm blaming us because it's our property. We're supposed to mandate. We're supposed to know what's going on. And I'm not going to let you just get away with kicking it, down the road, because I was in a meeting and I gave an opportunity to say, if we don't want it, just say that. But it's 3 months later, we're still here to my damn MOU, excuse my language. Come on, man. I mean,
so
we pay you guys to do this. And Councilman, I mean, Chair, I know we don't need Mr. Evans run about the garden right now. We got staff. I'm serious. Now, the question is, I mean, he's got to hold him accountable, but we're not going to let him go to a garden because we need him to do other stuff. And let's be honest, transparent tonight. What do we want with this? And don't keep holding them hostage. If we want it, say we want it, because it's not fair. And I guarantee you, if any one of y'all had worked, put y'all sweat in it, and y'all labor, you're going to feel the same way. Don't do people nasty. I'm not with that. Because sometimes they got a contract, but the mere fact, my question is, if you saw her out there working, and my staff did not say you shouldn't be out there, we owe her. Bottom line.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, for your perspective. I'm just not there, Mr. Mayor, simply because what you said regarding some individuals working, I mean, they were actually doing work there at that property before the agreement even went into effect. So should we assume that there's some sort of, I mean, because I don't understand why there's such a blame on staff. If the agreement is the agreement, and section Article 30, what I said, that this is the entire agreement, there's no other understandings. So I don't know exactly where staff went wrong. Ultimately, they were there before the agreement started. So just the mere presence of them being there after, I don't understand exactly what staff should have done. I mean, we've seen this problem now, not just with the urban farm, but with several different projects. And I think it comes down to either a project manager or a contract manager. But the truth is, I don't understand why is that the responsibility of the Parks and Rec director when the agreement sets forth everything. And it also says, this is the understanding. And no modifications can be done to work without another agreement. So I resent the implication respectfully, Mr. Mayor and Mr. Chair, that for some reason staff didn't do something that they should have. And if you're suggesting such, I hope it aligns with this contract, because my understanding that time had come and gone, the 12 months had expired. So what other obligations should have been on Parks and Rec?
Mr. Chair, so.
Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry. So the question is, if the contract had expired and she's out there working, and if something happened to her, who's responsible?
And that's a great point. But what I was saying to you in response.
So staff would have came here and said, well, we saw her working, she got injured, the contract was over, and nobody told her not to work.
But Mr. Mayor, my question is, wasn't they working on a volunteer basis before we even went into a contract?
No.
Yes, they absolutely were, because I asked the question as to why. I think this was early on in the process. Why, and matter of fact, I asked it very, very specifically of Mr. Sutton. There's no sole source sign off by the procurement director. Once I brought that up in agenda review, they went back and did a solicitation. That whole time, they had already been working on the property.
And we shouldn't have let her. She shouldn't have been working.
But they would, I guess, volunteer.
Mayor, Councilman, hold on. We're going back and forth. Let's stay on track with understanding what is our direction.
No, Mr. Chair,
go ahead,
please
Councilman McCoy.
Establish, and I'm looking for you and the mayor to establish whether wrongdoing was done by staff. Because if the agreement was fulfilled, first of all, we fulfilled our legal obligation. We fulfilled our legal obligation. So at that point, I want to understand how staff has any responsibility to tell somebody that they can't be on the property when in effect they were doing it already before the agreement started. And outside of that, I resent the implication that staff did something wrong, And then now we have another gentleman that's saying that he's owed money. I don't know where he had an agreement at, but it certainly went with anything that came before this board. But, this gets very interesting. And that's why I asked us to take this back and resolve this on the staff level, because our code does allow our city manager to resolve contractual disputes. And this is not the venue for it. And I certainly don't want to make this out to be some sort of way to put staff on blast when clearly I want to understand what staff should have been doing, because clearly, according to the agreement, I think we were already, at that point of complying with our end of disagreement.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lanier?
Yeah, this is the issue for me. If you say that the contract was done December 2022, then number one, she shouldn't have been working there. And I say, you have your own opinion, that this rests squarely on the staff. I am the one that when it is staff involved, I try and give them the benefit of the doubt. I try and make sure that I hear all sides of it. But in this particular case, who else gonna do it? Who is gonna monitor the contract? If you got a contract with a vendor and you look at the contract every month and say, hey, give me this report, give me that report, that is up to the person who is managing it. It was mismanaged. It was not managed at all. So we have a situation here where you have somebody working, don't have a contract. Why? Because their assumption was this is going to be renewed or another contract was going to happen, because nobody said anything different. If in December 2022 and the city said, listen, this is the end of your contract, we thinking about going in a different direction, we thinking about putting it out to bid, then say that. It is their responsibility. Somebody has to be held accountable for it, because what happens is that you have people who have contracts with the city and working past their contract. So what does that mean? We just willy-nilly just do contracts or MOUs because we don't want to do any work? No, it is not on the vendor. It is on the staff, and as the mayor said, Mr. Evans cannot be in the weeds literally with this project. This is a project that the staff, it's a simple project. There's a contract, there are deliverables in it, you manage the contract, you get reports about what is happening, and you keep it moving. If you do not want to move forward after the contract has expired, then you let them know, listen, we are not going to move forward with you. We're going to go with somebody else, Are we gonna go out to bid? Are we closing this whole shop down? But the person was working because what? That was never indicated to them. Their assumption was that we were gonna keep this moving, and the contract was, they were telling her, we're working on the contract. So what was she supposed to do when the staff is telling her we're working on the contract? There's no indication at all that she was supposed to stop, or she was supposed to just say, you know what, my contract is not valid, so y'all need to tell me something about either coming here or tell me something about how we're going to move forward. But none of that happened. And this is beyond her now. This lies squarely with the staff in terms of not managing the contract and making sure that the deliverables were met and reports were given, and this board was given an update on what was happening at that farm. So I'll say that, and I'll digress, but this is squarely on the shoulders of the staff who were supposed to manage this contract.
Thank you,
Mr. Chair.
Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
Mr. Blankenship, thank you. I'm going to share I'm sure you should have a copy of it, but I don't know what she's talking about. She's saying assumptions. There's no indication that she was supposed to stop. Well, she agreed that in Article 30 that she signed off on this agreement, it specifically says the city and the consultant agree that this contract and any attachments hereto or documents as referenced in the contract sets forth the entire agreement. So this part about assumptions, there's nothing to assume when you have 4 pages of a document. 4 corners of a document. And it also goes further to say that there's no premises or understandings other than those stated herein. So no indication she was supposed to stop? Yeah, there was. It was a part of the agreement that was executed. So you have whistleblower protection, so this is not on you. So I hate the implication that they're trying to put this on staff. If she agreed to this, that's the agreement. There is no other assumptions outside of that. So despite what she may think, I don't subscribe to that. What we have to do is follow the law, right? And this law of the state of Florida, contracts are enforceable. If she felt like there was an obligation by the city, then she would have a cause of action in circuit court. Outside of that, we fulfilled our legal obligations. Her assumptions, she's already waived that when she said that there is no promises or understandings outside of that. So I don't want to make this here about what happened in the past. That's not what this should be. Because clearly, as I've laid out to staff before, we fulfilled our obligations. I'm not here to point the blame. And anything outside of that, because she's not pointed to anything, nobody up here is pointing to anything that staff has done wrong, because she knew the agreement. And this whole thing about money, that's not this venue. The manager has the authority under the procurement code to resolve disputes over the contract. So if we're going to talk about something going forward, I'd be happy to engage in it. But don't sit here and make staff to be the scapegoat, because clearly staff, Mr. Blankenship didn't sign this agreement. Mr. Blankenship never came before the board at budget time to talk about putting a budget or putting something in his budget to manage a farm. So under no circumstances is this something that I would try to attribute to staff. And I still haven't heard a valid reason as to what staff did that they're not responsible for, especially in light of these folks who were working over there before the agreement was ever started.
Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman Miller Anderson, go ahead.
So being that this is a discussion item, in an effort to try to wrap this item up, I think we still have one more to do. What are we asking for staff or Mr. Evans to go forward with in order to get this back on the agenda later on?
Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman Botel.
I agree it's about time that we wrap this up. I would like to see Mr. Evans direct staff to come to some agreement with E-Roadmap so that we continue to have the urban farm there, as I think at least the majority of the board would like to see happen. Whether that means that they have to do some sort of a new MOU. I don't know from a legal standpoint what has to happen, but I think from my perspective, I would just like to see this continue. We would continue to have the urban farm there, and to see that Mr. Evans directs staff to make that happen, and to pay whatever bills we have outstanding to make everybody whole. That's my.
Mayor.
I agree. Councilwoman Bozel.
Councilwoman Lanier.
Yes, I agree. We need to move forward. And I also want to reiterate my position, and as everybody else can take their own position, that this lies squarely at the hands of the staff who was supposed to run this contract, and it did not happen. So I want us to move forward. I want us to be able to, either we're gonna deal with e-roadmap or not. We need to move the farm forward, period. So we need to come to some type of resolution with e-roadmap to be able to move forward to get this farm from not looking like it is now.
Ms. Miller Anderson?
I mean, I'm in favor of maintaining the farm for sure, and I understand the benefits, but I think we need to figure out where, well, staff or somebody needs to figure out where it's going. I know we're talking about doing this agreement, but at this point, we're not going to continue to cultivate anything on that piece of property if we're talking about putting a police station there. So, yeah, I'm in favor of moving forward and trying to get it going, but I think there's some other things that need to be worked out before we can say, yeah, we're gonna do this, because we don't even have a location as of yet, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you. Councilman McCoy, any comments?
Yes, question for the attorney. This was solicited in 2021. We've now executed an agreement and then that is come and gone. Can we automatically, or I guess this could be a procurement question, can we automatically just give this back to someone, or do we have to put this back out?
You have to put it back out.
And why is that?
What mechanism do you have? You don't have a mechanism to continue a contract. It expired. You can't extend an expired contract.
Oh,
There could be a personal services agreement under the manager's authority, perhaps.
Yeah, but
there has to be a new contract.
Well, I guess we should have went to you first. So if what you're saying is true, it appears that even if the contract would have been expired, there's no expectation that we would have been able to start a new one then. So if the date is December 1st, 2021, November 30th, 2022 comes, there's no renewal called out. We would have automatically had to go back out and do a whole new
Or come
solicitation.
back before the expiration and ask for a renewal or an extension.
Okay, so that settles it. Then this was on staff. Because clearly we would not have been even legally obligated to do that. Is that correct?
I can't say who it's on. I can tell you that, because that's a totally different, that's a personnel issue.
Who's
and
it
the
on, Ms. Lane?
interpretation of that. I can't
Tell
tell
me.
you who it's on. I don't know who it's on. I don't even have enough facts to know what was said.
They don't have enough facts, but they seem to be making some sort of conclusion. So, thank you. Now that we got that settled, so I guess we're gonna expect a solicitation, Mr. Evans?
Council-
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Mr. Evans.
I'm gonna confer with legal and procurement, and then provide a memorandum to the board as what's the next steps moving forward. I don't want to make a decision on the fly. There's still some additional facts and information that I need to be able to obtain.
Yeah, and here's the other part that Mr. Evans, I've referenced this and I certainly want to ask you to revisit this in the code, but this gentleman to get up and suggest that he's owed money, I don't know how that becomes our obligation or our issue or something that we need to resolve, but certainly encompassed in those authorities that you have under procurement, perhaps that can be addressed as well, because, seemingly to suggest and send us emails, I really am empathetic, but, I still have to follow, at least what our obligations are legally when it comes to this. So I would ask if you could revisit that as well.
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Evans, go ahead.
Certainly, I will.
So we have clear direction, Mr. Evans. We're able to move forward. Thank you, colleagues. Okay. We're going to move on to item, Council, Ms. Tawana, 3J
3H.
or 3H, which is now 11K.
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead, Madam
Res-
Clerk.
You ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Resolution number 59-23, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving the execution of a grant agreement with the Palm Beach County, Florida Community Development Block Grant Program for $18,000 to assist with funding materials for the urban farm within the city of Riviera Beach, authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute said agreement and providing for an effective date. Mr. Chair, we do not have any public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards are now closed.
Thank you. Can we get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair and members of the board, if I can turn the presentation over to the Director of Parks and Recreation, Mr. Blankenship.
Good evening, council. This is a $18,000 grant from the county CDBG for materials for the urban farm, materials such as soils, plant material, those type of items to be purchased to support the farm. I'll take any questions you may have.
Mr. Chair,
Councilman McCoy, go
does
ahead.
these items, I'm sorry, does these dollars have some sort of deadline tied to them?
Yes,
And that be what?
we have to be completely finished with this by December of '23. We have a 50% milestone in June of '23.
Are we gonna make that?
Yes.
How so?
We'll go ahead and put the purchase orders together. That's the first milestone we have to do. And then
So
we'll take
staff-
delivery throughout the course of the agreement. But what we have to have the purchase orders in place first.
Okay, so this will be done at staff level?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman Botel?
So I guess my question is, based on our last conversation, what project management system will be in place to ensure that these grants, that these grant funds are expended in a timely manner, that if something happened, do you have a system in place for managing projects? And if that's the case, what happened with the E-roadmap project?
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Mr. Evans.
There's two, we've been administering and managing CDBG funds for eons, so we're very familiar with the management of the program or what have you. The situation with E-roadmap, that's another discussion that we will have with staff with respect to expectations and how we would continue to manage the program moving forward. But this is the same funding that has been utilized for the Wi-Fi project and the playground that the board approved. And so we're very familiar with the reporting requirements and the handling of CDBG monies. We get an allocation of roughly close to $200,000 annually. So we track that and we're in compliance with the county. We haven't had an issue with regards to that.
Okay, so just to follow up.
Councilwoman Botel, go ahead.
If, I mean, just as, if something were to happen that you can't come to an agreement with E-roadmap, then what do we use that funding for?
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Manager,
We
go ahead.
can, as staff, we can articulate what those items are, but on the fly, it's hard for us to be able to get into great specificities, but I could provide that to you all in writing.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Colleagues? Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Lanier?
Yes.
Chairperson Lawson?
Yes,
That vote passes, Mr. Chair.
thank you. We're going to have discussion by the city manager.
Yes, Mr. Chair, just a couple of items. The board has received notification from me and of course, our community about the tragic passing away of Mark Reuter, our firefighter. His end of watch was April 5th, 2023. His funeral services will be held tomorrow at Christ Fellowship at 5342 North Lake. The service will start at noontime. He served 24 years in the fire service business, but 17 here in the city of Riviera Beach. We also did put out information to our community and communicated to the board that we will have our mutual aid partners, Palm Beach County, as well as the city of West Palm, providing fire suppression and emergency medical services to our community, starting as early as 10 a.m. tomorrow and until units are back in service after the funeral. If any board members look to attend the funeral, if you can just let me know, and then I can make sure that if you need transportation or any information concerning seating arrangements, please let me know. We anticipate that there will be a large group of fire personnel from all over the county and all over the state. Also, if you do have an opportunity, if you can stop by our fire station and share your condolences with our fire personnel there. This is really a tough one for them. And any person that's ever interacted with Mark knows that he was a firefighter's firefighter. He was a great guy and definitely beloved by many of the folks in the agency. Also, I do want to recognize again our Chief Coleman. Certainly excited to have him on board. He has a wealth of knowledge and experience, and I think is going to really do a lot of great things for this community, and looking forward to working with this board to help address some of the challenges that we have, but also keep us as the premier law enforcement agency here in Palm Beach County. So we're excited, and Chief Coleman, looking forward to working with you. It came very highly recommended. I can tell you that even in some of the reference checks, when we did reference checks, some of the persons that we were calling that were listed at other persons' references communicated how highly they saw Chief Coleman, and actually provided a recommendation for him as well. And so very highly recruited, highly touted, and definitely an exceptional leader. So we're looking forward to some great things. On Thursday, here at the Marina Event Center, we will be doing the formal swearing in of Chief Coleman, or not the formal, but the ceremonial swearing in. And that's going to be 6 p.m. So certainly we're asking for the board to join us here on Thursday night to be able to participate in the ceremonial swearing in. Tuesday night, we had 2 great workshops. We had our Business Sense Boot Camp graduation, and then we had our comp plan community meeting. We had very good attendance. We had every section of the community was represented, and so looking forward to some great information that'll come from the comp plan exercise. And I did have the opportunity to watch some of the pitches for those that graduated from our business boot camp, and that was great, and definitely something that I think we should be very proud of. It's a great program that Anita and the team run over at the CRA. And then last, but certainly not least, and she left, I want to take this time to recognize both Ms. Tawana Smith and Valerie Grimsley. These flowers were for Ms. Grimsley to recognize her for the same accomplishment that Ms. Smith. And the reason why Ms. Smith doesn't have flowers, and I'm just let me, is because she, well, because she got the flowers for me. And I totally forgot until she gave me the thank you card that she participated in the program. So I'm going to give her these flowers back, and I'm going to pay her for the flowers. But I just want to communicate real briefly that they went through the ICMA leadership program. ICMA is traditionally for city and county managers, and Ms. Tawana Smith and Ms. Grimsley certainly have high aspirations and are the go-getters in the agency, amongst others. And so they went through this 12-week process where they took their own time and took coursework and went through this. So you want to be a future leader, and they did an outstanding job. And Ms. Grimsley actually she couldn't meet with the class cohort, so she had to work on the weekends and couldn't meet with the group. And so I did want to take a moment to recognize them for their commitment to the profession, for their commitment to government service, and to their commitment to constantly evolving. So, Ms. Smith, I will present you with your flowers. And Ms. Grimsley, I'll get her on the next go around.
He should have said they were for her. You want them for her.
Yeah, right.
Oh, what is this? Oh, thank you, whoever gave you this. Where it came from?
It's on, I think.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Thank you for your comments.
Oh, that was me.
Yeah, you give me
City Attorney?
dead flowers, you know?
Discussion by City Attorney.
No comments, thank you.
Thank you. City Council Committee reports.
Mr. Chair,
Councilwoman Botel.
I attended the North Palm Beach Government Affairs Committee meeting on April 14th and reported about the city events.
I have one quick one.
Councilwoman Lanier, please.
I am the person picked for the TPA, which is the Transportation Planning Authority for Palm Beach County. This past weekend, I participated in their Weekend Institute, and it was very interesting and very, very informative in terms of equity in transportation for Palm Beach County.
Thank you, Councilwoman. City Council report, City Council statements by the mayor and City Council, starting with Councilwoman Botel.
Presented at the final COSI meeting. COSI is the Community Officers Association of Singer Island. That was the last meeting of the season, April 15th. Ms. Lanier and I also attended the Urban Land Institute West Palm Beach Forum, where I learned a great deal about the development projects that are taking place in Palm Beach County. It was a very interesting meeting. I attended the Palm Beach North Chamber's Young Professionals Luncheon. No comments, please. I was a guest, where local developers discussed their projects, including Peter Batarian, who is the gentleman from Forest Development who's building the Nautilus project, another interesting meeting. We're planning for World Oceans Day, which will take place on June 9th with an art exhibition and concert here. And last but not least, thank you, Walter, Jazz on the Beach, April 27th. The Orient Latin Jazz Band will be there. It's a fabulous, fabulous event. Come on out. Have a great time at the beach. Listen to some great music. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor?
No comments.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lanier?
Yes, two remarks. I just wanted to make sure that the residents in my district understood why I voted for the gas station for that area. Number one, it was not in a residential area, and number two, it would bring some ambiance to that area in terms of it being so industrial and being so, it's Beeline Highway. Second of all, the U.S. Small Business Administration has celebrated National Small Business Week on April 30th through May the 6th for more than 50 years. I'm asking the city to highlight key small businesses during this week. We can further discuss creative ways to support the small business owners of our community.
Thank you, Councilwoman Lanier. Councilwoman Miller Anderson?
None.
Councilman McCoy?
No, sir.
Thank you. Just want to make one quick announcement that on Tuesday, April 25th, from 6 to 8 p.m., right here in the Marina, we'll be having Caring for Caregivers, a mental health forum focused on caregivers, caretakers, nurses, and first responders. It's part of the mental health series that we've been posting. And colleagues, I just want to thank you for the support again with the board as selecting me with the chair and selecting Councilwoman Lanier as the vice chair. We continue to do great things. So thank you all. And thank you to our volunteers. Our volunteers, this is Volunteer Week, and I just wanted to commend them and support them and thank them for their service as well. Thank you. Motion to adjourn?
So moved.